Hey, Harry, can you hear me?
How you doing?
Nervous. Why do I never stop being nervous? How are you this morning?
Pretty good. Good morning and welcome to the Great Give of 2021, the 36-hour online giving event. We're waiting on Babs, but it is your time. So if you want to tell us about your organization and why people should give.
Okay, just a little quick bit of housekeeping, Harry. I was hoping to live stream this on Facebook.
It is being live streamed on Facebook right now.
Oh, perfect. Okay, that's awesome. That's all I needed to know. Well, thank you so much for having me. I hope that some of the listeners have had a chance to get a cup of coffee this morning. Since I see I'm the first person on the rotation, that's kind of exciting.
Yeah, you're the first one out the gate.
I'm the first one out of the gate.
And by the way, we're over $2 million for the Great Give. So people are giving. They've given to, it's 9,860 donors, and they've given to 425 organizations.
Oh, that's wonderful.
It is.
Oh my goodness, that's wonderful. That's absolutely outstanding, and it really shows how much the community is coming together, even at a time when I think a lot of people are a little concerned about the future and about their own finances. And it's amazing that people still have that spirit of generosity and that, you know, they would be willing to step up for something like this. So did you want me to start with my poem, or would you like me to?
Actually, yes, go ahead. Start with your talent.
Wisely. Okay. Well, I wanted to read a poem by someone named Jennie Jacob. And this is apparently one of the best loved poems in Scotland. So it goes like this, and some of you might have already heard this poem. When I am an old woman, I shall wear purple, with a red hat, which doesn't go and doesn't suit me, and I shall spend my pension on brandy and summer gloves, and satin sandals, and say, we've no money for butter. I shall sit down on the pavement when I'm tired, and gobble up samples in shops, and press alarm bells, and run my stick along the public railings, and make up for the sobriety of my youth. I shall go out in my slippers in the rain, and pick flowers in other people's gardens, and learn to spit. You can wear terrible shirts and grow more fat, and eat 3 pounds of sausages at a go, or only bread and pickle for a week, and hoard pens and pencils and beer mats and things in boxes. But now we must have clothes that keep us dry, and pay our rent, and not swear in the street, and set a good example for the children. We must have friends to dinner and read the papers. But maybe I ought to practice a little now, so people who know me are not too shocked and surprised when suddenly I'm old and start to wear purple.
That's great. You know, everybody is really nervous when they get on to do their talent, but everybody is so talented that comes on. And I love your background. Is that a real background?
That's my real background. That's my real office. We're very fortunate. We actually work in a decommissioned convent that is provided to us through St. Rita's Church in Hamden, which is, they're amazing. We couldn't do what we do without St. Rita's giving us this beautiful space for next to nothing. So we've actually been here since 1992, although Interfaith Volunteers covers all of New Haven County except for the Valley towns. So yeah, but we're very, very fortunate. I mean, it's just one of the ways that we're very fortunate for all the community support. But Harry, one of the reasons I wanted to read this particular poem this morning is the one thing I'd love to emphasize in my talk this morning is I really would like to take this opportunity to tell you about the people that we serve. we serve people who are 60 and older, who are interested in staying home, aging in place, as they say. People who, which is just pretty much everybody, right? I mean, very few people are interested in going into institutional or congregate care any sooner than they have to. And one of the things that we know is that when people are getting older, they're not necessarily, it's not necessarily an on and off switch. There are certain things that people start to need a little bit of help with, but they can continue to stay home for many, many years and not go into congregate, not go into a nursing home, as long as they have the things that they need to stay in their homes. And you can do that with dignity. A person can do that with grace, as long as they have people from the community and volunteers and helpers who are willing to step up and provide those things. So I wanted to really stress to you that the people that we serve, the seniors in the pandemic time, I think it's really safe to say that this has been, you know, an incredibly scary, threatening time for seniors. And I have been so impressed by the grace and the bravery and the philosophical nature of our clients. COVID was basically an existential threat to people in this age group. Let's not kid ourselves, okay? And the people that we dealt with, and we dealt with thousands of seniors through this crisis, almost to a person, they were brave. They didn't complain. They approached the whole thing pretty much philosophically. And they were terribly badly impacted by the crisis. They couldn't do things. They couldn't see their friends. They couldn't get their bread and butter. They couldn't get to their doctor. They couldn't see their kids or their grandkids. They had every deprivation. And almost to a person, when I spoke to the people, they said, what are you going to do? Okay.
All right. Now I'm going to turn it over to Babs.
Sure.
Now, Paul texted me that he wants you to restate your organization's name because he didn't hear. So there you go. And I mean, I could say it myself. I put it up. Interfaith Volunteer
Caregivers of Greater New Haven. It's a big, long name for a little agency.
You're muted, Babs.
I think her mic is muted, yeah. Story of our life this year, right?
Hi, I had some tech issues yet again this morning. Hi, Jay.
Where would we be without tech issues?
Oh, where would we be? So I had to get my laptop out and dust it off and get it running. So yes, I was listening to your conversation. Thank you so much, Harry Droz. Harry is the jack of all trades for us. Let me tell you.
Yes, he is.
Keeps this fine machine well oiled. So what is your goal today? Like, what is your big goal?
I think our goal is mostly, again, to chip away at our reputation for being New Haven's best kept secret, and to let people know that there's an agency out there that is devoted to providing free services to seniors.
Is this your first time? Is this your first time at the Great Give?
We have been participating in the Great Give for many years, and
okay. So you're not
actually
new.
been really blessed by the Community Foundation. And this last year, they have provided incredible support for us. One of the things that they did was they've really streamlined their grant making process so that small agencies like ours that don't have a whole department devoted to grant writing, you can apply. And the Community Foundation has been wonderful in terms of really pushing money out the door for targeted initiatives and for just general support.
Okay, how old is your organization? How long have y'all been in existence?
Well, that's a great question. We were founded in 1984 as part of the Downtown Cooperative Ministries.
Okay, yeah.
You know DCM.
Yes.
Yay. Yep. Yeah. So we've been
dissolved, right? It dissolved some years ago. It dissolved.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, it was, I think DCM really kind of gave birth to most of the big, social service agencies in New Haven. And we were always sort of the tangible expression of congregations concerning care for elderly.
Yes.
We've always really had the same mission. The programs, the exact programs we've done have sort of varied over the years, but we've always been senior focused.
Where are y'all out of? Like, where's your hub?
Okay, so we actually run out of the former convent that was associated with St. Rita's Church in Hamden. The convent now houses a daycare center and us. So we're in Hamden, but we cover the entire county of New Haven except for the valley towns.
Okay. And so Interfaith Volunteer Caregivers, I heard you was telling Harry that, seniors do better when they're in their own spaces and they don't have to go into, facilities and that. So y'all work with trying to help folks maintain their autonomy in their homes. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And y'all do it for free?
We do it for free.
And so how do y'all raise money? Through the kindness and goodness of congregations and loving people?
That was our original funding matrix, I guess you would say. We right now, our source of support is number one, the Agency on Aging of South Central Connecticut. We have a federal grant that underwrites our providing transportation to seniors. We are one piece of the transportation puzzle for seniors in New Haven County.
Are y'all the little vans that come around that say, do y'all have vans or little transit buses? Is that y'all?
No, what we do actually is we provide a personal ride. So we have volunteers. Yes. Okay. We have about 50 active drivers, and they are people who use their own vehicles. They pay their own expenses, and on their own time, they drive. Yep, they drive seniors for their medical care. They do exactly what you would do for your loved one. So,
and how many y'all serve?
So we serve, our active transportation client base now is about 800 seniors.
And your overall agency, like Interfaith Volunteer Caregivers, like how many people do y'all serve overall?
It's hard to say because we have a number of different programs. We provide a free grocery delivery service to about 125 people a month. We have the 800 transportation clients. We also provide free medical equipment to people, and usually that covers about 500 people a year. We provide friendly calling, friendly visiting. That's a little bit smaller of a number. So it's kind of hard because there isn't a lot of overlap necessarily between the programs. 2,000, I mean, I'm really spitballing it now.
How much have y'all raised so far yesterday and today?
So we have raised, I think, just about 2,500, which for an agency of our size is.
Well, what was your goal? You start out with a goal, or you're like, whatever people give, we'll be happy with.
Our goal is 3,600.
Okay, so you're close.
Because we've been in business for 36-ish years, and also because I'm told that this 36 is 2 times 18, and 18 is chai, which is a very lucky number in Judaism. So my Jewish board members all told me, oh, we want to raise multiples of 18. So that's where the 36 came from. It's kind of a story.
Right. Okay, so I see you on the leaderboard. So y'all have raised about $1,500, a little more than $1,500 from 27 donors. So that's good. So say one last thing before I let you go. One last push for your agency. Why people should give to you?
I think you should give. I think that people should give because elders are really important to us. And you know what? God willing, we're all going to be there someday. And we want services to be there for us, and we want services to be there for our loved ones. This is a population that gets ignored and pushed to the side because people don't want to think about it. But investing in seniors now.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm preparing right now. I am steadily preparing because I already know. So do you have a talent? Did you come with a talent or a poem or a song?
Yep,
Before I
I
let you
already
go.
read my poem. Should I read it again?
Oh, you read it already? I just want to make sure it got covered. Okay,
Yep.
then you good.
Yeah,
Thank you
yeah,
so
I
much,
am good.
Jane. Thank you so much, Jane Ferrall. Interfaith volunteer caregivers. Give, because Jane says, and I believe it, elderlies are important, and God willing, we will all see it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, and God bless you in your work.
Thank you so much. God bless you in your work. See you soon. And everybody, if you're interested in elderly and interested in interfaith volunteer caregivers, make sure you go over there and give them some money. 18 is their 18 multiples of 18. That's their lucky number. So come on, help them out. Got a nice little goal there. So get it. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Take care.
Thank you. So Harry, do we know how much the Great Give has given up already? So you can log out anytime you're ready, Jane. So Harry, do we know how much money the Great Give date has amassed? What's the vote board say? Whoa. Is that $2 million? Is that 2 million?
Yeah, that's 2 million. That's $2,177,527. Wow. Wow.
10,000 people have given. I didn't make my donation yet, Harry. I got to get in there.
I did. I've donated to 2. I'm looking for today to add 2 to 3 more.
Harry, think about Common Ground for me. I need you to donate to Common Ground. The
Common
school.
Ground?
Yes,
Okay.
the urban school. And you could say, I sent.
Okay.
There's a place where you say, for babs. It doesn't come to me, Harry. They just know that they just know you're my friend, that my friends have come over.
You know, I did donate to the next group of people.
Yes, the Boys and Girls Club that you know I'm a huge fan of. Boys and Girls Club. I'm so excited. Barbara Chesler is executive director. Jung is the program director, and Dale Little, daughter, is the Learning Hub. Hi, good morning. Did I get your name right, Juan? Hope I did. Is it Jung?
Good morning. It's Jung, actually.
Jung. See. I knew it was going to be Jung. And sometimes when I say Jung, people don't know. People will correct. Other people will pronounce. But welcome. I'm such a fan of the Boys and Girls Club. My mother's plaque is in that building. I wonder if it's still there.
We've been looking for it. We have been looking for it. We're going to find that plaque.
Okay, it's over. It was over. Last time I was in there, it was over one of the doors. The wooden plaque over one of the doors. It's Margaret Rawls' room or something.
I want you to come by and help us find it.
Oh my God, I'd love to come by. Hi, Dale Little. How are you? So I understand, because you know what?
Hi, Babs. How are you?
Hi, nice to see you, Dale. I was trying to act like we weren't family. Dale and I are family.
Good morning, Ann. Good morning, Juan.
So let me tell you what I served on the Boys and Girls Club board. And the Boys and Girls Club of Greater New Haven, right? Is Greater New Haven?
New Haven.
Is the second oldest Boys and Girls Club in the, right?
It is.
Second oldest, yes. I knew I remembered that.
But we are the longest running club in the country, and we are celebrating our 150th anniversary this year.
Whoa. See, I go back to the days when y'all were doing steak and burger dinners.
We're going to bring that back for our 150th anniversary.
Really? Because the kids would get steak and the grown-ups would get burgers. That's how it went down. So tell me about, so what's going on with the Boys and Girls Club? Because I know a few years back you had a little bit of stress. Doors were about to close and the city just would not allow for that. And people sort of made phone calls and dispatched pigeons and the doors never shut. So where are y'all now?
We are in great shape, Babs. And I want you to know that our presence and participation in the Great Give last year was a huge part of that success of our growth. That was our launching pad. This interview with our staff last year really made a difference. People in the community stepped up and helped us reach a goal last year of over $30,000. went in thinking, wow, let's see if we could raise 10, and we raised over 30. And this year we've set a goal of 100,000, and we are very close to reaching it.
Are you
With the
kidding
help
me?
today, everybody on the radio today and all our supporters and community supporters are going to help us reach our goal of $100,000 and maybe even exceed it.
That speaks to the need of the Boys and Girls Club to stay in that community.
You hit the nail right on the head. That is exactly it. We've demonstrated all year long that there's an extraordinary need. We ran a very successful summer camp last year. We have served nearly 80 children through our learning hub this whole academic year. And, you know, to top it off, our capstone was obviously the visit of the Honorable Vice President of the United States.
Oh, I know. Let me tell you something. It killed me
our capstone
to get over there. It killed me. You know what? Let me tell you something, Barbara. I serve on the board of Common Ground. I was trying to maneuver Common Ground to get a visit too. Not that I didn't want the Boys and Girls Club to get a visit, because they absolutely deserve to have the visit. Absolutely, hands down. But I was jockeying.
It was, it made everything I've done this year. It just.
I can't wait to see all the pictures. I know you got pictures. I know you're gonna blow them up and put them all around that club.
Well, we haven't gotten that many pictures. They wouldn't let us take that many pictures, but the ones we have, we're gonna blow up and put all around the club.
Yes, then I will come that day. It'll be a party.
All
so
right.
Dale, you have a child. Your daughter is in the education hub. Why was that the learning hub? Why was that important? Because this pandemic has turned everybody upside down. So talk about why this Boys and Girls Club learning hub was important to you.
Well, that's because I work for the Board of Ed as well. And I have 3 children.
Bless you.
And it was very hard for me to teach and teach my own. So when I went over there and went into the meeting, and it sounded great, but I'm not new to it because my older kids went there as well. But I tell you, Babs, it was the best thing I've ever done. I mean, right at this point in this time, it worked out so well. They worked with Ivana and helped her, and they never closed. We never had a breakout. It was just phenomenal, the way they worked together with parents and the kids and keeping them online. That was the most important for me, because I couldn't keep her online at home because I was working. But she stayed on track. Her grades are good. Her teacher is very happy with what goes on with her there. It was just great. I don't think she would have made it this far without it, because it's a lot going on
yes.
In the world, and she loves it. She's very happy there, and everybody, I'm happy there. I'm happy with all of them and what's went on. Just a great place for them to be.
I'm so glad to hear that, Dale. Makes my heart feel good. So Juan, you're program director. That means you have to queue up all the programs. Then the pandemic hit, so you have to pivot and figure out, okay, what can we do, and how can we keep our doors open? How we keep kids, coming and provide whatever we provide for this community. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I think back at the beginning of the school year when
and let me tell you one thing. My sister had that job 25 years ago. She was a program. So she would be very proud to know that this is still going on. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
No worries, yeah. Not the easiest work, but it's very rewarding, and it's great to see all the kids here in person. But back when the school year was starting for the New Haven Public Schools, they announced that they were going to be virtual for the first 10 weeks. So we were thinking about how to serve those children and families. So we came up with this learning hub model, and I'm not sure if we were the first in New Haven to do it, but there's a learning hub collective of a bunch of learning hubs around the community, but we were one of the first, one of the largest to do it. And we really thought helping parents who needed to go to work but couldn't be watching over their kids all day was of utmost importance. So we thought having them come in to have, our trained youth development staff to watch over them would be a great way for them to continue their education. But we also wanted to continue offering our after-school services so that parents could work throughout the whole day and then come pick up your kids at 5. So we've been running 8 to 5 most days. Wednesdays we do 8 to 3, but we've been trying to stay open as long as possible so that parents can get the additional support that they need. and allow kids to have the academic support and after school social and arts and crafts and physical education.
Okay. So how many kids were y'all seeing? Like, did your numbers shift a little bit because of the pandemic? Like, did y'all say, you know what, we serve a gazillion kids, now we're gonna have to serve half a gazillion kids?
Yeah, so before the pandemic, I believe we were operating at about 125 to 150 kids at our main clubhouse on Columbus Avenue in the Hill. But because of pandemic restrictions, we topped out at about 70, 75, I believe. The numbers would fluctuate because schools, some schools started opening up, the smaller kids, the younger kids were able to go back to school. But right now we're currently operating at about 35 on the best days, I think. And we're trying, we're going to stay open to the end of the school year for those families that need it.
Okay. Wow. So Barbara, what do you want people to know about the Boys and Girls Club today?
Well, first of all, I want to just also add the other thing I'm really proud of is that we were able to do here with the club is not only service children, that was our first priority, and second, families, but third, we kept 23 people employed throughout the pandemic every day. People got 8 hours of work a day, and we had a minimum wage of $15 an hour. And I'm really, really proud of that. I think that's an important component of what we've been trying to do here. So that's one. But two, I think the other thing is my real goal is to give children a sense of belonging. There are lots of children who have wonderful parents that like the littles and support, but there are so many children who sadly don't have that support, who are in foster care. They might have it through their foster parents, but we want to provide all children with a sense of belonging. We want to give them, skills that they will use in life. We have been working with our staff very closely on, making them understand that they're not just here as staff, they're mentors. They really are role models for these children. And so that's all very, very important to me. Our goal is is the success of every child who comes through this building, and through our other sites that we have at Bishop Woods and with Elm City Community. So that's what we've been really working towards all year, and we'll continue to do so.
So when you all started the Great Give, how did you come up with the number that you wanted to come up to raise? Like, how did you say, you know what, we want to raise $100,000?
Well, honestly, we wanted to raise $150,000 in honor of our 150th anniversary. So, but we thought that might be a little bit out of our reach, but we might still get close.
Yeah, listen,
everybody has about 6 more hours
nothing is impossible.
7 more hours to give to the Great Give. And we and every dollar, every contribution, doesn't matter the size, makes a significant difference. We have a great part of our number came from the fact that we are going to provide a summer to remember. I'll let Juan talk a little bit about that. He's been instrumental in building that summer, and we can talk a little bit about enrollment.
Okay, but before that, so Dale, do you talk to the other parents who have kids at the Boys and Girls Club? Like, what is the relationship with other parents, and how are they feeling? I know they have to be grateful that the Boys and Girls Club kept their doors open for this. Have you spoken to any of the other parents?
Well, we speak as we wait outside because of COVID, we haven't been able to gather.
Yes, you can't gather.
But as we wait outside for pickup and drop off, the conversation is that we don't know what we would have done if we didn't have this. And we were just so happy that they are there. And also, I just want to piggyback on what Ann said about the mentoring. It's helped my child so much. It's having someone of a youth other than mommy and auntie, helping her out at school. It works. It works for her. And it's nice that they are so compassionate and so understanding. And right or wrong, they correct in the right and positive way. And I appreciate that as well. And we talk about that as parents outside. Miss Daisy has been there for years, as we know. She's great. And she's always there to let us know, what happened, what didn't happen, and what we need to do. I appreciate that. So it was great. The parents are as I am, grateful. We're all the ones, you know, we speak outside.
Okay. So Juan, tell me about summer, because listen, I already see parents are already thinking about what they're going to do as the world opens up. Well, as America opens up a little bit more, parents are going back to work. Kids got to be somewhere, and since they haven't been in school a whole lot, they're trying to figure out some kind of educational component as well as some kind of summer activity component. So talk about what y'all gonna do.
Sure. So as Barbara said, our sort of thing for this summer is a summer to remember. We want it to really be
Sounds like a prom. Like a prom theme. I love it.
Yeah, we want it to be super memorable, but we don't want it to be memorable for the masks and the social distancing. We want it to be memorable for all the great things the kids are able to do here in terms of socializing with friends that maybe they haven't been able to see throughout the whole school year. And like you said about mixing the academic component and the, you know, just normal summer fun component, that's something that we're big on. So we're doing, you know, like a small hour or 2 hours of academics in the morning. Then the rest of the day will be filled with really cool activities, from arts and crafts to physical education to having community partners from around New Haven and Connecticut come in that are sort of experts in their respective fields. We actually just sent out decisions for our summer program. In 2 weeks, we had 187 applications for only,
Wow.
only for 88 spots because of COVID.
Oh
because
boy. So how do you break that down? Do you look at families that have already been faithful and coming through? I know you got some new folks in there who are like, you know what? I'm gonna give the Boys and Girls Club a real look this year.
Yeah. On top of that, we're also offering up to 8 weeks of summer programming for free. So I think that's what has been a big draw.
Wow. And how are you able to do that, Barbara? How are y'all able to do that?
We're able to do that with the tremendous support by community partners at every level, from families and private donors to corporations to the City of New Haven and the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven. We have reached out to as many, in every way possible, to as many different kinds of corporations and foundations, and we've received tremendous support. I couldn't be more grateful to everyone help us. I think people always, you know, had a special place in their heart for young children and youth, but this year I think they're demonstrating that more than ever by you know, providing funding and donations.
All right. So the most important part of this whole conversation is, what's your talent? Because I know they told y'all when you come on, you got to do something. So you got to sing for your supper. I don't know, tap dance, sing a song. I've had poetry. I've had dancing. So what are y'all bringing to the talent table?
Well, you don't want me to sing, because that would be the end of any fundraising on our part. But Juan's got a great talent, but I don't know how he's going to do it on the radio. Go ahead, Juan.
Well, my talent that I've been selected, I learned how to juggle while I was at home.
All right, let's go.
But
I love a
now
good
there's
juggler.
a lot of pressure. Now there's a lot of pressure. I don't know how this will work. But
listen, juggling is going to serve you well when you become a parent.
Stand here. Can you see me real quick?
Yes.
All right, let me see. Not to get this out of frame. Here we go.
Woo! Look at that juggling.
There we go. It was a little dark.
Barbara, you got a good program director right there. He can juggle.
I have a fabulous program director, 2 of them actually. So, and a lot of tremendous staff. Our staff has been so dedicated this year. You know, it has been long days, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day.
That's a long day.
Except we took obviously the holiday week off, and we took the week off after Thanksgiving and the week off after Christmas, just because of the concern about an uptick in, you know, COVID cases. So we wanted to make sure everybody had, you know, been home and no one had traveled, etc. So it's been a long year, but it's been I think one that will make the difference in the lives of many children, and also in our lives. I mean, I feel I'm a different person for doing this year, and I think our staff would say the same.
Okay. Well, I'm so grateful that you all could come on this morning. The Boys and Girls Club has a special place in my heart, and y'all have raised a little bit more money, so I am so happy. Y'all are at $86,485. You had 340 donors. Go Boys and Girls Club. So people, y'all got about, I don't know, 6 more hours or so the rest of the day. So I know that y'all got your people on email and text and all of that to give. So listen, there's 1871 give. That's part of their 150th celebration. So that's a good number right there. But if you give more, give more. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Dale, for being part of the Great Give. And I wish you all the luck. And so, Barbara, I want you to come back on the show after the Great Give and talk more in detail about the Boys and Girls Club of New Haven.
We'd be delighted. And
Thank you.
Thank you. We couldn't do this without you and everybody else in the city of New Haven who has been just incredibly supportive. So thank you very, very
welcome.
much.
It is our pleasure.
Dale, thank you. Thanks for your lovely words.
Nice
You're
to see you, Dale.
welcome. Thank you. Let's give.
We'll
Yes,
see you
thank you.
later.
All
Take
right,
care. Have a
bye-bye.
great day, everybody. Great
You
give
too.
day.
Yes,
All right,
yes.
thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay. So Harry, that's got to be good motivation right there. Listen, they got a number right there, 1876. That's a good number you can give right there.
Yeah, you could give exactly that. And just to be clear, they could give all the way up till 8 p.m. today. It goes all the way to 8 p.m. So
I didn't realize that. Okay, good.
It's a little over 10 hours. So keep giving.
Keep giving.
Bye, Dale.
Bye.
So they could probably people can keep giving and hit. They probably will hit their goal then. I mean, they got off to a good start. I don't know who's raised more money than them these days. I don't even know, Harry.
I don't know.
That's
a good number.
That's a good number. That's a good number. So who are we talking to next? The Massaro Farm folks?
Massaro Farm. It says Catie Poole.
But we see Elena Bildner in the waiting room, which is fine. I love farm folks.
I'm guessing that's our next guest there.
Okay.
So
yes.
I'll let her in.
All right. Let's see what's happening, Harry. Welcome to the Great Give. Welcome to 103.5 WNHH. I'm Babs Rawls-Ivy. Good morning, Elena.
Good morning. Hi, how you doing?
Are you with Massaro Farm?
I am with Massaro Farm. Yes, nice to be here.
Yes, because we had another name. We had Catie Poole from Massaro Farm.
Yeah, Katie's our executive director. I'm Alana Bildner. I'm a board member of Massaro. I live in New Haven and have been a supporter of the farm for a while. So she generously agreed to let me do this, and I'm so excited to meet you. I'm a fan of yours.
Deputize you.
Deputize me, exactly.
All right, so tell me about the farm. How old is the farm? Because I'm on the board of Common Ground, which is an urban farm school.
Awesome.
So you know it.
I'm a big fan of Common Ground.
That's good to know. So give to them today if you have a moment. But tell me about Massaro Farm.
Yeah, so Massaro Farm is on land. It's right over the border in Woodbridge. It's on land that's been farmed since 1916 when the Massaros bought about 100 acres to build their own farm. But it's been a nonprofit community farm since about 2008. We are an organic.
I was going to say, I know you're known for your organic farming principles and all of that.
Exactly. We are organic. We are sustainable. We try every day to be more and more environmentally conscious and really, steward this land. Right now, we have about 42 acres. We farm about 10 of them. And our farmer Steve is our farmer. He kind of heads our staff and volunteers. But we're really a farm for the community. So
what do y'all grow over there?
We grow a lot right now. Well, first of all, let's start with vegetables. We grow tomatoes, we grow eggplants, we grow squash, we grow kale, we grow greens of all kinds. We also just got a large flock of chickens. They're gonna live in a converted RV that is solar powered. It's going to be there.
Listen, even chickens are like, we want in on this solar life too.
Yeah, exactly. So we can provide eggs. People are always asking for those, and we also do honey. We have a giant beekeeping operation, the farm, flowers. Yeah, we try to use the land as productively as we can and take care of it for the community. I should say though, besides farming, it's nice. I get to eat a lot of tomatoes, but we're also a food justice organization. We donate at least 10% of what we grow. That's about 6,000 pounds a year. Last year was almost 9,000 pounds of food to New Haven County.
And who do you donate to? To food banks and
exactly.
soup kitchens and.
Exactly. Yeah, we're lucky to partner with all kinds of food justice organizations in New Haven County and in the Valley, actually all over Connecticut, Connecticut Food Bank as well, but really most food pantries, most food, insecurity organizations and hunger relief organizations we partner with at this point. And so we're always trying to kind of expand the number of meals per year that we can.
So Elena, how does the farm work? Like, can I just drive up there and buy stuff? Like, how does it work?
You can definitely just drive up there.
I was just kidding. I didn't know you could do that, but all right.
Please. One of the things we do, we have a 1 acre, we have a 1 mile nature trail on the farm that's open to everybody 365 days a year. You can go wander around the wetlands and see the farm. You can't always just drive up and buy stuff. We do have a CSA that runs all summer and into the fall.
And explain to people what CSA is.
Absolutely. So, people who want to get their hands on vegetables grown, right here, right outside our homes, can sign up to support the farm. We basically pay a certain amount of money, and we prorate, and we also try to make it accessible to anybody who wants to join. And then you get a box of vegetables basically every week for 20 weeks. We have about 300 subscribers.
So you subscribe, you pay a fee, and then you get a ridiculous amount of fresh organic vegetables. I know because I've done it for Common Ground because we have a CSA too. I get the flour, I get oh Lord, and it got to be so much vegetables that I started sharing vegetables with my neighbors.
Yes.
Like, do y'all want some peppers?
Exactly.
Because you don't realize how far, for so little money, how much food you can get. It's amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, you're selling it. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. I've done it now, God, for since I moved to New Haven for 5 years, and that is my that's my food for the summer, and it makes you creative. You kind of have to use what you grow, and I love that all of this is grown within 10 miles of my house, right here on this land by a wonderful team of we employ a lot of local younger people over the summer. We have AmeriCorps volunteers. We really try to support people. We have all kinds of youth programs. I haven't talked about those during the summer. So a lot of people are growing that food. A lot of your neighbors and friends are helping to grow food right here.
So you all have a $15,000 goal for the Great Give, and you've raised about 9,000, which is amazing.
Yeah, and if you want to give, right now is a great time because we're trying to take advantage of a power hour, one of the prizes. So between 9 and 10, we're trying to get as many donations. Oh,
I didn't know it was I didn't know what the power hour was. Okay, so this is the power hour.
This is the time.
So give.
This is the time. Yes, please give, and really any amount is helpful. Not only do you support all the food that we grow and donate, but you also support all the educational programs we do on the farm. We do field trips for schools. We help schools build their own gardens. We help people come to the farm and learn all kinds of things through our beekeeping workshops, our farming workshops. And then we have kids programs that run even during COVID. Our amazing education director, Corey, had a bunch of kids, they're called explorers, kind of roaming around, learning what the land is like, learning how to farm, going through the wetlands and kind of seeing the animals and the plants and really getting in touch with nature outside our door. So that's what our motto is: keep farming, feed people, build community, and that's what donating supports. It supports all three of those things.
So now, why are you on this board? Tell me why you're on this board, and how long have you been on the board?
Been on the board for 5 years. I'm on the board because I think I ate some Massaro produce at Bistro Zinc one day, or I'm trying to remember, we sell to a lot of local restaurants too. And I just love the idea of using land, keeping farmland right here, so close to our homes, and then making it accessible to other people. So not just growing food for me and my family, but we can grow food for so many people across the Connecticut region right here, and try to progress environmentally sustainable farming practices, organic farming.
Because this is a big deal now. If the pandemic has taught us nothing, and I think everybody was already thinking about this and moving in that direction, that, you want to know where your food comes from.
Yep.
You just want to know, and the closer it is to you, the better off you are. We've learned this now. And so we are welcoming, and I'm starting to see more and more gardens and people in there starting in their yards, and even if you just grow tomatoes. I mean, when my kids were at Common Ground, we had a garden because they wanted a garden, and we grew beautiful eggplant.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's so nice to see the number of local farming organizations that have, sprouted around New Haven, right? We have Gather, we have Common Ground, we have us, we have all kinds of community gardening initiatives. We have a lot of food, restorative food justice projects. And so kudos to everybody. Yeah, absolutely. COVID taught us climate change is real. The environmental impact of what you eat is real. So if you want to eat local, awesome. And if you want to eat local and organic, even better. Here's a farm in your backyard that you can even go to and see, watch your vegetables grow before you eat them.
Right. So what will this money do for y'all? What are you going to do with this money? You hit your goal. What are you going to do with it?
So we're trying, our chickens are new, and we're trying to get them. We got a lot of chickens.
What's a lot, 20?
No, we're in the hundreds.
Oh my Lord.
We're in the hundreds. Yeah, and so we're trying to give them a nice home, really get that operation going. Again, we're putting them in this restored RV that's supposed to be solar powered, so minimal environmental impact, So this year, I think that's where our funding is going, and of course we'll sell the eggs, we'll give away, we'll be we'll reinvest in the community once we get that up and running. But the idea is to keep expanding the farm, keep doing more and more. We grow vegetables, we have honey, now we have eggs. We have goats, we don't eat them or anything, but you can visit them and they help mow our lawn and take care of.
Yes, they are good for that. Goats are good for that. Because I know we periodically we have animals on Common Ground, and the chickens, and it's amazing when little kids see chickens. They're just amazed by them.
Exactly. Chickens they're pretty entertaining. We got a few too many.
They are. Children love chicken. We've had, I think we had a couple of llamas and goats and all kinds of things. Kids just, because, if you're a city kid, you don't have opportunity to see that kind of thing. You just don't.
Exactly.
So to have a farm in the middle of a city and Massaro Farm is so close where, that's a nice little drive. Take your family. That's not you don't have to drive across the country to go see a farm. You can just drive up the road a little bit to Massaro.
Exactly.
And give them that experience.
I think we have about 1,000 students a year that come to the farm through different trips and projects with their schools, or with our, look up our education programs if you want something for kids to do this summer. We have all kinds of things going on. Again, even with COVID, we're doing it in a responsible way, but we really want people, we want kids to come see the farm, see what we have, a special growing garden that we have where you can go and kind of see how things are grown. It's actually accessible to people who are disabled or differently abled. We have raised beds, all kinds of things to really get people to understand where food comes from, kids to really get it. This is the dirt. This is
and
the seed,
when you see that, when you spend time on Massaro Farm, Elena, are you surprised at people who have never gone to a farm and what they notice and what they take away, and how excited
I mean, look, I don't know how many kids we've convinced to eat broccoli yet, but I think we do. It does have an impact, right? When kids go and adults go and really see what it looks like to grow the food. It's more exciting to eat a carrot when you have literally planted that seed or seen it grow from the ground, or can physically see the plant right there and touch it, smell it. Also, it tastes a lot better, honestly, for grocery stores. But when you're really eating from a farm, when you're really eating local, when your food's not hauled across the country or the world, and it's organic and it doesn't have, you know, chemicals and pesticides. It tastes, you can really see that.
You know the difference. I mean, you do. I mean, I don't know anybody who has not had that experience of, oh gosh, this is what fresh vegetables taste like. Yeah,
exactly.
So,
exactly.
You know. All right. So, do you have a talent for us? Because you know,
I was told I could sing. Oh God, I don't think you want to hear that, especially with my voice right now. But I can read you a wonderful poem about squash, which we grow a lot of.
Love squash poems.
Okay, we'll do it. We'll do a squash poem. We grow a lot of squash. We give a lot of squash away. Sometimes, you know, the squash gets a little out of control. And this is called Attack of the Squash People. It's by a great poet named Marge Piercy. Okay. And thus the people every year in the valley of humid July did sacrifice themselves to the long green ballot god and eat and eat and eat. They're coming, they're on us, the long striped boards, the silky babies, the hairy adolescents, the lumpy vast adults like the trunks of green elephants. Recite 50 zucchini recipes, zucchini tempura, cream soup, saute with olive oil, tomatoes, onion, frittata, casserole of lamb, baked topped with cheese, marinated, stuffed, sewed, driven through the heart like a stake. Get rid of old friends because they too have gardens and full trunks. Look for newcomers, befriend them in the post office, unload on them and run. Stop tourists in the street, take truckloads to Boston, give to your Red Cross, beg on the highway. Please take my zucchini. I have a crippled mother at home with heartburn. Sneak out before dawn to drop them in other people's gardens and baby buggies at church doors. Shot smuggling zucchini into mailboxes, a federal offense. With the suave reptilian glitter, you bask among your raspy friends, sudden and huge as alligators. You give and give too much, like summer days limp with heat, thunderstorms bursting with bags on our heads as we salt and freeze and pickle for the too little to come.
Oh.
Thanks, Marge Piercy. We do grow a lot of food, but we do give it away and feed people with it. We never waste it. Even our zucchini gets used. So we appreciate the abundance and we use it well.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. We wish you all the best for the great give. And you're at 9,600 now. So listen,
some people,
the power hour is working. People are responding to the power hour. Thank you so much, Massaro Community Farm. They want to raise this money so they can give their chickens a solar-powered RV home.
You can see a picture of it on our Great Give website if you don't believe it.
Yes, I see it. Look, it's right there. And so let's everybody continue. The power hour is not up yet. You got 5 more minutes. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Director Catie Poole, we said hello. And we look forward to more good things.
Oh, thank you. And thanks for highlighting all these organizations. It's really great of you.
We love it. It's our New Haven is great. Great because of the organizations that sustain it. So it's our part. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Good luck. Good luck, really.
Come visit the farm anytime.
I will. I love a good farm. Let me tell you, I do. So thank you. All right. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right, Harry. Road trip to the farm. Fresh vegetables.
It sounds pretty good. I mean, I'm thinking about that subscription.
Harry, it's a lot of vegetables.
I know for the summer, maybe I'll do that.
You know what you'll do? You give some to your mother and your mother-in-law, and to your son and your daughter and son-in-law. You're gonna have a lot of vegetables.
Yeah. I'm probably one of the people in my family that loves vegetables. But
well, then this will be good for you.
Yeah. Let's do our pitch. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Listen, we didn't have a goal, but so far we've raised $1,600. Online journalism project, New Haven Independent. So listen, if you are a real fan and stickler for good damn journalism, this is where you want to put your money. Put your money right here on online journalism project. Power hour. You got 5 minutes. Add to it. $25, $50, $120, $250, $500. Give.
That's right. And the online journalism project includes New Haven Independent, Valley Independent, Sentinel, and WNHH Radio.
That's right. Home of us. Home of the Love Babs Love Talk Show. Right. Woo! This has been good, Harry. All right. So who are we talking to next? Oh, the Columbus House.
Columbus House. If they get in. So the farm stuff, it really interests me because I love vegetables. But the thing is that Karen doesn't even, I think the only vegetable she likes a little is spinach and
You eat a salad?
spinach and onions. Yeah, she'll eat lettuce. She doesn't like tomatoes. It's so weird. For me, I love all vegetables.
I like everything except beets. I do not like beets, Harry.
See, beets in a salad is pretty good.
Oh, I can't stand it. It's like dirt. Beets taste like dirt to me. It's like putting dirt on a salad. And I know all the beet people are gonna come and peddle me to death, but I just don't like. And I've had the golden beets, Harry. I've had them all kinds of ways, and I do not like them. I do not like them. I do not like them on a boat.
I do like them, but they have to be, I can't just eat beets. It has to be added to something.
Although when you add them to a smoothie, they make your smoothie red, and so it gives you a beautiful color.
So I don't like it, but I see somebody add beets to their potato salad.
Ew! Oh my God!
And I
if
was
somebody
like,
bring me beets in a potato salad, I'm just gonna smack them to the ground.
Yeah, I'm like pink. It was pink potato salad.
Ew! That's like vomit.
Yeah, I was like, nah.
That's all I would see. I was like, ew, that's like vomit.
Well, the thing is,
I'm sorry,
I tasted it. It tasted actually good, but it wasn't
like dirt.
No, it's not that. Well, you see, I don't like onions.
Oh, I love onions. Onions,
I mean,
scallions, I love them. Wild onions, I love them.
I could eat them sauteed, but raw onions.
Oh no, I had raw onions on my hot dog the other day.
Good. Can't do it.
No.
Can't do it for some reason.
I like every vegetable except beets.
Except beets. No, beets are good.
I don't like beets, Harry. Oh God, I never liked beets. And I've been trying, and I always try. I'm done trying because it just tastes like dirt to me. So,
your problem is that you have beets PTSD. They probably forced you to eat it when you were a child and you can't get over it.
No one ever forced me. No, I never was forced to eat. Now grits is another thing. My mother was like, "You have to eat these." And I was like, "Oh, I can't stand grits." And to this day, I don't like them. I know, revoke my black card, but
that's it.
I don't like grits. But I'll eat every other vegetable here. I'll eat spinach. I'll eat Brussels sprouts. I love Brussels sprouts. Little cabbages. That's what I call them.
Well,
they're like little cabbages.
Well, they're okay. They're not that great either. They have to be cooked right. One thing that I used to hate when I was a child was beans. And I remember going to a one of my mother's friends' homes, and I sat at the table, and the lady told me, "You're gonna eat everything that's on that plate because it's an insult when somebody gives you food for you not to eat it." And I took that serious. I was like, oh my God, I don't want to insult this lady. So I ate the beans and I couldn't stop eating them after that. It was just like so delicious. But, and I tell Karen that all the time. I'm like, listen, you just got to try stuff. You'll be surprised. Like broccoli. When I first tasted broccoli, it was like eating cotton candy to me. I love broccoli. Broccoli is like one of the most delicious vegetables.
I do like broccoli, Harry. I love broccoli. You know what I do? I cook broccoli with my vegan mac and cheese. Love it like that. Like I make my vegan mac and cheese, and then I put broccoli on top of it. I love it.
And
I
carrots
can eat broccoli
too.
with anything.
Carrots don't.
I like carrot. I don't love carrot. I love carrots, but they're not my. Like if they're on the menu somewhere, I wouldn't just pick them if there was other stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
well, carrots don't feel healthy to me because they're so delicious. They're sweet. They're just so delicious. I feel like I'm cheating somehow when I'm eating carrots. Babs, you just Jeffrey Tubin.
Oh, I know. You know why? I'm on my laptop. I'm gonna switch over to my desktop. I think I can get my desktop now. Let me get in.
I'm just making you aware. You Jeffrey Tubin us. I don't want you pointing us to your lap and not knowing what you're doing.
This is, you know what? Radio should not be televised. Radio should not be televised, Harry. I think this is what Gil Scott Heron meant. Like, it should not be televised.
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do is my battery is running low on my laptop. I'm gonna switch over to my desktop. Our next guests aren't here yet, right? So
nope.
So I got time to play around with this on.
So you know what? We'll I mean, I'm on all day. So what we'll do is we'll take a quick break while our guest enters the room.
Yeah, I'll come in for me to come in on the other side.
Yep, you're listening to The Great Give on WNHH LP 103.5 FM, your home for community radio. Here we go.
music is so soothing, Harry. I was like, any minute now, I'm gonna be snoring. Like, it is rainy and dreary out. I was like, oh my God, this music is lulling me.
It is. It is. It's like some really good bedtime music.
Oh my God. And I listen to bedtime music. Like, I listen to the binaural beats. You know, my daughter turned me on to it because, you know, I have a real sleeping challenge. And all right, I'm gonna turn my camera off so I can turn my computer around so I can plug in so you don't see my whatever you see, whatever you might see when I turn my computer around. I can put my earbuds in, but I think you hear me better like this.
It's better. Yeah, it's better to actually turn off your camera than to point us at your lap.
I know. It's like, what is going on? What is she doing? And I didn't, you know, I'm not realizing, Harry. I'm like, I'm trying to move the laptop and the desktop, and I'm thinking, oh Lord. Well, at least I had pants on, Harry. Like, it could be a bad scene if I didn't. But you know, the only reason I had pants on, Harry, is because I went to physical therapy this morning at 7:30, so I'm fully dressed. So what's the great give number up to? Can we put up the big tote board? I feel like this is a telethon. I feel like Lou Rawls. I feel like Lou Rawls instead of Babs Rawls Ivy. I was like, what's the number on the tote board? Because you know, Lou Rawls, the UNCF United Negro College Fund telethon for years and years and years. That's how I met him, because I was a UNCF queen. So we all had to do the UNCF telethon. So anyway, you got 9 hours and 49 minutes and 31 seconds left. The great give. Woo, $2.259 million. People, this is a giving community, I must say.
Hey, and I just realized that we have to actually remind people that, you know what, I was just gonna put up the online journalism project page.
Yes. Did anybody else give since we?
Yes, they gave when we mentioned it.
Yay!
Let me pull it up once more, because
come on now, give.
I changed it because I was actually donating.
Because you know Paul is not gonna hawk it. Paul's like, I don't like asking people for money. I'm like, Paul, what?
There you go.
Listen, we're almost at $2,000.
Yeah, we went up.
You know, if we put a little more effort into this, Paul, we could really hit some numbers. But Paul won't do it. Like, Paul, next year we're gonna push. Next year, Paul, we need all kinds of stuff. We want print materials. We need a new look for the radio station. We're gonna do all of that. We're gonna make a big push. That's all. We're gonna make a big push.
And actually, our guest is here.
Yay, Margaret Middleton.
And I'm wondering if every time we show the online journalism, whether you should actually recite a poem or something or sing.
I'll do it. You know me, Harry.
I know. Let me check if
Oklahoma when the sun comes over the hills.
I know.
Just saying.
Okay, who's our next guest?
Margaret Middleton from the Columbus House.
And
who's coming?
Also, Artspace entered the room also.
Okay, Artspace. Lisa Dent is too early, so she'll have to wait. Send her a message, Harry. Like, Lisa, you're not on until 10:20. So get Artspace to get the Columbus House people in, because they're a little late.
Yeah.
They're about 12 minutes late. So. Hey, Margaret Middleton. Unmute yourself.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi, from the Columbus House. I don't think I've ever met you.
But I am
really
excited to meet you.
I'm good friends with Allison Cunningham, who is your predecessor, who is iconic in this city for running the Columbus House. So tell me about the Columbus House. What's new with y'all?
So really happy to be here today, Babs, and thanks so much for the time, and really grateful for what you guys do around the Great Give. Columbus House has had a heck of a year, Babs. Like just
I can about imagine.
Yeah. So, you know, for a lot of folks, this year meant sort of like retreating back inside and being at home and being, you know, on Zoom calls like you and I are right now from safe places. And for our clients who are experiencing homelessness, they didn't have that opportunity. And so when it became dangerous for people to be in congregate places, homelessness was really understood as the public health crisis it's always been. So I'm incredibly proud, not just of Columbus House, but of the entire sort of network of agencies and state providers that serve the homeless. We managed to get everybody out of congregate shelters and into hotels where they've stayed up until this day. And the really amazing thing, Babs, that I'm so proud of is that Columbus House has helped 500 people, over 500 people at this point, move into permanent housing.
Really?
I know. Doesn't that feel great? Like, isn't that a ray of sunshine?
Yes, because you know why? Because people think homelessness is just the state that people are in and that we can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I really appreciate that you say that, because I'm on kind of a personal mission to really chip away at the idea that people are homeless because they have mental health issues, because they have a substance. People are homeless because we don't have enough affordable housing for everybody.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and the people who are least able to sort of compete or, you know, fend for themselves are going to be the people who have no place to sleep. And so the great news is homelessness is really solvable, and we're really actively doing that. And so I hope people will sign up to support Columbus House during the Great Give. We are really blessed to have a lot of support in our community, and really generations of people who have come in and done meal service with our clients and volunteered in other ways. So Columbus House really only exists, as you know, you're familiar with the organization, only exists because of the good and support of our community.
Oh, I am well aware. A few years ago, I led my sorority in connection with another sorority. I'm a member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority, and I partnered with my sister sorority, Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, and we selected personal hygiene products, because I read a story that personal hygiene products are very difficult for homeless women. I had no idea. I don't know what I thought happened to homeless women when it's that time of the month for them, but that was problem, and it just bothered me so much that I was like, this is what we could do. We could spend some time, gather up this. I think it was called the Live with Dignity campaign, and we delivered a whole lot of personal hygiene products for the Columbus House, because I just didn't. These are things that you don't think about in your everyday practical lives about what is necessary.
Absolutely. And, you know, I'm so grateful for that. I'm so grateful for that story. And it also highlights to me one of the love about the mission of Columbus House, which is that what we're trying to do is so elemental. It's so essential. It's something that all of us understand as being part of our duty to our fellow humans, you know, to help them in this very basic way. I mean, I have a 5-year-old, and she's fully on board with, you know, with the mission of Columbus House. I recently met with the students at the Cold Spring School, and they similarly are bothered by the idea that there are people who sleep outside, and why can't we give them a home? And I'm entirely with that. This is a mission so straightforward, so essential, so impactful that small children in Columbus House.
Wow. So did y'all have a set goal for what you wanted to raise today? Or are you just like, whatever we raise, we're good?
My development director is, if he's watching this, is now going to kill me, because the answer, I don't know. I don't think so. I do.
Well, you raised $12,486 so far.
Well, that's so fantastic. That's really thrilling. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question. You've thrown me. I don't know if we have.
That's all right. You know why? Because you don't have a goal. Because some of the pages, they have goals like, I don't know, we want to raise $15,000, and then it'll tell you, well, we raised, you know, 8 so far. But because y'all don't have a thing there, I don't know either. So I'm just like, this is what you raised so far.
Next year we'll have our thermometer.
Yes.
And I love the last couple of days, and I love the Great Give, because I love the energy that you and the Community Foundation and all bring to focusing on the nonprofits in our community. And I'm super grateful to be able to serve our audience.
So how long have you been over there, Margaret?
I started like officially full-time in June of last year.
Okay, so you came on just before the pandemic.
Yeah, everyone was moved. It was just, everybody was moved into the hotel, but yeah, it was quite a crazy moment. And I have to tell you, like, there's a way in which that was a blessing for me, because as you know, Allison, like, to step into a job that Allison held, it was very helpful for me to say, like, well, how do we normally do it? For them to say, what are you talking about? We don't normally do any of this. So I really could like jump in. I could really jump in and like roll my sleeves up and be helpful, which felt great.
That's good.
Yeah, and it's a return for me to New Haven, which is a place I absolutely consider very, very.
And I'm so glad that you started out with this, you know, tearing down the myths about what homelessness is and who is homeless, because I think that's a huge part of the problem. And it paralyzes people, because then it puts people in a place where they don't think they can help. But I'm here to tell you, today is a great give. And so what are some of the things that y'all do over there at the Columbus house? Like what's the mission and what you do over there?
So the soup to nuts, and I appreciate that point about sort of, we all know people with serious mental illness, and we all know people with substance abuse problems. And most of the people we know who fit into those categories are very happily housed. They're living in houses, they are your next door neighbor. So the idea that sort of that's a different group of people who have problems that are so intractable we can't possibly solve them is just not true. People are people. That's something that we try to foster those connections at Columbus House. So what we do and what people who give during the Great Give to Columbus House would be supporting is really the full array of services it takes to identify people who are homeless and help them with very basic needs, you know, staying warm nights, making sure they have things like toiletry, personal hygiene, sort of like basic emergency sheltering of people. But our main focus really is getting people who are experiencing homelessness into permanent housing. And that doesn't just take the money that it requires, you know, to help people, you know, make that first month's rent or the subsidy that then they need to maintain that apartment. It also takes help identifying the apartment, talking to the landlord, there's a security deposit, and also helping people work through the challenges that they have to successfully maintaining housing. And then we provide and support a lot of people, over 300 people who are in permanent supportive housing. And those are for folks who have experienced homelessness, they're in housing, and in order to maintain that housing, we maintain a relationship with them. Caseworkers stay in touch with them and help them with whatever kind of struggles come up on the day-to-day, so that those challenges don't become the next episode of homelessness. We can really keep people that we've worked hard to help achieve this level of housing stability, we can keep them.
Thank you. All right, so the most important part of this conversation, you come with the talent.
Well, so I didn't come with the talent because Paul framed it to me as a poem or a song, but I did bring.
Yeah, well, that's a talent. You listen.
Listen, I tried so hard.
I'm treating this like a pageant.
I was like, there's 150 people who work here. Who can sing? Who's joining me on this? You'll notice I'm here alone. And I said to them, I'm like, you don't want me to sing. So what I brought you is this. This is like an oldie but a goodie. It's called As I Sat on the, and it's stories, poems, reflections collected by people experiencing homelessness. And it was published a long time ago, but it's so beautiful. So if it's okay, I would just read it.
Yes. This is part of your. So this is part of your give.
Well, here I am. Do I have a talent? Or no? I'll have to think. So this is a piece from Alice, and it's quite short, so don't worry. And it's a series of questions and answers. So it says, what is home? And she answered, it's the place where my eye can move without searching to something I love seeing. A tree outside the window, a book, an object that reminds me of a friend, a picture of one of my children. I'll keep going rather than reflecting about what I love about it. What is neighborhood? My neighborhood is where I never go for a walk without meeting someone I know, where the houses themselves seem full of history and feeling. What is community? I feel part of a community when we seem to understand one another without explanation. I belong to a community of writers who live in many places, as well as to a community here of those who care about New Haven. What is citizenship? Citizenship is the feeling that I have responsibilities to people I've never seen. And I love that last one. I think that really encapsulates so much of what we're trying to accomplish at Columbus House, which is that we embrace the humanity in all of us, and we want to serve that humanity and help everyone achieve, their highest in life.
Well, thank you so much for being with us, Margaret.
Super grateful for your time.
Oh, no, we're super grateful for you. And we support Columbus House, working to end homelessness. Thank you so much for being with us. Good luck.
Thank you.
And may your donors grow in numbers and those dollar amounts get bigger. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
All right. Have a good day. Thank you.
You too.
Okay, Harry, we are cooking with gas. Let's keep this soul train moving. And who's up? Lisa Dent. Lisa Dent from Artspace. That's very nice to see her. Hello, Lisa Dent. So she's might be like waiting patiently. Just stepped away from her.
No, I'm sorry. I'm right here.
Oh, no, that's all right. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
How are you?
Hanging in there.
Nice to see you.
You too.
I saw the picture of you hugging your mother. It was like the most amazing thing. Like I could feel the depth of that.
Yes, it really
just meant so much, and it meant so much to so many people. Like it captured the moment, just what everybody is feeling. Like if I could just put my arms around a loved one,
Yeah, I have to say I was kind of shocked by the response. It was just a knee jerk to post it, but it really did encapsulate, what I wanted for this year. So
yes. So how are you doing? How's the pandemic treating you?
It's still going. I've been surprised how I'm continue to be affected by it. I wanted to meet with someone last week and they came down with COVID. So we weren't able to do it. I think that people are really interested in hearing about what we're going to be doing through the year. And, unfortunately, this pandemic is still with us. I think that we need to keep each other safe and keep thinking about ways that we can do that for a little longer.
Yes, because you are new to being the executive director of Artspace. How long? It's not been quite. Has it been a year?
Yeah, my 1-year anniversary was April 1st.
Okay, so you came right in the middle of right at the very tip top of the pin.
Yeah, and people have been wonderful. It has actually been, a great year to remind everybody sort of what's important. And I think that we're all kind of looking for ways to connect with people, which is why I felt like our Love Notes fundraiser
I saw it. I'm so sorry I couldn't get over there.
Oh, no. Yeah, it's okay. And we've still got some work available online.
I know. I went to the website. I was like pouring over. I was like, woo.
Some of them are just precious. And, I think a lot of people wanted to give a love note to somebody. So that was exactly what we were hoping. We also had artists who were, putting into an image something or someone that really meant a lot for
So tell me about Artspace. Tell me about Artspace, and then tell me what your Great Give goal is for these couple of days.
Our Great Give goal is actually to build audience. I know that we are talking about funding, and we really would love to see something like $25,000 raised. And as you can see, we're close to 10 already, which is fantastic. And considering, Artspace has always had our annual fundraiser in April. So the Great Give has sometimes been a challenge to promote and put out there. So this year we are actually working with a communications fellow that we received from the African American Alliance of Museums, a young woman named Vanessa Moore, who really helped us put the word out and work on thinking about the Great Give from an audience perspective. And she kind of culled through our archive and images, and it was fun to see it through someone else's eyes and think about what are the things that we want to promote. So on Twitter, if you follow us on Twitter, we've been posting 36 things about Artspace over 36 hours that we have been excited about and have been doing. and reminding everybody that we're here for our audiences. We want you to see all of the great work that is created in New Haven.
I tell you, I will say this, if there's some good things out of this pandemic, we've learned that we all need and desire and want a healthy artistic community.
Yeah, this is what I mean about being supported. I really feel like people came out in all different ways to say, we want Artspace to continue. We want Artspace to be here for New Haven, and how can we help you? And so I've just been sort of overwhelmed with the support. And we've had challenging times. We've, had to make some hard decisions about staff and the schedule. We moved exhibitions around a little bit, but was thrilled to be able to find the Du Bois data portraits again and think about bringing those to the community. I think looking at someone like W.B. Du Bois, who was aware of our social constructs and how society looks at all of that data, but to do it in such an artistic, forward-thinking way. The data is interesting, but the drawings themselves are so in line with some of the most experimental artwork that was happening at the time that he was obviously looking at.
Wow.
So I hope people can come through and still see them. It'll be open until the end of June 26th.
So they're up now?
They are. Yes.
Oh, I have to get over there. So you actually have actual gallery hours. Like
we
people
do.
Can still come and see art up on the walls and in the space.
Correct. We are open Wednesday through Saturday, 12 to 6. We ask all visitors to wear a mask. We have separated our exhibitions and created a lot of space between the drawings so that we can have people social distancing as they're looking. We also have a podcast called Outlines of Color, beautiful podcast that we worked on in collaboration with the Narrative Project here in New Haven.
I love the Narrative Project.
It was produced by Aaron Johnson. Yeah, Mercy and Aaron Johnson was the producer on this one. And it gives the history, the background of the 1900 Paris Exposition that Du Bois went to, deciding that he was going to tell the world about the complexity of Blackness that he knew was there. So he doesn't just tell you about what slavery did. He talks about in this data how Black people in Georgia were thriving and the kinds of things that they were doing in order to really fight against some of the very racist and patriarchal information that was being given in Europe at the time.
Okay, so how are you settling into New Haven? How you doing?
Oh, I love it. I have a great little house. I know
about your little house. I've seen pictures and we've talked about it a little bit.
Yeah, people mentioned, you haven't seen New Haven the way it normally is. And the thing is, I don't know any different. So I'm having a good time. I'm still, I got a used bike recently, been biking around. I'm so happy that there's hiking and water, the ocean nearby.
Yes.
So and then gardening in my backyard is my new pastime.
So. Oh, everybody is, I just had the farm people on, the Massaro farm people. And everybody is gardening to their little heart's content. And if I will tell you this, if you follow Common Ground High School environmental, they do these seedling, you could buy seeds and they do these gardening pop-ups. So just FYI in the back of your mind.
That's great to know.
All right, so Artspace is alive and well. You're raising money. Why should people give to Artspace?
Because it's important to support the people in our community who talk with their hands, who, share what they think through artistic medium. It allows us to, process some of these really complex feelings and ideas and things happening around the world. And I just think artists are brilliant and brave for putting their ideas out into the community in the way that they do, for all to see. And I think that you learn something every time you're going to come into Artspace now about our world, and as well as enjoy yourself. And really, that's what I want out of Artspace.
So did you bring a poem or a song or you did? Oh,
I do. It's a quote. It's a quote that means quite a lot to me that I wanted to take a moment to read out loud, if I may.
Absolutely.
Okay. This is from Toni Morrison that she wrote in 1988. It says, "And shouldn't I also touch upon goodness, ethical choices? I ought to, since goodness is not only better and good for you, but it is also more interesting, more complicated, more demanding, less predictable, more adventuresome than its opposite. Evil really is boring, sensational perhaps, but not interesting. A low-level activity that needs masses or singularity or screams or screeching headlines to even get attention for itself, while goodness needs nothing."
Wow. I tell you, she really was the queen.
Queen. Genius.
I mean, queen. Just thank you for sharing that. I did not know that quote. So I'm gonna go looking for it. I'm gonna look for it, and then I'm gonna get out and frame it up. Beautiful. So listen, you're up to 8,136. So people are watching you talk about Artspace. That's a beautiful thing. So thank you, Lisa Dent. It is so lovely to see you. We must get together off the nets and catch up and drink tequila and talk and laugh and just, have some time together.
Love it. Love it. All right.
Thank you so much. And good luck to Artspace. And I'm going to come over there and see all the new art. I am coming.
Thank you. Take care.
You. All right. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
All right. Yay. I love my arts community. I love this. We have such a great arts community in this town. I don't care what anybody says, Harry. We have a great arts community. And a sister is heading up Artspace. I must say that. And then, there's a sister over at the Yale British Museum heading that up too. Saying.
Oh, you have a lot of siblings.
Oh, don't start that mess, Harry. All Black people ain't related, although all Black people are related. So I think I know Brandon Warner. I've had him on. I think he was on our show, Harry, months ago. The children's community programs. They work on adoption kind of stuff, which is near and dear to my heart as a mother who has adopted 4 children. Birthing is overrated.
I'm having an issue right now trying.
Oh, you want to give?
Yeah, I'm trying not to go over my budget.
Over your budget. Well, Harry, you can get a small amount goes a long way, so it doesn't always have to be a big amount of money. No.
I know. Really trying to.
I know. That's why I'm doing mine. When I get off air, Harry, and I'm gonna sit and and go through the ones that I'm gonna go through, because I can't do it well. I can't, the ones that I'm watching. Like I had ones that I was getting to, but the last 2 days, Harry, I'm like you, Harry. I've added to it. And I was like, damn it! Now I got to give to them.
Yeah. Yeah, I really have to stop listening to the pitches.
Although Artspace was not on my radar, Harry. Just real talk, truth, walking truth. It wasn't on my radar, but now it's on my radar, Harry. Because what? Come on.
No, but everybody give as much as you can.
Yeah. That's that. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. All right. So do we want to? Because we can make up some time if we bring on Brandon Warner. Good. To catch up, because it's 10:37. He's on at 10:40. So.
And you're listening to The Great Give on WNHH LP 103.5 FM, your home.
Hey. Hey, Brandon. You know who this is, right, Brandon? You just muted yourself. Hi.
Good morning.
I was telling Harry, I was like, he was on our show before. You and your whole team were on.
Yep. How are you?
I'm good. How are children's community programs.
Yes, I'm doing well.
All right, so now why are y'all in the Great Give?
Well, we're looking for donations to help us out with our programs that we offer here at CCP. Also, one of the biggest things we're doing is the first $2,500 that we get in donations. We have a partnership with Read to Grow for a book that one of our staff members wrote titled "Hello Sometimes." So that's going to help us distribute that book to some of the youth around. So we're in it for a lot of reasons, good reasons.
Okay. All right. So what's your monetary goal? What are y'all trying to raise? Harry's gonna pull up on your tote board.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I know Franco Camacho. Franco Camacho's children's community programs in Connecticut. I see you.
Yeah, he's one of our mentors. Great guy. Great guy.
I love him. He has the best hair in Connecticut world. So
yeah, he's a strong mentor. He helps out a lot of our youth, helping with jobs. He's a great role model, great guy.
He is a great guy. So you've already reached 2,500. So you've met your match.
Well, we met our match for the book. Our first 2,500 is for the book, as I mentioned. But there's really no goal. We just want to be able to help out with the book and also be able to expand and some of the programs that we offer. Let me
see what. So this is what. Let me tell y'all what. If y'all donate $40, 10 copies of the book "Hello Sometimes" are distributed free of charge. Correct. If you give $100, 2 months of diapers for a newborn throughout our family checkup program. Mm-hmm. Diapers are hella expensive. I've had babies. I know. Jobs, $300, 2 weeks of job training for a young adult through our YTS program. See, this is what I love, because then people see, if I give $40, this is what it does.
They see where it goes. Exactly.
Yeah.
They see where
I love that. All right, so talk about some of the programs y'all got over there. Although I know you were on the show and we had a bigger conversation about what y'all do. But for these 5-10 minutes, what do y'all do over there?
Yeah, well, first of all, again, it's an honor to be on this with you. And yeah, you're awesome, Babs. The platform you gave us before, we really appreciate it. And we also want to say thank you to the Great Give. We appreciate them by allowing us to be part of this. It really means a lot to us. As I told you before, we're in our new building. So
yes, around the corner from where my other office is.
Yeah. So we're going to be having an open house soon. But, as I mentioned before, some of the programs we have are our kinship program. We have the therapeutic foster care program. We have the special education school pathways that we have. We have the parent education and home visiting. We have the educational support for some of the youth that are involved in the court system. So we have a lot of programs. We're continuing to expand. We provide services all around the state, just not the New Haven area. So those donations are not just going to help us with the book, but they're going to help us be able to expand some of our programs. Like you mentioned, the gentleman that he's part of our mentoring program. So we have that. So all of that will help us be able to expand the programs that we're offering here.
Okay, so why do you do this work? Like what brings you to this work and to this organization, you personally?
Me personally is to want to make a change for the youth and for families that are in the area. I come from a social work kind of driven family. Both of my parents were kind of in the social work field, so I guess it's embedded in me. I was born to do it, but I get the satisfaction of being able to give back, finding foster parents, finding mentors, being part of programs that can help kids and still give them a chance, and families to still give them a chance to be successful, and just being able to support families through networking with people and introducing resources that they probably didn't know were there. So just being able to give back. This is just the way that I like to do it.
And this organization does just that, or allows you to do that.
It does. Okay. We've been around since 1999. Like I said, we were on Blake Street. Now, we've been blessed with this new building, and we're bigger, and we're trying to just help more people. So we're in a great position.
So how have y'all fared through the pandemic? Because a lot of organizations had to pivot and partially open, partially closed. I mean, it just was a lot. So how have y'all weathered, come through, survived, thrived?
We became experts of platforms like this, Zoom. We're now, Yeah, we're now experts in Zoom. So no, but during the pandemic, we realized that we still had to find ways to support our families and children. I mean, we were supporting them before, but with the pandemic, just imagine how those needs increased. You know,
Yes.
so we made ourselves, our CEO made us come up with different ways to still be you know, supportive to our families, supportive to our staff, supportive to the children. So we used Zoom, we used our phones for FaceTime, we were making calls. We just tried to do our best of still running our building as if the doors were still open.
So the big question, do you have a poem or a song or what do you got? What do you got?
Yeah, I knew you was behind that, Babs. I knew that.
No, actually, I know people want to believe it's me, but it's really Paul Bass.
Yeah, no, it's Paul. So I thought about it and I wanted it to be genuine. So, you know, I wanted to use some of the lyrics from "Wake Up Everybody" from Harold Melvin and the Blue Note.
Listen, are you even old enough to know that?
Yeah, listen, I listen to, you know, I dib and dab in some music before. I do. That's good music. That's good music.
I know it, but you know, I'm old.
Well, I'm not gonna sing it, but I will give you some. I will give you the lyrics if you want to hear them.
Yes, that's it. This is you take the stage.
Okay. So, you know, wake up everybody. No more sleeping in bed. No more backward thinking. Time for thinking ahead. The world has changed so very much from what it used to be. There's so much hatred, war, and poverty. Wake up all the teachers. Time to teach a new way. Maybe then they'll listen to what you have to say, because they're the ones who's coming up and the world is in their hands. When you teach the children, teach them the very best you can. The world won't get no better if we just let it be. The world won't get no better. We got to change it. Yeah, just you and me. You and me, Babs. You and me. All right. So that's, I mean, when you asked me to come up with something, I want to be genuine. And that's, I mean, that really represents what we want to do here at CCP. Teachers aren't just teachers in school. We feel like when we see these kids and we have them through mentoring, foster care, schools, we're those teachers in that time of their lives. So we want to do everything that we can to help them make this world better as well.
All right. So you've gotten some more money just by you talking. Got a little bit more money in your coffers.
That's awesome.
I love that. All right. So I am so glad to see you. I'm so glad that y'all are doing well. Children's community programs are making their way in the world. And thank you for coming on.
Yeah, I don't want to let him go without asking him something myself, because look, I love to see young Black men of color,
right,
who are the face of organizations, because let me tell you, the impact that just your face has on other young people it's just something you can't calculate. Right?
That's right, Harry. I was thinking the same thing, Harry.
Yeah, and I love it. And his energy and everything. I want to know, what was the catalyst for you? What was it in your life that made you go in this direction?
I mean, as I said, I just, you know, seeing my parents, my dad, my mom, just raising my brother and I to give back, finding a way where you can contribute something to this world while you're here, doing the best you can, and not just being humble, not just thinking about yourself all the time, but how can you go out and help others? What could you do to help others? Because in actuality, it'll come back to you. But what could you do to help somebody else? And that's just what I've been doing. That's what I pride myself on. That's the mojo I try to spew off of me when I talk to people, is just, how can we work together to help somebody else out? How can we help this kid who's our family, who needs it? Not just helping myself. That's all, man. I just, want to give back. But Harry, that means a lot coming from you. I appreciate that.
I appreciate you, but let me just say this, because I'm going over my giving budget to give to your organization, and I'm gonna put it up again so people go out and give.
Harry is quite moved, Brandon. I'm
No,
telling you.
I appreciate that. That means a lot.
Harry is quite moved.
So go give. This is a good place to give, to invest your money in the future. The people who are the ones who are carrying you forward in the future.
That's right. I mean, the world won't get no better. Just let it be.
That's right. And it has to be your parents that have given you that good foundation, and also the foundation of music, because you are too young to know that music. But I'm glad you do know it and pass that on too. Good music.
Well, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Brandon. I so appreciate you.
Yeah, here at CCP, we're huge fans of you guys. You guys have always given us the best opportunities. You know, I want to say a special thanks to Mr. Paul Bass as well. I appreciate him allowing us to do this. And, you know, you guys continue to do what you're doing. Little do you know that you're inspiring people like me to come on and do the things that we do and highlight what we do, not just for me, but to highlight what I do so somebody else could kind of do it in their own little setting or environment as well. So we appreciate you guys as well.
Well, thank you. And good luck to the children's community programs. And I'm with Harry. If you want to invest in the future, the children's community programs is where you do it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Enjoy the day, and I hope to see you around. I can't wait for the open house.
You will. Take care, guys.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Lacey, here you go.
I know, Harry.
I gotta.
Harry done bust his philanthropic budget wide open. This is another person I've been wanting to talk to. He's new in town. He's the new executive director over there at the Shubert, Harry, and he's a brother too, and I think he's of Caribbean. And I've been wanting to talk to him for a minute since he's gotten here. So we've been on each other's radar. So I'm looking forward to having him. So all right, bring him.
Here we go. So everybody go out and give. I know I'm being touched by everybody who comes on.
Give and give greatly. Well, yes. Hello, Mr. McDonald. Unmute yourself. You're muted. You have to unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Hey, Mr. McDonald. You know, I've been waiting to talk to you since I heard that you got the big chair over there at the Shubert.
Believe me, I've been trying to catch you. And right now, dare I say, I'm hearing myself twice somehow. Oh, you know why? Because I've been listening to you the entire time beforehand.
Okay.
Let me close that link out there. There we go.
Okay.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
It is a joy to meet you.
I called you now. Okay. So I know you've been trying to get me. I called you, left you a voicemail.
Yes, you did.
Just so you know, I have not been avoiding you. I've been waiting.
No, you have not. And my good friend Ife gave me your phone number. So I listen. We're gonna connect as soon as we get off this thing. So welcome to the Great Give.
Thank you for welcoming me. It's honestly an honor to be given the opportunity to just lead this organization and also be a part of this day. It's a really cool thing that we. It's amazing.
So what does the Shubert goal look like? What kind of money y'all trying to raise over there?
Well, I don't know if we had a goal as much as we wanted to beat last year's number. And for me, it's just trying to make sure that we get, I think, if anything, it's about the number of people that's out there supporting us and actively willing and wanting to show that they support the Shubert. And in turn, it makes me feel good that means they're supporting me then in this new vision, in this new direction that we're going to be heading into.
I'm looking forward to having a bigger conversation with you about the Shubert. But tell me what drew you to the Shubert? Because the Shubert has a storied history. I mean, it's in several movies, like from back in the day, lots of movies.
I would love to get into a new movie today, just so we can make sure that we, remind folks of just how amazing this place is. But what drew me to the Shubert was, the community itself.
Because you're a New Yorker. You are a New Yorker.
Well, I'm technically originally from New Jersey. You
Okay.
know, so I'm a Jersey boy first, but I
Okay.
have,
New York light.
you know, so I can't say I don't rep New York either now because, you know, they've given me a whole lot over the past decade. But you know, what drew me to New Haven and to Shubert was honestly the community, you know, and what I feel is very much an untapped opportunity that Shubert has not fully embraced and or tried to really achieve. And you know, once again, when you're in a multicultural city like New Haven, you got to be giving a little bit of something to everybody, because at the end of the day, everybody will support you if they know that your heart is in the right place, that you're purposely trying to make sure that they feel welcomed by the programming that you present, and then also the way you make them feel when they're in your house. And so for me, it was opportunity. It was opportunity for me to finally have that moment to really shape and mold a theater like this really for the future, and to make sure that everyone in my community then hopefully sees what we're doing, realizes it, and then hopefully embraces us as much as we want to embrace everybody now.
Mhm. And so, what do you want people? What do you want people to know about giving to the Shubert through the Great Give? Like, why should people give to y'all during this moment?
Well, you know, first off, their money's going to help us on this road to getting back to presenting live entertainment. First thing, you know, we've been now dark for over a year, and honestly, we probably won't really be back up and lit until this fall. And so every little bit right now helps us just kind of maintain this awkward status quo that we're in, that we are trying to now get ourselves out of as we begin to ramp back up and let folks know that one, we're still here, still alive, and we are all anxiously the moment in the day that we can really welcome people back into it and let that curtain rise once more to present entertainment, to present things that hopefully will make people happy. You know, at the end of the day, I really do believe that theater is a great equalizer in our world. And in that sense, it's you know, the question really is, where else can someone peer into another world that's not their own and learn something about it for a few hours?
That's a good point.
For the better.
I like that. I serve on the Long Wharf Theater Board with our fearless leader Jacob Prodone, who I just adore, and he was quite a visionary in terms of taking the American theater in a direction that is inclusive in theater for everybody. And I'm hearing, as we talk, I'm hearing that same kind of vibe from you. So why is it so important to be inclusive?
It's important to be inclusive because at the end of the day, theater is not made for one set of people. You know, obviously all of our history, we have been expressing ourselves in different ways that one can bring back to the theater, and or one can take that, the basis of even our, you know, of the passing down of tradition and African traditions and the sort. That was a form of storytelling, which only probably was then the foundation for building it up thereafter to give us what we now know today to be theater. And that's the difference of what I want the Shubert to really become, is that it's not solely about theater. That's what we've done. That's what we're known for. But we can do so much more. And we can present other forms of art, like spoken word, you know, of course, music. And as you had mentioned right before I came on, for me, there's an untapped area of Caribbean culture and entertainment that we have not really even begun to dive into.
And there's a huge Caribbean population from, I mean, across the Caribbean, there's a large population. So.
Yes. You know, so I may say Jamaica a lot because I am a Jamaican American.
I'm Jamaican, well, I'm an honorary Jamaican. I'm not Jamaican born.
We'll take your as well. It's all right. Okay? It's all love. It's all love. Yeah. All right.
So my good friend, Kay Holness is the. Do you know Kay? Have you met Kay?
I was just speaking to her this morning.
Okay, because she's the president of the Jamaican American Connection, and they are amazing. Amazing.
Well, you know, she's opening that door for me as well, just because, you know, believe me, my roots, my Jamaican roots are very much near and dear to my heart. And that's what inclusiveness means as well, is that it's not, like I said, it's not for any one particular party. All of our cultures, all of our backgrounds, whether it is also in the Latinx community or the Asian community, all of us express ourselves in different ways. And all of that should be celebrated on the stage. And me as a presenter, I have the opportunity to do just that, to present everyone in different lights, in different ways, and bring honestly the best representation of us to the stage and allow us to then celebrate ourselves. And for me, it is important for the kids, Black, brown, white, Asian, whatever you want, whichever demographic you want to look at. It's important for each of them, though, to see themselves on the stage so they know that it's possible. They know that they can be up there too. You know, that's, so for me, representation means, and it's in being inclusive means so much more, because it's, we don't know however theater will affect someone's life, especially a child's life. But if they never have the opportunity to be exposed to that, then we'll never know.
Right.
So it's,
all right.
it's
So you
thing.
know what we do on the Great Give. You got to have a poem or a song or tap dancing or something.
Well, you know,
what you got? What you got, Mr. McDonald?
Well, I have tap dance back in my day. I can't say I had my tap shoes ready and then bust out into a little ditty. But I have another little talent, which my wife will probably say, "Oh my God, you're doing it again." But you know, since I am in the arts, we all discover little talents about ourselves. We discover we can sometimes do voices. And
I
we can
hear you.
sound like
I
people.
hear you, President.
You know, and so that's what I want to bring to the people. It's all about really bringing everybody into the fold, you know, and making sure that they feel welcomed, heard, and appreciated. Because this is a melting pot of that we call America.
Oh my God, this is the best damn thing I've heard all day.
I appreciate that, Babs, because it means a lot to me. And you know, just in case you haven't spoken to him before, now you can say you have.
I have spoken to him. I've been in meetings with him when he was senator. So you have captured him beautifully, I must say. So
believe me, like I said, I don't act on stage anymore, but I do act a fool. So you know, we have fun.
Welcome to the club.
I can't wait for us to be face to face finally and have it.
Oh yes, we can have real talk. So you all have $12,234. We've got about several, like, I don't know, like 9 more hours left. Thank you for coming on. I enjoyed this. The Shubert is the birthplace of the nation's greatest hits. And now that Mr. McDonald is here amongst us, it will continue to be that.
Amen. And once again, everyone can visit our site, the Shubert.com, to come in and help support us. Or you can, of course, go to thegreatgive.org and find us there too. But we need all of your support to help us just get back on our feet and make sure that once we are back, that we're not going anywhere.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Mr. McDonald. I am so glad to have met you, and I look forward to a bigger conversation.
Thank you. I look forward to having it as well. Take care. All the best to everybody today, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Harry. We are on our way out. Hey, Paul Bass, I'm going to leave you to do what you do. I've had a good time this morning on this Great Give. I'm sorry that it's ending, but ending it must. So I will see y'all my regular time slot tomorrow. And Paul, have a good time talking to the rest of the peoples.
Great job, Babs. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Harry, I'll see you later. See you tomorrow, Harry. Yeah.
Well, continuing on to our next hour of the Great Give 2021. WNHH-FM New Haven's home for community radio. We're helping nonprofits in New Haven raise money to continue the important work at an annual bash we do. The Community Foundation for Greater New Haven runs the Great Give, where over 400 nonprofit organizations in New Haven raise money, compete in a friendly way for some prizes, get matching dollars, just make us all stronger. We reached past the $2 million mark today. The Great Give goes until 8 p.m. today, and we're hoping to get to 3.6 million like last year, which was a record. So here's how you do it, folks. thegreatgive.org. Don't forget you go to thegreatgive.org and you give money to all the great places you feel like helping out in New Haven and boosting, like the one we're about to get to, Fellowship Place. We're the online journalism project. We publish New Haven Independent, Valley Independent Sentinel, WNHH Radio, what you're listening to right now. So we're doing a radiothon so you can hear from these great organizations and why we'd love to have you help support them. And I'd like to welcome onto the program, Mary Guerrera, Fellowship Place. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Hi, Paul. It's great to be here.
Fellowship Place is one of the great institutions in New Haven, has a wonderful history we're going to get into, starting with Phyllis McDowell and way ahead of the curve, dealing with people who have emotional and developmental challenges in society ever since the 1980s, when we had deinstitutionalization, how to deal with that in our community. So Fellowship Place, Mary Guerrera, we ask everyone on this radiothon to begin singing a song or reciting a poem that captures your mission. You all ready, Mary? You got the mic.
So you wouldn't want to hear me sing, so I'm not going to sing a song.
I might pay to hear you sing.
I brought a poem that was written by one of the people that we work with. We have a writers group, and the writers group publishes a newsletter about 3 or 4 times a year that includes all of their poetry and essays. So here's a poem called "Who Are You" by Tiffany, and it's from the latest version of the newsletter. Who are you? I am a walking conundrum. I am also a safe place to fall. This is me. Sometimes I am confused. Sometimes I am confident. Most of the time, I am love. This is me too. Right now, I'm excited about positive change. Right now, I'm confused about my health. Right now, I'm hopeful about unity. This is where I am at now. What do I want to be? I want to be healthy. I want to be productive. I want to be social. This is who I am. This is who I want to be.
I think that was a great choice, Mary. You know, I was listening to you read that poem and thinking about a friend of mine whose life was extended many years in a productive way by living at Fellowship Place, a writer, all the great activities and the supports that are there, the respect that's shown to people who can function and have productive lives, need a little help. And maybe you could tell us a little about that, Mary. Who lives at Fellowship Place? Who hangs out during the day? It's on Elm Street, right past House Street. We're going built up as a campus over years. I think it was originally drop-in place and then one building, and now you got a whole campus of buildings there, residential and drop-in. So what is Fellowship Place? What's the mission, and what do you do day to day?
Yeah, so Fellowship Place works with people who have a serious mental illness. It can be anywhere from schizophrenia to depression, anxiety disorders, post-traumatic stress. And we provide services 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And by the way, I'm really proud to say that we were open for in-person programming throughout the pandemic. I thought it was really, really cool that our staff was able to mobilize and pull together to be.
Nice job. Way to go.
Yeah. We, like you said, Paul, have a really broad array of services. We have 4 apartment buildings that provide permanent supported housing for our folks.
By apartment buildings, we're not talking about like 80 units in some old brick building.
No,
those are really nice houses. Some are new,
really,
some are renovated. Yeah.
Yep, they're really, really nice houses. They're all small. The largest one has only 18, and the smallest one has only 4 units. They're very, very home-like.
Yeah, I've been in them.
And it's just a very safe, very affordable place for people to live. And we have caseworkers on site that can provide supports to people. Most of the people who live in our housing were formerly homeless. So, one of the things that a lot of people with serious mental illness struggle with is being able to keep housing. many
What I
of
saw
them.
firsthand, because my friend had been homeless, I noticed how you have people there who just kind of know who you call and what you file. So like we have enough support in society that you can live somewhere. You can have a decent place to live. There's gonna be someone nearby to help you so you don't have trouble. You're gonna eat, but you're also gonna be independent. You have like wonderful artists there. I mean, there's just such a great stuff takes place there. And it's like living anywhere else. It's just, but you have someone there who say, okay, you can qualify for this, you can get the rent paid for this, you can, and you're right there and you're with other people. So you're not alone if you need support.
Yeah, and what's really cool about our approach and our philosophy is that we want to give people opportunities and create pathways for them, but we give people a lot of choice. So we don't say you must be in clinical treatment, you must be in this group, or you must be part of this activity. Give people a lot of choice to decide when they're ready to take advantage of the various things that we have. So you mentioned our drop-in. We do have a wonderful social center. We call it the clubhouse, where people can come and hang out. They can eat meals, they can play cards, they can play pool. But when they're ready, they can also participate in a variety of more clinically oriented groups like anger management or dealing with difficult emotions. We also have an art program, a writer's program, a music program. And then when people are ready to do a little bit more, if they want to go back to school, a lot of people who suffer from mental illness never finished high school or were never able to finish college because they got sick. And at some point in people's recovery, they may say, hey, I want to go back and get my GED, or I want to go back to college and finish my degree. And we have education specialists who can help people figure out what they want to do, how to navigate the application process, how to pay for it, and then, you know, provide tutoring or other supports that they might need to be successful and finish that education program.
Mayor Guerrera, how many people live on the campus and how many people, in addition to that, come for your programs, not as live in?
We have 3 apartment buildings that are right next door to the campus that house, I think it's 25 people or 30 people, about that number. And then we have another building in Westville, which houses another 18. And then on our
day programs,
overall, in an average year, we serve about 800 people.
Awesome.
And on the campus every day, we probably see between 100 and 150 people. Of course, during the pandemic, it's been a lot less. But prior to the pandemic, we were seeing about 150 people.
And the place is happening, and it's such a great neighbor too, because before the pandemic, I would walk by the place every day.
You did, cool.
Always looking good, always in good shape. People are always friendly. It's just like a nice part of the neighborhood, and is a nice neighborhood.
So around just last week, the Dwight Development Corporation, that's run by Linda Townsend Meyer, had a neighborhood cleanup. And we actually had 10 of our folks and 2 counselors who participated in that neighborhood cleanup. So one of the things that we really, really stress is the importance of being a good neighbor, being a good citizen, and giving back to the community.
Well, let's help Fellowship Place be that good neighbor they are. Let's be their good neighbor too. Maybe give them some love, give them some money. They've raised $4,200. They could use a lot more than that. For all you heard how much work they do and what the great work they do is. So here's how we're going to help them.
Yeah, right now we're like at the bottom of the leaderboard. I'd like to get us up, up, up.
All right. So here's how we're going to help them do that. thegreatgive.org. Don't forget the word the. Please go to thegreatgive.org and type in Fellowship Place. All right. If you're watching us on Facebook instead of listening at 103.5 FM, you'll see it on the screen there. And please send some money the way of Fellowship Place. Mayor's telling us all about the great work. Mayor Guerrera, about the great work they do. Mayor, I'd like to talk to you about the context of the work you do and how we as a society make it possible for all of us to thrive and live together. Was it Phyllis McDowell founded the Fellowship Place? It was called Fellowship House. And let me know if my memory is correct. Early 80s? place?
Actually, Phyllis started Fellowship Place in 1960.
Okay, and that was a drop-in at the
She's
JCC?
way ahead of her curve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it JCC?
It was at the Jewish Community Center on Chapel Street. Yeah.
It was a place she kind of hung out, and she noticed there were people who would function better in society with a little help and a little support. And tell me if this part is correct as well. So in the early 80s, we made a decision as a society in America that we didn't want to warehouse and lock up people in mental institutions who otherwise, with a little help, could function better. Cost less, but it's better for them and it's better for us, right? You don't want people doing these terrible exposés. The problem was that was the early 80s, and it coincided with the dramatic decrease in public funding to help, the Reagan era, the anti-government era. So a lot of people who were deinstitutionalized were thrown out on the street with no support. Started having our modern homeless problem. People forget that till the early 80s, there was a whole generation that didn't really know about homelessness. There might be a random individual living under the railroad bridge, but then it started to explode. And if I'm correct, I really saw Fellowship House become the institution that was tackling that challenge in one of the most interesting, I mean, other CMAC and others are dealing with it, but you folks are really thinking about how to live together and help people. And the idea that you were speaking earlier is what a challenge you try to deal with someone schizophrenic, or I dealt with a lot of people who have like severe mental illness and emotionally wonderful people. They have a lot to give, and day-to-day life is tough. And you can't always help a person when you think you're helping, you're enabling them. And you talked earlier about giving the person the choice of when they're ready to do A, B, and C. So am I right that Fellowship House, as it's grown over the years into Fellowship Place, really kept a step ahead of how people can live day to day, and then you added the residential part to tackle a challenge that society really hasn't done great with because it's difficult?
I think what's really special about Fellowship Place, and which makes us stand out, that we really believe in the importance of treating the whole person. And unlike when you go and see the doctor and the doctor tells you, okay, you have depression and I think you need to take this medication for depression. That's important, but for someone who's struggling with depression or mental illness, they need a lot more than just a prescription. And they need a lot more than just an appointment with a doctor once a month or once every 3 months to pay insurance. You really need a support network, family, you need friends, you need positive things to do, you need maybe help in finding a job. And what Fellowship Place has always tried to do is to treat the whole person and to make services available that do that. So, you know, we stress exercise, good nutrition, friendships, expression. That's why we put so much emphasis on the expressive arts, because it's so hard sometimes to really talk about what's on your mind or what's bothering you. But if you sit down and you've got some paints or some crayons or some chalk, sometimes emotions and feelings come out that you can't really just sit down and talk about. Same thing with the poetry and the writing. You know, it's non-traditional in many ways. And I think back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, when we were first getting started, it was very unusual, the approach that we took. I think people are starting to recognize now that in order to really give people a chance to get their life on track and to be able to contribute to the community, they need these non-traditional or holistic services that being cooped up in an institution or just getting a prescription from a doctor for a medication is not really enough to get on that path to recovery.
Mayor Guerrera, how many years have you been working at Fellowship Place?
I came to Fellowship Place in 2007.
Can you tell me something you've learned that you didn't know in 2007? Obviously, you're lasting at this job, you're building up the institution, you've got a lot of wisdom and experience. What's something you learned about how to work with folks with mental challenges, depression, illness?
Now, one of the things that has always been important to me and to my work is to not prejudge anyone and to just see everyone as a person. And, people have likes, they have dislikes, they have strengths. Some people have a harder time managing their problems than others, but they're all people. And if you just sit down and talk to somebody one-on-one and just accept them for who they are and give them an opportunity to just be themselves, it's amazing what comes out of people. So not treating people so much as a client or somebody that you need to like kind of look down on because they've got problems, but just seeing them as a person.
Or that you're going to fix. People don't get fixed. So tell me if this is correct. I would guess that if you spoke to Mayor Guerrera in 2007, she would already intellectually understand everything you just said. So when you gave me that as your answer to my question of what you've learned, I'm guessing that's maybe something you knew intellectually, but that you came to appreciate more because you saw it in person doing the work day to day. That's true. Can you tell me a day or a moment in your job where you saw that and you said, oh yeah, that's what that means. That's why we have to work this.
Well, there's so many, it's hard to think about one thing, but a lot of the people that I meet here at the agency, if you look at them, their hygiene may not be good. Their clothes may be torn and tattered. They, may just look odd or say odd things. Sometimes I just will see somebody sitting on a bench. Outside our buildings, there's a nice green area with nice benches out in the nice weather. And I'll just see somebody out there and, I'll just stop and say, hey, how are you doing? And it's amazing when you just take the time to treat somebody just nicely, the way you want to be treated, the stories that people tell. So, even people that on the outside may look like, I don't know, a bum, for lack of a better word. You sit down and you talk with them, they've got a whole history, they've got a whole story. I've got people that, worked in I have one woman who very, very troubled, but she has a 20-year history of running a clothing store. And then she got sick and her life just spiraled. And, if you saw her today, you would never believe that this was a stylish woman that used to run a clothing store. But if you take the time to sit down and talk with her, you find out all this stuff and you see how her illness and her substance abuse has, caused her life to spiral, but she still has those good memories. You want to zero in on those good memories to use them to maybe help her get her life back on track.
Well, Mary Guerrera, you are on track. Fellowship Place is one of our wonderful bedrock institutions in New Haven that make us a better community. And thank you for joining us today on the Great Give Radiothon at WNHH. Harry Joseph, Station Manager, shown the page once more on Facebook. So please go to The Great Give, thegreatgive.org, and throw some money the way of Fellowship Place as part of the Great Give 2021. Mary, we're going to say goodbye to you now and move on to our next guest. Thank you for joining us and keep up the good work.
Cool.
And yet you are listening to the Great Give 2021 Radiothon, WNHH-FM, New Haven's home for community radio. We're helping more than 400 great nonprofits in New Haven raise money in an annual fundraiser, a 2-day event, 36 hours. It goes until 8 o'clock tonight. Harry, is it 8 or 9?
8 o'clock tonight.
8 o'clock tonight. We're hoping to get 3.6 million. We're over 2. And I think we had Kimberly in the waiting room. Or did I just accidentally zap her?
No, it's showing her as still joining.
Okay.
So she's probably having some issue with the Zoom.
So you're listening to WNH New Haven's home for community radio at 103.5 FM, live streamed on newhavenindependent.org. And you might be watching us on Facebook. We're doing the Great Give 2021. We'd love to have you consider so many different organizations to give to. And in that process, if you'd also like to throw a little coin in the way of the Online Journalism Project, we would appreciate it. Online Journalism Project publishes the New Haven Independent, Valley Independent Sentinel, and this radio station, WNHH-FM. I work there. My name is Paul Bass. I feel lucky to work there. I feel lucky to introduce you to our next guest here on the Radiothon. Say a hello to Brittany Kay of the Family Centered Services of Connecticut. Formerly, this is how I always knew the place, the 4 C's, the Coordinating Council for Children in Crisis. We're going to find out why it changed its name and what it's up to these days. Well, welcome, Brittany. Thanks for coming on.
Hi, Paul. How are you? It's good to be here.
Good. Nice to see you. So, Brittany, we ask everybody to start out by singing a song or reciting a poem that sums up your mission and why we want to be supporting you this day on The Great Give. What you got?
All right. So we have an essay that's actually written by one of our past clients. So I took an excerpt from that. It's called Upon Being a Strong Woman. I will always believe that I'm strong. My mama told me that I was born strong, and then I remind her of a lioness. It's funny, but every time I meet a man or woman, they start to lean on me. I guess it feels especially good when you're leaning on a big woman with such broad shoulders. And it feels especially good to me when I'm down because it allows me to whisper to myself, Marcia, you are a strong woman. My children alone are the reason to renew this strength from within myself. Their warm smiles as they greet me in the sunrise help me to survive single parenthood, which is like working triple overtime without overtime pay or vacations. One day I hope to stand on top of the universe and look down and know that no one can touch me with bitterness, sadness, or depression. With help from God, I will radiate love and happiness and peace always. Come and lean on me, if you will, until you fully believe in your own strength, for we are all lionesses.
Very nice. Who wrote that?
It was a client named Marcia.
Yeah, I like what Marcia wrote. So Marcia's an adult. She's a single mother. Which might explain, I'm guessing, why your name is no longer Coordinating Council for Children in Crisis, Family Centered Services of Connecticut. Tell us about that. What was the name change and how's the mission evolving?
Yeah, absolutely. So we decided a couple years ago to change our name to Family Centered Services of Connecticut. And the idea around that is that our mission is to work with families so that they're nurturing places for children to grow and succeed. So in our work, we do want to assist the children as well, but we want the whole family to be a safe place and a nurturing place. And so we found that in our work, we're working with each piece of the family. We're working with barriers of the family as a whole. And that's how our name changed to Family Centered Services.
You live in, you're based in New Haven, the organization?
Yes, we are. We're based in New Haven.
How many families do you see and how do they come to you? What shape are they in? Are they referred by DCF? Are you in a contract with the state?
So we have several different programs. We have 12. So for me to come up with a number would be very hard to do. But our programs are all different. So some come from referrals from DCF, some come from referrals straight from the client. And we do receive funding from the state, but we use community resources as well in order to provide our clients with free and confidential services.
And you're not residential, right? You're just responding when the family has a crisis. You're dealing with the kids and the parents. So what kind of crises do they have when they come to your door?
Yeah, so we deal with barriers. So our goal is to address these barriers before it becomes a crisis. So that's why our services are free and confidential and we don't bill insurance, so that families feel safe to come to us before the crisis. So barriers that we deal with, just a few of them are chronic illness, mental disabilities, substance abuse, domestic violence or crime victimization. And we also have programs that deal with foster placement and the challenges that come with that as well.
So it might be a foster parent saying, I didn't know what I was in for, this is a little tough, I need a little help. Or someone says, in our house, things have been slipping a little bit, substance abuse, violent episodes that we want to stop before they get to be more, or that kind of thing. And someone reaches out, how do they find out about you?
Yeah, so we do a lot of community outreach, things like this. And things like our DV walk in October.
What is that?
It's our domestic violence walk. It's in October. And it's an event where people can come down and support victims of domestic violence. We do a walk through New Haven. It's been a little bit different these past couple of years, well, this past year and then this upcoming year because of COVID. We've done something virtual, but the point is to get our name out there so that clients, future clients, past clients know that we're still a support.
And what's your relationship with the new domestic violence center downtown in New Haven?
We utilize them a lot and they utilize us as well. So we have a really good, outstanding relationship with them.
Right. So tell me about a day you're never going to, and I'm not asking you to expose the identities of people you work with, but tell me about a day on the job where you said, this is why I do what I do, and this is why the work we do is important.
Yeah, absolutely. So I work for the Neighborhood Victim Advocacy Program. So I work with people who have been victimized by crime. And basically we're working on rebuilding after that trauma in order to find a place of normalcy, a place of peace. So I have clients that come to me every day that are at rock bottom. They really don't know where to go to move forward. Their life has been impacted not only by COVID, but by another force like a crime. And just being able to see in our 8-week program, being able to see the growth that comes from the curriculum that we use, and being able to see a client be empowered to take back control of their lives is absolutely a beautiful thing. And that's really why I do what I do.
What you do is you work at the Family Centered Services of Connecticut, raising money here on the Great Give 2021.
Yes.
We're asking folks to go to thegreatgive.org. I see you got 14 people so far. You're working to prevent and treat child abuse and neglect. Do it with the whole family. I'm looking at these pictures you have up, and it breaks your heart to think that you guys need to be here, but you need to be here. And so if you go to thegreatgive.org, love if this segment you give some money to Family Services of Connecticut. Before we move on, Brittany K., I was wondering if you could tell me how long you've been working at the agency and how you got involved.
Yeah, so I've been working at the agency just about a year now, but my passion is with victims of crime. I've worked in the shelters for domestic violence, and then I transferred into the courts for family violence, and now I'm here, and I just really love helping people learn that their lives are still valuable, and there's things that when you move on, there's a beautiful life that can be lived after.
What did you do in the courts?
I worked as a family violence victim advocate.
So someone has a case, they were the victim, they speak to you about what help they can get and what protection.
Correct.
What was their biggest concern? Was it their immediate safety about a person being freed and hurting them again? Or what did you learn from that role?
I learned that protective orders are often just a piece of paper. And so, yes, it's very difficult to feel safe, even though in the court's eyes, this piece of paper is, a set in stone law and
doesn't even get served sometimes. Yeah.
Right. It doesn't mean that to the abuser sometimes, most times.
So then you're sitting there with somebody who's panicked and has reason to be. And you can't just tell them, oh, you're safe because they signed the piece of paper, because it's just a piece of paper. So what did you tell them?
It's a safety plan process. You learn through this job that sometimes the victim knows exactly what's safest for them to do. So you talk through that. You talk about how they can stay safe, what they've learned from the past, how they can change their actions in order to stay safer in the moment sometimes. And so you have to talk through those situations. You have to talk about maybe getting cameras if you can afford it, moving, going to a shelter. These types of things are all safety plans.
It sounds to me, am I correct, that before you go down your checklist of things they can do, you find out first what they think they can do.
Right.
Try to help them come out their own plan.
They often know what's best for themselves. And so it's always important to ask that question. what do you think you need to do to feel safe? Because oftentimes they know exactly what they need to do.
How do you leave work, leave it at work instead of home, if you're able to do that? When you see some of the horrible things that happen in society, and while it's rewarding to help people, how do you unplug?
Grounding is a big one, but truthfully, I'm a firm believer that if you help one person a day, even do something very small, you have to count the good things that you've done. You have to count the little successes, even if they're very, very small. And that's really what you have to focus on. Or else it's a really hard drive home if you do it the opposite.
How is our system doing with family violence and domestic violence? Is our court system up to the job? Do you see things that need to be changed so that you're not just helping people figure out how to be safer, but they could actually be safer?
I think right now it's been really hard because of COVID. People are inherently locked in with their partners. Even if there is a protective order, they may have nowhere else to go. And so they're just inherently stuck in that space. I think we always have work to do. We always have places to move forward. We always have steps to make. So it's an ongoing job. And I think we do have a lot of work to do. But hopefully this pandemic, after it's over, we'll see a lot of improvement just from that.
All right, well, it sounds like you're committed to the work, and it's important work. Thank you for doing that work. And
thank you for having
joining us, Brittany, on the Great Give 2021 Radiothon at WNHH-FM. One more time, we're going to give people that information. If you go to thegreatgive.org, for this segment, please visit Family Centered Services of Connecticut. They can use the help because they're giving people incredible help needed. And hoping that you hit it out of the park this radiothon. Thank you, Brittany, for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having us.
All right, we're going to say goodbye to Brittany and say hello to our next guest in a moment. My name is Paul Bass. Harry Droz and I are at the helm in this segment of the two-day Great Give Radiothon at WNHH-FM, New Haven's home for community radio. Community Foundation for Greater New Haven every year runs the Great Give. It's a wonderful event. Last year, $3.6 million raised for over 400 community organizations. It's a very friendly, somewhat competitive, and mostly just fun, supportive event where there's some prize money and matching money, but we're just trying to encourage you to give as many wonderful organizations as you can that help keep people in New Haven fed, clothed, sheltered. If you want to help us out, we're a nonprofit public interest media organization. We have a radio station that you're listening to, WNHH. We publish 2 news sites, daily news sites, public interest sites, the New Haven Independent, Valley Independent Sentinel. So if you go to Online Journalism Project, like to throw some love our way, we would also appreciate that. So we're lucky to have our next guest, who's new to town for an organization that's not new to town. I'm really looking forward to hear what he's finding out so far and what he's got cooking, literally and figuratively, at the community soup kitchen. Josh Watkins just took over for David O'Sullivan, who has run the kitchen, I think, since the last century. I'm not sure. But Josh, are you there are you there on the other side here?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Do you want to come on a video as well? All right, there you are. Welcome to the Great Give, Josh Watkins.
Welcome. I'm really glad to be here. Yes, David O'Sullivan has been at the helm of our organization for many, many years, and he is very missed, and I'm glad he's enjoying his retirement. And yeah, I'm the new guy in town and looking forward to this interview.
Coming at a very interesting time where the Great Work Community Soup Kitchen is 84 Broadway at the Christ Church, where it's been there since, at least I've been in New Haven since the 80s, or late 70s, I believe. I got here, people lining up for lunch during the week, and now you're also giving other meals as well. Josh Watkins, we ask everyone who comes on this program start us off with a song or a poem that captures your mission, and I bet you got something good for us.
The song I picked was Sam Cooke, "A Change Is Going to Come," and I don't have the greatest singing voice at all, and I know
You're gonna do great. Go for it. I agree. Lizzo did a very good version during the pandemic. I don't know if you saw that one, but she did it solo on the video. But I'm sure you're gonna have a great one too.
Oh God, okay, fine. I'll briefly do it just because, as I saw a few other people didn't sing today, so I'll just do it for a few minutes and that's it. All right. I was born by the river in a little tent, and just like the river, I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. That's it for the song, but I would like to pack some meaning with that. It wasn't as great, right? But
I think, by the way, just for the record, yes, I thought it was terrific.
Really?
I think you have an excellent singing voice, and you were right on pitch. I thought it was great. Thank you. Now give us the commentary on why you picked that one.
So the reason that I picked this song, when I took over this organization, we were kind of still in the middle of things. Our operations have switched from a complete dine-in service to strictly takeouts, and
for the pandemic.
For the pandemic. So what we were doing is I got in there the first day and we were starting to do these takeouts. And then one of the first things you do as the executive director is you talk to the guests that are coming and ask them about what their needs and what you could possibly do to really help everyone. So I just believe by listening to the guests that are coming within our organization that they were discussing, needing a second meal and where would they go from services and questions about like how they can obtain the vaccine and everything else. And what we really kind of changed into, and I say our organization has kind of rolled with the punches. We listened to what our community needed and we responded to it. So we moved from just that single meal to going above and beyond that. And now you can come to our organization and not only can you receive a meal, but you will leave with as many grocery bags as you can possibly carry. We're going beyond a meal. We're packing your pantry and your refrigerator. We also realized another thing, that the guests that we're serving, they're not all a part of the same realm. Like we have individuals who are homeless, and then we also have individuals who are working but are just really struggling at this time. And then we also have college students. So what we really noticed is that what we're trying to do is provide for any and everyone. As far as our organization is concerned, it doesn't really matter what situation you're going to. The Community Soup Kitchen is here to help you. So this is something that we've started with just the grocery program. The grocery
we had an article about that. You had very healthful food too. You're giving them good stuff to bring home.
Oh yes, the quality of food has definitely really went up, and the donations that we're receiving from the community has been phenomenal. Development's working extremely hard, and I feel like almost every day I come into work and we find out that we have more and more organizations and the community that want to give to us. And because of the amount of donations that we've been receiving, we started what CSK calls our version of the farmers market. Right. So basically, and our farmers market's a little different. It's more of a free market. So on top of coming to get your meal, we have about 13 tables set up with produce and different types of proteins and everything that you can possibly think of. You can come through our line and you can receive whatever you're looking for. I mean, it's even got to the point where it's so amazing. The last farmers market that we came, someone came with a grocery cart. And for us, that just kind of makes us excited because it's now an individual who came and he was looking for a job. And he was like, because of the food that you guys have given to me, I am now able to focus more on looking for a job or trying to find a place to live Because, human instinct is, if you're hungry, you can't think of anything but hunger. So it just, for us, we just got to the point where we realized that, like, wow, like the meal and the foods that we're giving are so much more, because now we're giving people a chance and hope to help lift themselves out of this pandemic by looking for whatever resources they need to keep themselves afloat. So this is kind of how the farmers market started, our version of it. And on top of that, what we've also been doing, we just are ready for whatever the city needs us for. We've been delivering meals to all of the warming centers, and we do this rain, snow.
That's right. You have a whole fleet now delivering meals, not just on site. Boy, you've really expanded this operation in a short time. You took over like at the beginning of the year, right, Josh?
Yes, I've been here about 5 months, and right now we're our goal is for this year is 160,000 meals. Last year we were able to do about 80,000 or so meals, and I think as of week we have already done 70,000, on the verge of doubling all the meals that we produced. So we kind of switched what we say, instead of meals served and meals provided, because we also provide hot meals, but then after that we also provide as many bagged groceries as anyone could carry.
Way to go, Josh. And, we're also looking to not double, but increase the record we raised last year on the Great Give. Last year, $3.6 million came from donors in New Haven for over 400 nonprofits. And boy, you're going to feel great if you give some of that money to the Community Soup Kitchen. It's been around for decades in New Haven. Under new leadership, it's really expanding the way it's reaching people as the needs change. So if you go to thegreatgive.org, don't forget thegreatgive.org. Type in Community Soup Kitchen. You'll see a picture of the mural they have up there in the dining room. And it's interesting. I'm looking at Harry Droz has it up on our screen. When you tell people how much they give, you're telling them how many meals that buys. So $7.10 buys 10 meals. That's amazing. Yesterday I was reading about this fancy restaurant that went vegan in New York. It's like a Michelin star, and they charged like $380 or something like that for dinner. I was thinking how many people you can feed for one of those dinners. And to their credit, they use the profits and then give 7 meals out of that. But look at that, $7.10 for a meal for 10 meals. That's 71 cents a meal. And I know you're giving them decent food. How do you get it so cheap? Because you get the food donated and you have volunteer labor, so that helps drive the cost down.
So we definitely expanded on staff, volunteers, and also just tons of donations that are coming in, and including, the food bank, who's really been helping us out big time with creating the meals that we're doing as of right now. The chefs that we've trained, and we really focus more on the quality of food that we're putting out. So my goal is I want to try to train my chefs as much as I possibly can, because I want to compete with restaurants.
Right.
One of the big things that we do is when we open in the future, switching to having plated meals and the presentation of those plated meals. And every day we're just trying to go into the kitchen and figure out what can we create different than last time.
I love all this energy. That's so great when organizations have wonderful leadership that's spread over time. And that leadership knows when it's time. I believe it's our churches and synagogues, our nonprofits, our for-profits. You got to know when to step aside. Like my generation needs to be out of the way. And just look at what you've done in 5 months, whether it's the farmers market, bring people home, delivering the meals to other places, doubling the amount, upping the quality. I just love hearing about what you got going on in the Community Soup Kitchen. So tell me about Josh Watkins, how you ended up here. Where'd you grow up and how'd you get into this field?
So I am originally from Indiana, and I moved from Indiana to New York City. And in New York City,
So you went from an incredibly polite place to an incredibly rude place.
I wouldn't say so much. I mean, I found home in East Harlem, and East Harlem is, I say it's got just as much hospitality as growing up in West Lafayette, Indiana.
There you go. All right.
People are absolutely wonderful there. And really, in Harlem, they taught me everything that I needed to know to be in this position right now.
What were you doing there?
So I ran the senior centers for the Carter Burden Network. I was one of their directors. I was in charge of the Meals on Wheels program. So this is something that I did very similar at Carter Burden, and it was kind of like an incorporation of kind of creating more of that delivery service, just because we got so good at producing meals. I remember one day we were making meals, and the next thing you know, one of my employees is coming up to me, and I'm just like, "You guys are done?" He's like, "How many meals did you just push out that fast?" And we did about 400. And I realized and started clocking. I'm like, "Oh God, we're producing about 200 meals every 30 minutes, which then started the slow process of the growth to where we have this machine that is just ready and eager to serve the community. So a lot of what I really learned about meal distribution and like how to really manage a kitchen, build a kitchen staff, the preparation of the food, a lot of that I learned in New York City, and I just kind of took that all from New York City to here.
What brought you here? What made you want? I mean, you were happy in East Harlem. You had a great job. Why'd you want to come up here? I mean, this was a great place too. We love to have you. I'm just curious.
Definitely. So I love New York City, and I moved on from the Carter Burden Network, and I went to help assist open a medical center with an adult daycare program attached to it. We got things up and running for a few months, and then after that, as the pandemic was hit, things just didn't go as well as we.
I can imagine an adult daycare center in the early part of the pandemic was not a place where you're going to see people in person hanging out, right?
No, that's the last.
The highest risk population with the least known about the disease at that time. That doesn't sound easy.
Mm-hmm. So from there, and my fiance and I, who were already planning to move to Connecticut anyway, we decided to move out to Connecticut during the whole phase of the pandemic, and just looking for a way to kind of get back involved into the community. And that's how I ended up in Hamden.
Well, I'm so glad you're here. One thing we talk about food, and just to let people know, we're talking to Josh Watkins, the dynamic new leader of the Community Soup Kitchen, taken to a new phase, a new generation, a change going to come. You go to thegreatgift.org. We'd love you to give some money this hour to the Community Soup Kitchen. We're talking about food, and it strikes me on a broader scale, the crazy contradictions of the food ecosystem. I mean, so many of us have all the food we want, really healthful food, good food, and so much effort and money is spent so that we don't get fat because we have all this obesity, all this plenty, all this waste. We have this foodie economy. We have this growing hunger. I mean, New Haven, we have restaurants now, according to the latest surveys, neighborhoods, where 25 to 50% of the families in New Haven neighborhoods, that many, are making a decision at some point in the month, especially at later parts of the month, between putting food on the table or paying their rent. So I guess it's really up to you folks, some of the others here on the show who find all this food. We said, $7.10, you're creating a high quality meal and you're getting it to people. How do we get in this situation? How can we have this bizarre disconnect where so much money and effort spent to not eat so much, and we have so many people who don't have the basics to live on, eat?
Yeah, well, I can say one thing about the city of New Haven, and they're really doing all of they can to help all of the community soup kitchens, all of the pantries, including Food Bank and Food Share, are really, really doing everything they can to grasp hold of a lot of what you said is, ending up in a place where it shouldn't be instead of someone's mouth. And I think we've all been working together in coalition to just do one thing, is to take that food that was on the verge of possibly being disposed or just discarded. And we're finding some way to bring that back into the community so that we can feed families that truly, truly need it. And I do applaud New Haven for what they're doing in the open of their warming shelters throughout the winter. A lot of this food our chefs have been able to cook up and put into different packages.
I remember you guys delivered to the warming shelters in the cold weather. And you just brought something else really interesting, Josh Watkins, about the way you're not siloed. Because, I've noticed that from people who interview like Steve Orland yesterday, and then the folks who get the leftover restaurant foods and supermarkets to the schools, that you really are working together. We have a food policy council, you know, and that you work not just with other organizations that look through you to give the social services to the people who show up for free food, but the people who work on food, it really seems like you're not competing at all. It really seems like you're working together to fill gaps and get as many people fed as you can.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's definitely there's no competition between any of us. We all want the same thing. We want everyone to be fed, and we want to give as much as we possibly can. I mean, if anything, we're just talking to everybody. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? And, you know, I mean, even the great things about with the warming centers, we all took different days where we were all giving to the warming center. So everybody part in feeding the city and keeping things going and just being there for whenever the city needs them. So I just think we have a phenomenal amount of organizations in the New Haven area that are willing to work together in order to do the impossible and abolish hunger. It sounds like a crazy thing, but it's something that we're genuinely trying to do. We're really trying everything that we can to abolish hunger. It's hard, but I, one, thank David O'Sullivan for his many years for setting the foundation for me to jump off of, the development staff for working diligently to not only bring in funding, but to also make sure that we're constantly getting in these donations. And just the kitchen staff. My kitchen staff is in there about 7 o'clock in the morning, and there's, you know, cooking over a hot stove for hours, and they love it. They love the mission. And
how many staffers and how many volunteers do you have working at this?
So at one day, we could have as many as 20 people inside of our organization. So we have about 15 or so staff members between staff that we employed and that we have with Maturity Works. And the rest are filled in with loyal volunteers. And these are loyal volunteers who were there during the blizzards. They're doing all the hard months. They're bagging, they're helping in the kitchen. So we've had a really loyal base, and we're now continuing to get more people come back slowly, just because we've been doing vaccination clinics. And the Christchurch location, you know, we've been doing it all inside of the sanctuary. And, you know, I thank Father Stevens for allowing us to be able to house this massive event inside of the church. And because of these vaccination clinics, our staff is fully vaccinated. So that's another thing. During the pandemic, we had somebody coming in every 2 weeks where we were getting tested. We've been doing temperature reading, mask wearing. So we've really aggressively put in COVID policies in order to protect us, protect the clients coming into our building, and also protect the volunteers who are coming there to assist us. So,
you know, we hear a lot about how COVID not only forced organizations to work differently in the short term, but also might have sped up some changes to modernize how we deliver services in our community, in our society. So these deliveries you make outside of the campus and the new farmers market, is that going to continue after the pandemic?
Absolutely. I think that's something that's just, it's a new part of us. Like I said, my staff and myself, we bought into it, and we enjoy just doing more. And this is something that's going to stick. We'll continue to do the farmers markets. We're going to continue to keep delivering to anybody that needs us, including even Hamden in the future, because one of the shelters in Hamden, we were also delivering meals to their warming centers also. So we have the resources. We have a phenomenally trained staff. And all we want to do is find places to distribute these meals because we have the ability to do so.
Isn't it great to have a job where every single thing you do is good? I'm somebody.
The crazy thing is, it's just like, wow, I get to go to a job I actually want to be at every day. You know, like, I love doing this. You know, I really love doing this. It's something that really feels amazing to me. And I'm going to be here for a while.
We're glad you're here. Do you have a favorite meal? What do you like to eat?
Meal. I say I'm just a little bit country. My grandmother has Southern Baptist roots, so I'm going to go barbecue chicken, macaroni and cheese, collard greens, and candy yams with cornbread. So I am very country.
And let me ask you before you go, Josh, when do you anticipate in-person meals? I mean, you're doing so many great new things. And of course, the bedrock are those daily meals where people not only get sustenance for their bodies, but for their souls. When do you think the dining room is going to be back open for in-person dining at the community soup kitchen?
So what we're looking at is I'm looking at probably a possibility of getting things going in June. You know, we want to take our time with it. We want to make sure that we do everything right. I think we'll probably open in percentages just because we want to make sure that when our guests come back that they feel safe. And then we also want to make sure, because we've turned into this massive delivery service, we have to like get back into a rhythm and slowly tiptoe into, now we have this major service and the farmers market and vaccination clinics. And it's like, oh, all right, you have to let 150 people in to eat too. So this is something that we're gonna tiptoe our way back into doing, but we're excited about getting things back open again and being able to have the ability to serve the community in this way.
Awesome. Well, you're doing a fantastic job already. We're so glad to have you in New Haven, Josh Watkins. And if you think of it, please invite us at the Independent to your first meal back, and we'll memorialize that and talk about the next stage. Keep up the great work. We're asking people to go to Community Soup Kitchen at thegreatgive.org. Thegreatgive.org. You look up Community Soup Kitchen. This is the hour, and you're going to be amazed. However much money you choose to donate, you're going to be amazed at how many meals you're going to make possible. Just look at that page when you give the money and just know you're helping doing God's work. Josh Watkins, great new talent in town. Great to have you. Thanks for coming on the Great Give 2021 Radiothon at WNHH FM.
No problem at all. Thank you, sir.
All right. See you later.
Bye.
So, folks, just reminding you what you're listening to. The Great Give Radiothon 2021 on WNHH New Haven's home for community radio. It's all being helmed by Harry Drost, the station manager at WNHH, who I wonder if he ever does fewer than 20 things at once, because he keeps this thing going on all our platforms. You're listening to us at 103.5 FM or live streamed at WNHH.org or NewHavenIndependent.org, watching us on Facebook Live, on Twitter video, who knows, YouTube, and a lot of places I'm much too old to know even exist. So it's that time of the year, 36-hour Great Give, sponsored by the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven, in which over 400 nonprofits in New Haven, because we are a nonprofit economy, folks. A lot of needs get met. We come together to meet them. For 36 hours, we're all raising money together to support the great organizations in New Haven. Easy to do. Go to thegreatgive.org. The Great Give. Pick all the groups you want to give to. If you want to throw some money the way of the Online Journalism Project, that's the public interest nonprofit that radio station, New Haven Independent, Valley Independent Sentinel. I noticed on the leaderboard that you find at thegreatgive.org that we're over 2.4 million. I'm not sure what the patterns were last year. It seems like we might need to have a little bit of a jump start to get back on track for 3.6 million. But we have 7 hours and 58 minutes to go. I'm going to believe, I'm going to have faith. I'm a lifelong Mets fan, so you have some extra reserves there for faith. So we're going to now say hello to our next guest, the next segment of someone we're going to ask you to give to, and that's the YMCA, New Haven and Hamden. It's one chapter. And we're waiting for our guest. I believe it's Amy Wiltsie, but we'll see who's checking in here, putting on her video, putting on her audio to join us via Zoom. WNHH FM is the Great Give. It is Amy. Amy Wiltsie, welcome to the Great Give.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
So even though I'm around, I wasn't always aware that the YMCA of Hamden and New Haven is one organization. Has that always been the case?
So in 1994, the New Haven YMCA merged with the Greater Bridgeport YMCA. So now our association is called the Central Connecticut Coast YMCA, and we have 12 branches along the shoreline in the valley. And we have a residential summer camp up in Massachusetts called Camp Guerrera.
So is Hamden, New Haven one unit of it?
Hamden, North Haven is one of our branches.
Oh, North Haven. Okay.
Yep. And then we've got the New Haven YMCA Youth Center, which is in the
That's
city of
Daryl
New York.
Brackeen runs that, right?
Actually, it's Aaron Kelly. Daryl
Oh.
Brackeen left us in December for another position.
Boy, I'm out of it, Amy. I'm glad you're here to bring us up to
That's
date.
okay.
Okay, so we're talking now about Hamden North Haven YMCA. So before we get into the specifics, we ask everyone who comes on to offer us a song or a poem to set the mood and tell us what's on the table. What you got?
Song or a poem?
I didn't tell you about this, huh?
They did not prepare me for that, and I am not a singer.
Not everyone's a singer, actually. So if you're a member of human race, you're a singer.
Let's think. Hold on. I have to put my thinking.
There's a song they sing. Oh, do you sing a song with the kids at the YMCA every day? Like we used to have heads, shoulders, knees, and toes when I was a kid. Do you have that one still?
Oh, I certainly love that one. You know, I have not been in the classroom because I am in charge of the financial development at the Y. But I can tell you that the green grass grows all around, the green grass grows all around rings true for me today.
Why is that?
Just seeing the green grass shine outside in the rain, but also it rings true for me with financial development, right? We all need some green. So right now, more than ever, our organization and other nonprofits need our community support.
We do. So tell me what that green produces at the YMCA for North Haven and Hamden. What's the money going toward? How many people are involved and what services do you?
Sure. So the Central Connecticut Coast YMCA has 12 branches. 5 of them are a part of this Great Give. Valley YMCA, Woodruff YMCA, which is in Milford, New Haven, Hamden, North Haven, Soundview, which is in Branford, and of course our association, which covers all 12. Right now, any funds that are raised through the Great Give and through our annual campaign is supporting our community. All the challenges that we have faced, they need us now more than ever. Through COVID, we have been able to be very, very flexible in the services that we offer. We have had food drives, we've had clothing drives, we've had blood drives, we have distributed food to seniors and to families in the community who are transportationally challenged. And YMCA learning centers, I'm not sure if you've heard of those. They were very rambunctious during remote learning. So we opened our doors, although close to health and wellness, to the children who were remote learning and really needed that childcare and that educational support piece.
Notice on your page, you also have swimming lessons, and people sometimes underappreciate how important it is. A lot of kids don't learn how to swim. It could be a lifesaver at some point.
You want to hear a crazy, scary story? I was a part of a field trip. I was a part of a field trip not too long ago, early summer 2019, because it was pre-COVID. And it was a bunch of 6th graders. And they had to take a swim test at our YMCA before they could participate in the day's activities. And the swim test was a fairly easy swim test. We had lifeguards on stand, but they needed to pass the swim test. There were 54 6th graders. 19 of them failed. 19 of them did not know how to swim.
So what happened with them?
They had to stay in the shallow end. But what I did as the financial person of the Y is I reached out to that school superintendent and I said, something really should be done at the physical development level within our schools to make sure that our kids are safe in and around the water. I mean, we are on the shoreline here. And if 19 of one 6th grade class could not swim, those dangers really, really scare me. So, you know, physical health is very, very important and safety is very, very important. That's one of our core values at the Y is to make sure people are safe in and around the water.
So you have after school programs, you have summer camp. How many kids come to the summer camp?
Well, in COVID, we didn't have that many come to summer camp, did we?
How about this summer?
This summer, we have many, many weeks that are already sold out. Our families are looking to get our kids back socially and emotionally and physically, you know, with their peers and in really good, healthy situations. Our mitigation factors, I'm sorry.
Over the years, the YMCA, it's been around, I guess, over 100 years, right? Mm-hmm. How has this mission evolved? What does the YMCA of today do? How is identity different from what it was 50 years ago, 20 years ago?
You know, at the beginning of the YMCA, I don't know if you know the story.
I don't.
It began as a Christian men's group. So our founder gathered people together to avoid, you know, the dangers that they were seeing at that time in London. And it became a Christian men's group. The evolution that we have gone through has been sports. The YMCA program invented basketball. I don't know if you knew that.
No.
Very cool fact. And, we've gone from health and wellness to a nonprofit organization that is closing the educational achievement gap. We are making sure that we build strong youth of strong character. So we want our young people to be future strong leaders in all of our communities. And we are making sure that people in our community are healthy of mind, body, and spirit at all times. So healthy and happy and safe and stable in all kinds of aspects.
So today, what are you specifically doing that wasn't being done before to meet evolving challenges or needs in the community?
Oh goodness, right now, what scares us the most is we were getting our hands on this educational achievement gap until COVID hit. And a lot of that is out of a parent's control, it's out of a school's control. And so what we're trying to do is really beef up our programs, our summer camps, to have a STEAM, program to enrich every opportunity we have to engage a youth, to help them in their literacy needs, to provide them the tutoring and the academic support. The why has always been come have fun and play, have healthy snacks and be a kid. But right now we're really paying close attention to adding that academic piece to so much of it.
Well, Emily Wiltsie, thank you so much for coming on the Great Give Radiothon 2021. Keep up the great work at the YMCA. You want the green, so let's ask everyone to send you some green or bit green or whatever they're calling currency these days. Go to thegreatgive.org. Please check out the Hamden North Haven YMCA, sponsor a camper, a counselor and trainer program, swimming lessons. You heard about that, summer camp. Let's make it happen. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for visiting us today. I'm Paul Bass. I'm your host this segment. I've been following Babs Rawls-Ivy before Alan Appel and Norma Rodriguez-Reyes. And Harry Droz is behind the controls for the whole thing as we have people make their pitch for all the good we can do by supporting our wonderful nonprofits. The annual Great Give, sponsored by the Community Foundation for Great New Haven, over 400 nonprofits, and we're looking to raise a total $3.6 billion. Well, one of my favorite guests every year. I think he's runs one of the best organizations in New Haven. You see him all around the community. Michael Taylor from the Cornell Scott Hill Health Center joins us. Looks like he's working on his volume button there, his audio. How you doing, Mr. Taylor? It's great to have you
Paul
on.
Bass, how are you?
Good. It's nice to see you.
It's nice to see you too.
So am I to understand you are not doing a song or a poem? Was that the deal?
No one wants to see that, Paul. Take my word for it.
Okay. Well, we've been seeing a lot of you and your organization. We always do, but especially this past year. Cornell Scott Hill Health Center is one of the great society programs that lasted in New Haven and made a permanent change to make it a better city in terms of the health clinics it has around town so that everybody can get health care and that can be based. But boy, during this pandemic, you folks were heroes.
Well,
in terms of how fast you stepped up.
Well, first off, what a gracious compliment. Thank you so much. We tend to think of the past year, while it was obviously very challenging for everyone involved, as yet another opportunity for us to do the things that we really love. And that has improved people's lives.
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at it like, where did you go get your tested first and who was really ready to do it right?
Well,
I was down at the Dixwell Cornell. Scott, you have a clinic in Dixwell. It was run so well. The people, of course, are always so nice, but they really know what they're doing too.
Yeah.
Like, because it was early confusion with this pandemic. And I just felt like, and at Fairhaven Health was the same way. I just happened to go to Cornell Scott at every step. And they even called you after to tell you what your result was. And that was early on. And then you pivoted to vaccines and you guys were everywhere in the community.
Well, you know what it reminds me of, Paul? I recall you and I having a conversation years ago when I think it was earlier on in my tenure as CEO, and I said to you that I thought even at that juncture that the health center was the best kept secret in New Haven, and I like to think that since then we've proven that to be the case.
Yeah.
So I'm glad your experience was such a positive one, because that's certainly what we're hearing from many other people who have come to us for the first time to seek assistance, either testing or now vaccinations during the pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are rooted in the community because I
Yeah,
mean, like
very
Michael
much so.
Taylor, you show up at the Hill when the neighbors are meeting about something and everybody knows somebody who works there or something. So you guys were ready for this moment. But why don't we step back for a second and tell people, if you don't mind, overview of Cornell Scott Hill Health Center, how many clinics you have, not just the one on Columbus Avenue and in Dixwell, but where else you're around or what you do.
So we are now serving almost 55,000 patients per year.
Wow.
Have about 650 staff members.
Whoa, 650?
Yeah.
Wow.
Working from, I have difficulty, honestly, Paul, keeping track anymore, but I think we're at 24 care sites now.
24, I had no idea it was that many.
You know that in late October, we assumed management of the LPCC operations at
I want to get to that one in a
Drive.
minute. Yeah, well,
At
'cause that's
Sergeant Drive
interesting.
for adult medicine and women's. We have a number of new care sites under development. You know, we're going to be moving into the new Q House.
That's
So
right.
as soon as I finish with you, I'm going to visit our space in Q House.
That one's going up nicely. I'm liking the building.
It really is. We are also under construction, new care site, 10,000 square foot care site in West Haven. So we've been in the house in West Haven on Main Street for a very long time. It's time for us to expand our footprint and grow up there. So that'll be operational in August.
And that's great how you're building the capacity. How long have you personally been in the field of community health?
Longer than I care to admit.
But are we talking since the last century?
Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah. I started with health centers back in I'm going to say late 80s, early 90s.
There's a reason I asked you that question.
Okay. I've been around a while, Paul.
No, but the reason I asked you that is because I've observed, so it used to be, you're right, it's somewhat of a secret. Now it's not much of a secret what you folks do. And Cornell Scott had the vision and built that place up. But I noticed that America had an evolving take on community health centers. You know, we argue about so much in this country, and some of it's just legitimate arguments about our country just sees things differently, and there are all these ideological wedges. But since George W. Bush was the president, there seemed to be this change where liberals and conservatives and everybody else loves the work places like you are doing, community-based health centers, and that even when we're fighting about everything else, there was bipartisan agreement that our country should support community health centers. I mean, which is awesome. And how, you know, you watched that since you've been involved.
Isn't it about time?
Yeah. How did that happen?
Well, George W. Bush was a big supporter of health centers.
Right. It expanded.
And under his presidency, the health center program expanded quite considerably. And it has continued to do so. But it is only with the current presidency where you can't imagine, my having been a part of the health center movement for now 30 years, how gratifying it is to turn on the national news and hear people actually talk about community health centers after all of this time. That's thrilling.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. You guys did the hard work in the trenches and you still
doing it for decades.
Without the appreciation. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, like everybody's rallied around you. We don't fight about community health centers now.
Well, I think with the pandemic, it's become clear that we serve a very critical role in reaching underserved communities. And quite honestly, that no one can do that better than we.
Because isn't trust such a big issue? Like we looked at vaccination hesitation and we've sent reporters to your clinics. We did such a good job. People trust you, work with people who trust you, whether it was at Emmanuel Baptist or, you know, places like that where you have your clinics. What does that tell us about healthcare? Because, you know, healthcare, when it's not done by a community health center, it can feel so alien or distant to people. They're not understood. You're sort of a number. There's all this pressure in the healthcare profession from the insurance companies to cycle through people. What are you bringing that we need?
Relationship. So I think that what isn't commonly understood is that, you know, our patients now, as I said, numbering almost 55,000 annually, many of them come to us not just 3 or 4 times a year. Some of them are with us 3 or 4 times a month. So, you know, when you're interacting with people that frequently, form a relationship with them. and there's credibility there. So when there's a challenge, there is a relationship that someone else that they can turn to and say, you know, I have questions about an issue. Give me some guidance. Tell me, what should I do? I trust you. I have a relationship with you.
Boy, that's nothing. I think that's the gold standard with healthcare these days. And, you know, we hear the bad stories. It's so great to have the good stories. So in the last year, it was a crisis, the worst public health crisis we've had in over a century. You were there to step up and take the lead. Something else happened that you alluded to earlier, and I said I wanted to wait to bring it up, which is that the long-term way we deliver primary care has been revolutionized in the last couple of years in New Haven. And again, it turned out that it was the community health clinics, you folks in Fairhaven Health Center, who were turned to improve primary health care, the regular doctor you go to in the community, that Yale New Haven Hospital turned to you to run its newly rebuilt and located primary health care. Tell us about how that happened on Long Wharf, why, and what you're doing.
Well, the first thing I'll say is how grateful I am. We are, as an organization, for the confidence that Yale New Haven Hospital has invested in us to permit us the opportunity to bring the substance of our organization to their teaching mission for primary care is really quite an honor, and we're extremely grateful for that. So for those of you who don't know, we have now, as of October 26th, I think the date was, of 20, assumed management of the Yale New Haven Hospital primary care. Everybody used to refer to them as the PCCs, the primary care clinic operations, and we are managing the adult medicine and women's health clinics at the newly developed Sergeant Drive building, which, by the way, is absolutely cool, at 150 Sergeant Drive.
Wasn't that original, the CACP, the original HMO building?
I'm told it was, Paul. That was before my time.
What was so interesting to me about that is that that was seen as the future of healthcare, HMOs, and they took a bad turn. They became very corporate, profit-driven, almost like it was pre-hedge fund, equity fund days. But it's interesting, the cycles of what we look at. So now I look at that building renewed, and I see that's the new model. This is community-based healthcare. And the reason I brought up that story, Michael, is that who would have thought a generation ago, that the community health centers would be the ones who were really in place to tackle the big institutionalized primary care center at our major hospital. And that's terrific.
It is terrific, but I'm going to say that I think that certainly true of the Cornell Scott Hill Health Center, that we've evolved quite considerably for those years. And I think that evolution allowed us to build the substance internally needed to take on a really important initiative like that. I'm not sure we would have been ready or prepared to do this 10 years ago. And so I'm grateful again to Yale New Haven Hospital for investing that confidence in us. It's really quite an honor. And by the way, this partnership that we're now in with Yale New Haven Hospital and Yale School of Medicine is, there's nothing quite like it in this country, anywhere. So it's record-breaking.
The phrase win-win does apply.
It really
because Yale New Haven Hospital had to do a better job. They wanted to do a better job in how they administered primary care. And it strengthens, you folks have been growing, Fairhaven Health's been growing, but it kind of strengthens you too. It gives you support to keep going to the next. I mean, the fact that you guys are thriving, it's all good.
This is really a win-win for everyone involved. First and foremost, the patients who now get to benefit from the resources and expertise of all three organizations in a combined fashion, in a coordinated fashion. It's a win for everyone.
And let's keep that win going, folks, because we're talking about the great give. We're talking about uniting as a community behind the great nonprofits who keep us fed and healthy and clothed and just strong and together in New Haven. Cornell Scott Hill Health Center does that as much as anybody in town and does it so well. If you go to thegreatgive.org, and don't forget the word thegreatgive.org, and please go to Cornell Scott Hill Health Center. You'll see a chance where you could donate this hour. It's nice. 50 people are giving 5,000. Let's ramp that up. I mean, come on, let's really get going here. We got till 8 o'clock tonight. Let's make it happen. This is a great hour for throwing some love and throwing some money to an organization that does that every day at Cornell Skit. Michael, if you don't mind, if I could just keep you another moment here. I've always been interested in how we learn to deal with substance abuse. You know, such a tricky, we've all had people in our lives struggle with substance abuse. We always try to figure out what's going to get them in a better place. You know, you can't do it for them. You don't want to be an enabler. You want to give them all the support they have. A lot of the addiction often involves gaming a system to keep yourself getting drugs and fooling people who are trying to help you. But other times you really want help and it's not there. Hill Health Center, in my opinion, observation, has always been the front lines of this. You started, you know, in the Hill, you started one of the great original residency programs and day programs that Johnny Martinez did. And the science keeps developing about the best ways to deal with substance abuse. What's really going to help people kick? What's one of the greatest public health challenges of our generation? So I wanted to ask you, Michael, given the cutting edge work you've done, where does that stand now? What have you learned at Hill Health about the best ways for us as a society and you as an institution?
At a bit of a crossroads, because it's really fortuitous that you should mention this, because I'm going to tell you something that you might not know. And that is, in pretty short order, we hope to begin development of a new substance use treatment facility adjacent to our SERC and that will be a 30,000 square foot building just behind SCRC, and will collectively for the greater New Haven community represent probably the most comprehensive substance use treatment campus in the entire state of Connecticut.
Would it be partly residential, part day programs? Would it be both alcohol?
It's going to be part residential for people who are in recovery from substance use treatment. And so we're really thrilled about this. We hope to begin construction this spring, if not this summer.
Maybe you have approvals for that and everything?
All done.
Okay, so we had covered some of those meetings, right? Where you met with the neighborhood about how best to do it?
Yes.
So I guess one thing that's always troubled me, because I've had people close to me struggle with this. How do you know when someone's ready for help? And how do you help them if they don't seem ready for help?
You can't help someone who's not ready for help. Many of the people who come to us for substance use treatment have done so because they've hit a point in their life where they really want to turn it around and see a need to turn around. Typically because there's been some seismic event, like they've lost their job, or they're on the brink of losing their family or children, and they come to us seeking help. They've decided on their own that they're ready now to be sober, and we couldn't be more thrilled than to help them along that path. And fortunately, we have the wherewithal right here in New Haven to do that.
And then the other issue is relapse. So I think that one thing that's very discouraging is that for people who try or in recovery, helping people in recovery, is that you have to know that relapses happen, that it takes a bunch of times, doesn't it? Relapse
is part of substance use recovery. So, when you're a substance user, there's no cure for it. It's a process of maintaining sobriety. And sometimes people fall off the wagon and they recidivize. And so we remain in constant contact with them through therapy and so forth, try to work with them to keep them on the straight and narrow, to deal with some of the underlying psychological issues that contribute to substance use. And so we're always there for them.
Well, I got to tell you that I'm so glad every day that Hill Health Center is here for our community. You just do such great work in so many different ways. And I just hope that everyone listening to this new Great Give Radiothon can go right now to thegreatgive.org, thegreatgive.org. Head right to Cornell Scott Hill Health Center. Show them so love so they keep up the great work in so many ways in our community. Michael Taylor, thanks for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you and check in.
My pleasure, Paul. It's great to see you again. And thank you, New Haven.
And thank you, Hill Health. And thank you, folks. You're listening to The Great Give Radiothon 2021, WNHH FM, 103.5, live streamed at newhavenindependent.org. NHH stands for New Haven's Home for Community Radio. We're visiting with some of the people who run great nonprofits in New Haven because we're in the midst of our 36-hour Great Give Radiothon, where we're telling you little people are coming to sing or read poetry for their supper, meaning tell you why it's a good idea to support us all. And how you holding up, Harry Droz? This is day 2.
Well, you know, it's hard keeping up with everything.
It's amazing how well you do it. Like at the right moments, you pop up on the screen for people watching on Facebook. You coordinate the people in the waiting room and the list that keeps changing. Got us on all these platforms.
We have somebody in the waiting room right now that we have.
Oh, let's bring her in. And what's your background, Harry? I was wondering, are those CDs or books?
That's a virtual background.
Yeah, I got that. I was wondering what it was. Was it the library?
Yeah, it's at a library.
Why did you pick that one?
I got like 20 of them.
I always wonder why people pick it because when Zoom started getting big in the pandemic, they found out that everybody almost who was on a news show took a copy of the book, The Power Broker, and would film themselves on TV with the Power Broker showing. And the Times went and interviewed them, and they all admitted they did it on purpose because they thought that was the book that made it seem like you're a really smart guy.
All right, Paul. So let's let our next person in, and then we'll let them know that we're taking a quick music break.
I don't have to take the break. It's okay. Thanks. You know, my bladder will hold out. Michelle Demore, even though I'm 85 years old almost. Michelle Demore, welcome to the WNHH Great Give Radiothon 2021. Michelle's with us here from the Ronald McDonald House. Thanks for holding on while we squeezed everybody in today. How you doing today? Okay, I'm going to ask you to press your audio so we can hear you.
Sorry about that. I thought I did.
It's okay. It happens to all of us. Hey, welcome. Welcome. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you today?
Good. It's really nice to have you on the Great Give Radiothon at WNHH. So I don't know if people told you, but we ask everyone, Michelle, at the beginning to give us a song or a poem that sets the table for why you want to be knowing about the great work you do.
Sure, I'm happy to. So we've chosen a little something from Mr. Rogers.
We love Mr. Rogers.
Right? One of my favorites. Yes, Mr. Rogers. And it goes like this. Taking care is one way to show your love. Another way is letting people take good care of you when you need it.
Okay, so very good choice. Tell us now the way that the Ronald McDonald House on Howard Avenue does that. You guys haven't been around that long, right? Maybe 10 years?
Actually, no, the Ronald McDonald House of Connecticut has been around for more than 35 years.
What I meant, didn't it move from George Street to Howard Ave?
Yes, we've been on Howard Ave since 2017. So we moved there June of 2017. So we're coming up on 4 years.
So tell me what you do.
So we provide a home away from home for families whose children are receiving critical medical care at nearby hospitals. So it could be any of the hospitals in the area.
How many rooms do you have and how many people stay there?
We have a total of 18 rooms and 2 respite rooms. So the 18 rooms are our traditional overnight stay rooms. And families can stay with us anywhere from 1 day to, as long as they need us. We've had families who have been with us for up to 18 months. And then we also have 2 respite rooms. And those respite rooms actually provide an opportunity for parents to step away from the bedside and maybe take a shower, or take a nap, grab a hot cup of coffee. And the respite rooms can be reserved for 3 hours at a time versus the traditional overnight stay.
And are you generally full? Is this a big need?
It is a big need. I can tell you, so pre-pandemic, we were in the months of November and December of 2019, we actually had turned away more than 600 nights. So we had a wait list of that many people for that many nights.
Is it free?
So it is, it costs us, Ronald McDonald House, $120 per night per family to stay with us. We ask families to contribute $15 per night per stay, although in 2020, more than 83% of our families were unable to cover that $15. And so, yes, it is free. We turn nobody away.
And you've done a great job renovating old, beautiful old homes in New Haven and First Street and Howard. And so I guess it doesn't cost so much as going to a motel or a hotel, but it's quite homier, right? I mean, it's nice.
Oh, much homier, much homier. You know, we have parents who in the morning come downstairs in their bathrobe to get their cup of coffee. So they really do feel right at home when they're staying with us.
Do they have meals there?
We do. We do. We provide meals to, we have a community pantry and a community refrigerator, so families can cook their own meals if they choose. They can also, we have community groups who come in periodically and cook meals for families. So it could be breakfast, lunch, or dinner on any given day, where a meal is cooked and then served and packaged to families.
So why don't we show people the page, Harry, if you feel like it. Tell them about the Ronald McDonald House. And we're asking you in this segment of the Great Give Radiothon to consider supporting the Ronald McDonald House on Howard Avenue, keeping families close, as they say. I love how you talk about what each dollar figure gives. $68 gives hope, $25 provides comfort, $500 makes you a member. House Heroes. The way you find it is you go to thegreatgive.org. Forget that word, thegreatgive.org, in the Ronald McDonald House in Connecticut, and good to go. Michelle Demore, how long you been with the organization?
It'll be 3 years next month.
What brought you? Why'd you decide you want to do this work?
Yeah, so I was actually, I was fortunate. I worked for Yale New Haven Children's Hospital for many and raised money for women's and children's services. So I was intimately involved with the Ronald McDonald House, and when an opportunity became available to support this mission and put the mission forward to those in need, I jumped at the chance.
When you worked at the Children's Hospital, was your job just being the person who give them any help they need when you had kids in the hospital and the family figured out what to do?
Yes, a lot of times we were raising money for whether it be parking passes or gas cards, whatever families might need, or equipment that may not generally fall within any kind of operating budget.
And do you ever have any personal stories from your own life you draw on that inform your work? Were you in the house? Did you get your tonsils out when you were a kid, or did you break your leg or something?
So I did, as a kid, I did have my tons out, and I
did too, by the way. All I remembered I was 6 or no 5 or something. I remember the ice cream in a metal bowl. Yeah.
Actually, I was a little bit older. I was in my teens when I had my tonsils out, and as the older you get, they say, and I experienced it, it was a little bit more challenging. And from my own experience as a teenager, I know I had to go back into surgery a few days later, and I'll never forget. We had a hurricane come through the state of Connecticut. Yeah. My parents couldn't get to me. So I was alone in the hospital following my surgery for about 48 hours because nobody could come get me. So I do see the importance of the Ronald McDonald House and being so close to.
So if your parents had been able to go to Ronald McDonald House, they would have been able to see you.
Exactly.
And what difference would that have made for you as a teenager?
I wouldn't have felt so alone. I wouldn't have felt so scared. So, it doesn't really matter what age you are, I think, as a child, but having your mom or your dad near you, close by, or a sibling is very comforting and really helps the healing process of any medical treatment.
Definitely. And so it's good work you're doing. Thanks for doing the work.
Thanks you
for coming on The Great Give. And
this is awesome. Yeah, this was great.
Yeah, it's great. Keep up the good, I just love what you add to our community. So thegreatgive.org. Don't forget the word the. Ronald McDonald House. We're asking you this segment to give them some love. And thank you, Michelle Demore. Glad you made it through the tonsils. I made it through too. We're doing okay.
Didn't really feel that way when we were going through it, but yes, we made it through.
Still got our adenoids, so right.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you
very much. Have a great day.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Remind, my name is Paul Bass. I'm your host this segment, following Babs Rawls-Ivy, on Appel, and Norma Rodriguez later in the day, visiting with some of the 400 nonprofits in New Haven, 400 plus, We're involved in that great annual event that we're in the midst of right now. Community Foundation's 36-hour Great Give-a-thon, where we all get to donate to all our favorite causes. They compete for prizes, they get some matching dollars, just get to do more great work. And let's take a second to tell you about the work we do. We're a public interest nonprofit news site. We're a creature of the modern digital age. Started in 2005 as an online news site, the New Haven Independent. Branched out to the Valley Independent Sentinel, both still going strong. And since 2015, WNHH FM Community Radio, New Haven's home. That's what those four letters stand for. And we are under the great leadership of our station manager, Harry Dross. And we have our great crew of hosts led by our daily morning host, Babs Rawls-Ivy. So thanks for tuning in today. 103.5 FM live stream at newhavenmin.org. I'd like to welcome our next guest to the show. And we're going to be talking about CASA, Southern Connecticut. Got Josiah Brown. I guess we're getting his still photo today. Oh no, we got him in person. Hey, I always see Josiah around town. And Dwayne, and Dwayne Jackson. We got you today. Great to have you both on, guys.
Thank you.
So
thanks very much, Paul.
So with Zoom, I'm guessing you can't sing at the same time because of delays. Which one of you is going to be giving us a song or a poem?
Well, I think I'm just going to read the beginning of a poem from Walt Whitman.
All right.
And I'm hoping primarily, Paul, you'll talk with Dwayne, but I'm happy to chime in whenever welcome. So this is the early lines of a poem from Whitman called "There Was a Child Went Forth Every Day." And for me, it evokes both the fragility and the promise and the potential of childhood. There was a child went forth every day. First object he looked upon and received with wonder or pity, love or dread, that object he became. That object became part of him for the day or a certain part of the day, or for many years or stretching cycles.
Hey. So, Dwayne Jackson. Well, first of all, let's tell people what CASA is. Court-appointed Special Advocates for Children. Dwayne, what is that, and what is your role at the organization?
Yes, the name implies main focus and the main activities that a CASA engages in is to observe the circumstances under which a child who has undergone trauma and some level of neglect and abuse, to determine to what extent they are recovering and in a safe environment currently. And so what we do is we visit with the child at least once a month as well and engage them in conversation just to ascertain to what extent that they're thriving current living condition. Of course, in gathering all of this information, not only do we speak with the child, but we also engage in conversation with their current caregiver, other involved parties, might include attorneys, may be representing one or both parents, attorneys that might also be representing the child. But we also engage in conversations other vested parties, such as schools, teachers, just to see how they are doing in terms of their academics, their learning, and their overall growth. Now, all of these observations are done for the purpose of providing information to the courts so that the judge can make some kind of determination using this input from a CASA, as well as the various other inputs, to determine the future caregiver who will be responsible for the child going forward. So in some cases, that might involve a decision that the child will be reunified with a parent because the parent has been removed from custody because of various reasons. And they might be expected to undergo certain kinds of treatment or whatever, getting in their way for providing for the child directly. The judge might also determine what extent a current foster care arrangement should be, or to what extent a a relative that's providing for the child should be continued or should be given permanent custody. So the reporting by a CASA serves to give input to the judge to make some kind of determination on
what a heavy
future of the
decision
child.
that is. But I got to think that's one of the toughest decisions we make, in our civic society about where a kid could go. And, it's boomeranged so much over the years. We followed all the different controversies. Society decided that you make the extra effort to make sure the kid stays with the parent. And then you have some terrible incident occurs where you say, then we make extra effort to make sure the kid's safe physically for the next time, but it might not be in their best interest. How does that weigh in you when you do your job, Dwayne? I mean, to have such a heavy, you're not making the final choice, but you're providing such essential information. What guides you in this work? Make sure that you're making the best recommendations you can.
That's a great question. One of the, I should share with you that although the CASAs, the court-appointed advocates, we go through extensive training, 30 hours of training up front before we can even be assigned a child. And a lot of that learning has to do with understanding our own biases, teaching us that, it's imperative for us to be somewhat dispassionate when it comes to conducting or fulfilling our role as a CASA. Becoming emotionally attached is probably not in the best interest of ourselves, for us or the child.
And I'll bet that's hard.
It is hard.
You're dealing with a human being. You're not dealing with a piece of paper. Yeah.
Absolutely. We're not robots. So you can't help but develop some kind of rapport and relationship and some kind of connection with the child. As well as in my case, I have two sets of children that I'm assigned to. So four children in total, ranging in age from 3 to 10. And these children, as I stated earlier, have undergone some kind of adverse childhood experience, and hence they're in the situation where they might be with a kin relative, living with a kin relative, or with a foster parent, or what have you. So yeah, I think you're right on. There's going to be some level of emotional response or attachment with these children and these other parties too, as you come in contact with them week
There's so
by
much
week.
at stake. So do the judges generally follow your recommendations?
Well, so far, I've been on these cases for about 6 months. And in the 6 months, I've had 2 hearings, one for each set of children. And I will say this, that the judge listens first of all, they read the report. It's evident that they read the reports that we submit because they ask very, relative questions. Thus far, I have not yet had to make any kind of outright recommendations, just because I'm early into this and we're not in any kind of recommendation phase. But I will tell you that the observations that I make and provide to the court have been issues that they've been taken to heart and used in terms of their analysis.
Dwayne, we're talking now about court-appointed special advocates for children. Josiah, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, thanks, Paul and Dwayne. I just wanted to add a bit of context that the court-appointed special advocates, or CASA volunteers, are that. They're volunteers, and we work collaboratively with professionals, including the caseworkers from DCF, attorneys for the child, for the parents, and a range of other professionals, teachers, medical professionals, therapists, and so on, and often help connect children and their families to libraries, after-school programs, summer programs, health services, so any range of things. So part of the role is to be forming this one-on-one relationship with a child, or with sometimes a set of siblings, as in Dwayne's case, so that you can be a consistent, steady presence in the child's life, visit at least once a month and often more than that, and then keep the other professionals involved informed of what you're doing, because no one can be everywhere all the time, and these professionals do have heavy caseloads. And then, as Dwayne was saying, periodically when there are court hearings, to make observations and, as appropriate, recommendations to the judge about what's in the best interest of the child. And I should say that that the expanded CASA work in Connecticut is as a result of a 2016 state law that makes our state one of 49 around the country with these kinds of CASA initiatives. And it's a program that's proven. It goes back over 4 decades.
Which is the fifth one of the 50 states that doesn't have.
Oh, the only exception is North Dakota, and that's because North Dakota has
doesn't have any children.
It has paid people in these kinds of their law just doesn't accommodate it, but that's obviously the exception. So this is a model that has been tested over the years, refined, and Dwayne is one of many really dedicated volunteers taking the time and devoting their commitment and conscientious fact-finding, relationship building with children. And there's a careful screening process as well as training, as you can imagine. And it's really inspiring to come across all these adults ranging from their 20s to their 70s so far, from all walks of life, who take the time to advocate for kids and work with the professionals involved in their cases. And I should say that the CASA network was endorsed just last Thanksgiving by Nicholas Kristof in his annual holiday giving column. We're hoping that will help raise awareness here in the New Haven area and around the state for ways that folks can get involved as volunteers, or if they're able to support us financially, that's great. Spread the word through social media. This approach is really an efficient one. It relies on one staff for 30 volunteers like Dwayne, serving on average up to 75 children. So as we continue growing, we'll have more capacity to serve more kids, initially in the New Haven region and eventually beyond.
All right, so we're talking about court-appointed special advocates. Every state but North Dakota's got them. We're glad to have them in Connecticut, and you can help them have these adults, volunteers like Johnny Jackson in the lives of young people who could use a little extra attention and time spent on them. Oh, you're doing pretty well there, Josiah. 11,990 raised so far, but you could use more. Change a child's story. That's the pitch, and that's a great pitch. So if you go to thegreatgive.org, this is what this is, thegreatgive.org. You look up court-appointed special advocate, CASA. They could use your help as they're helping kids. So Dwayne Jackson, let me ask you, what do you do as your day job, and what led you to want to be a volunteer?
I retired from United Technologies in 2010.
Yeah, what'd you do there, Dwayne?
I was responsible for staffing and recruiting for Sikorsky Aircraft. That was my latest role. That also involved going overseas, helping to start a joint venture with United Arab Emirates Air Force.
Wow.
Yeah, so and subsequent to my retirement, I also served in the Peace Corps almost 3 years.
Wow, so you're basically being a good guy is what you do. And,
well, I try to make the best of whatever resources and whatever experiences I've been fortunate to develop over the course of my 30-plus year career.
All right, well, I'm glad you're here doing it. I'm so glad you're on The Great Give. I want to thank you both gentlemen for coming on today, Josiah Brown and Dwayne Jackson, all the work you do. And I'm just going to remind everybody, we're going to take a little break until the 1 o'clock hour when Alan Appel steps in to take his turn. And I'm Paul Bass. I've had the pleasure of being your host for these 2 hours. And you're listening to the Great Give Radiothon, WNHH-FM 103.5. While we're taking the break, and Harry Joe's going to cue up some music, I believe, I'm going to ask you to visit thegreatgive.org. You want to get to $3.6 million for all our great 400 plus nonprofits in town. That's thegreatgive.org. This is Paul Bass. Thank you for listening in at WNHH New Haven's home for community radio. And Alan Appel will be with you at the top of the hour. Should we leave him alone? Well, I think it's totally fine. Muted. Is that Joy Haenlein over there?
Yes,
Hi,
I'm
Joy.
here.
Alan Appel with the New Haven Independent. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Well, welcome to our Zoomathon, The Great Give, and we are delighted to hear about an organization that's a bit new to me. Maybe you can tell us about Connecting Through Literacy, Incarcerated Parents and Their Children, CLICC.
Yes, hi. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. So
Pleasure.
CLICK is the name of our organization for short, and we are a literacy and mentoring program for incarcerated parents and their children. And we have a number of participants in the greater New Haven area.
Is the organization statewide?
Yes, we do work statewide.
Right.
We have a very, very large catchment area in greater New Haven.
So when did you get started? I was looking at your material, and is there a niche that you or the founders saw that nobody else was working at? And tell us about that, because it's specifically with moms and dads and their kids.
Yes, and we do something that no one else does. So there are wonderful organizations that are working in the field of social justice and families impacted by incarceration, and they're working in various ways, but we are the only organization that we're aware of, not only statewide, but also nationally, who actually approach it the way that we do. So what we do is we are working, one group of mentors is working with the incarcerated parent in the facility. CLICK is in 8 prisons in Connecticut. So pre-pandemic, I mean, currently we're not able to go into the prisons, but pre-pandemic, we were meeting with parents in 8 prisons every week. And so we're meeting with parents on one side, but
on the other side, there's a separate group of mentors who's meeting with their children in the community.
Mm-hmm.
So we have mentors working with parent and child simultaneously, but not together. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to increase communication between them. We use books as sort of the jumping off point for that, because books give kids and parents something different to talk about. Children who have parents in prison will often ask them when they're coming home and tell them that, you know, they love their parents, they miss them. But having a book to read, having that shared experience of having read the same book, gives them different things to talk about. You know, I most like this character. You remind me most of this character. What did you think about this part of the story? So it gives them something new and different to talk about. It also encourages children's literacy and parents' literacy for that matter. So we use reading books as a jumping off point, but really our goal is to increase communication between the parent and child while the parent is incarcerated, and with the goal of improving and enhancing the relationship, but also making it easier for the parent and the child to transition back to being together in the community or having contact when the parent is released.
Yeah, so that's fascinating. The use of literacy and the book as a kind of a jumping off point or a way to communicate. And I understand that there actually is a specific curriculum that CLIC has worked out. Oh, and by the way, while we're talking with Joy Haenlein of CLIC, the Connecticut Through Literacy Incarcerated Parents, Their Children, and Caregivers, as we have right up on the screen, you go right to thegreatgive.org and you can make a contribution to an organization doing a unique thing.
Thank you for mentioning that. Thank you.
Well, that's what we're here for. That's what you're here for. You know, it's funny when you were talking about helping with the literacy of kids as well as the parents. I was reminded of some comment that the previous mayor of New Haven, Tony Harp, made, where she said, because she was very interested in reentry issues also. She said there is a correlation between reading levels and the imprisoned population. Or, you know, if you don't get a good foundation in the early grades, there's a correlation between that and up where you don't want to be.
Right. Well, there is such a thing called the school to prison pipeline, and it's a real thing.
Right.
So that, I mean, that's for sure. But also, you know, Alan, I would point out, and this is, I think it was just last week or so, there was a piece in the Hartford Courant that may have run elsewhere that talked about the loss of literacy for kids during the pandemic, and how a lot of them are a little out of touch with literacy, not reading as much, not doing as much processing of words than was done pre-pandemic. And of course, educators are concerned about what this is going to mean for the future and how this makes their job more difficult. But it also, for us, because we've continued to meet with our kids via Zoom, mentors and kids are still meeting via Zoom during the pandemic, so they've continued to read. Right. And you know, our caregivers have told us sort of anecdotally that they feel as if the kids have really benefited from just having that regular exposure to the printed word. And even if someone is reading to them, sometimes our mentors will read to them. Sometimes they will read with their mentors, but even the simplest exposure to the written word is thought to be very, very helpful. So especially during the pandemic, we think that piece of it has been especially valuable. Right,
right. So who came up with the idea of using the written word? And I understand it's not just books and talking about books, but letters are encouraged to be sent between kids and parents.
That's correct. We don't require it, but when I was meeting with parents in group every week and hope to again, you know, we would spend a chunk of our time leaving aside time for parents to write their kids letters, because sometimes parents would, you know, they wouldn't exactly know what to say. they talk a little bit about the book and they'd say, I'd like to talk about something else. So we'd say, okay, school vacation is coming up. Halloween is coming up. We can talk about what are you going to be for Halloween. You can talk about what Halloween was like for you when you were a kid. So we do encourage parents in group every week, and we leave time for them to write letters, but we also encourage the kids. We do not force them to do it, but we encourage kids to write letters to their parents. And one of the reasons we do that, Alan, is because it does further promote the literacy. But, in addition, phone calls in prison, as you might know, are very expensive for families.
Right.
Phone calls, video calls, expensive. They're not free. And in addition, visiting can be difficult for families. They may be at a distance from the prison. They may not be able to go at the time that they're supposed to go. And currently, visits are by non-contact only. So for a little one who's really used to being able to hug mom or dad when they go to visit, they can't do it right now. And for some kids, that's just too much for them to bear. They don't want to be separated from their parent by glass. So there are some families who are choosing not to visit during this particular time because of those concerns. So when you sort of narrow all the options, the idea of being able to write a letter is the most low cost, means that's available to parents and children. And it also encourages literacy on both ends. So we do encourage it.
What does a phone call or video call cost I don't
know. I actually don't know what the cost of that is right now. I want to say it is, well, I don't want to get it wrong. So I don't want to say, but it's, it's several dollars for a 20-minute phone call.
Okay, but
so,
I thought for a second it was going to be like deliberately prohibitive for some reason, 15 or.
Well, I mean, it's a lot of money, and especially when you consider that the caregiver at home, oftentimes they lost income when the parent went to prison, right? So there's even less money coming in than there was before. So it's a real hardship for families to be able to put money on the phone. And there is a bill in the General Assembly that is, I hope, will be passed this session, that will make the phone calls low cost to no cost to families. Well, it's really the right thing.
I hope when that happens that you will continue writing your letters, because that's wonderful. And what a first class stamp is, 52 cents. I don't know anymore. But you also can. I mean, if I were in prison and I had a letter, I would keep it, and like in the movies, I would keep it with me and I would read it over and over again.
And that's the great thing that we tell our parents, is because they read their kids' letters over and over. And it also leads, it leaves the kids that same option. I will share one story about one of our moms who's doing quite well and is back in the community. And she was surprised to see when she came home that her kids had saved every single thing she ever sent them.
Oh.
Over a period of years. So he was very surprised to see that, but they knew everything that she had been doing because they had read the letters and they had saved them along with everything else that she sent home for them. So, it reminds me how powerful these tangible items can be.
Tangible items can be, that's right. And they're also, and there's a great literary tradition of composition in jail. No, not quite the same thing. It may be too far afield, but Don Quixote was written during incarceration, and much else. But you mentioned little ones, and the question I have to you is, you think about this, because we'll go to the Great Give again, thegreatgive.org, where you can give to CLICC, C-L-I-C-C, doing this important work. Or if you're there also, you might want to consider supporting WNHH Community Radio, of which this broadcast is a part, of the Online Journalism Project. But let's talk a little more in 5 or 6 minutes we have left about the kids. You talked about little ones. Are we talking about little ones up to age 16 or 17? So how old are our kids? And tell me about the mentors, whom I assume are volunteers. And And tell me a little bit about the mentor training, which I assume has to be very it's more than mentoring and tutoring with reading and writing issues, because want to talk about all kinds of sensitive things that come up, how to handle that.
Yeah. No, so our kids are between the ages of 5 and 17.
Okay.
We're basically looking for kids who are reading age. We will take a 4-year-old who's already reading, but we basically say 5 to 17 as our age range for our program. And our mentors, I'm so proud and happy to talk about our mentors. We have a really, really fantastic system. Click works in concert with 14 colleges and universities in Connecticut. And they are a large recruitment pool for us for the mentors to meet with the children. So what we do is, we've had a lot of success with this, and we have so many wonderful relationships, including Quinnipiac University. We just trained a whole bunch of mentors from Q Law, with Quinnipiac, Yale, Housatonic Community College, University of New Haven. Those are just some of the schools that we partner with. So we partner with 14 colleges and universities statewide, and we work with professors in criminal justice, social work, education, psychology, and we connect with them to see about recruiting students to mentor children.
Undergraduates or graduates, Joy?
We prefer junior and senior undergraduates, though we will take younger mentors, and they've worked out well, and also graduate students. So the idea is that the mentor agrees to meet for 1 year, once a week, for 1 hour with a child. Pre-pandemic, we were meeting in person. That's something we're going to return to as soon as we can. But we've been meeting on, via Zoom over during the pandemic to bring these two together. The great thing, there are a couple of great things about the mentors, especially during the pandemic over Zoom, because it's such a digital space, and our students are very digitally literate. They have all sorts of great apps and games that they can pull out to
with the kids.
To play with the kids. But as you suggest, we train our mentors. We also give them a DCF background check. But our training is very specific to the challenges that these children can face, because as you suggest, it's not just about reading a book. Children who have parents in prison experience stigma, shame, isolation, a really unique combination of factors on top of the trauma of being separated from a parent. And oftentimes,
and on top of the challenges of growing up.
Yeah.
Right.
And oftentimes they don't have a lot of people they can talk about it. Sometimes they're discouraged from telling anyone, including their friends.
Right.
So the Click mentor is someone they knows about their parent, who will ask about the incarcerated parent. I ask my kids every single week, how is mom? How is dad? Have you heard from them? Have you talked to them? What's new with them?
Right.
Because oftentimes to a lot of people, once you go in prison, you don't even exist anymore. And I want these kids to know that I know that their parent exists.
Right.
And somewhere out there is their parent who will be coming home
right.
to see them again. So it's a very, very important relationship, again, especially during the pandemic.
Right.
Given that.
And briefly, who are your in prison mentors?
Our in-prison mentors are mostly adults with life experience, volunteers who go in every week or try to go in every week if we're not prohibited from going in for various reasons, to meet with parents. So we really are always looking for good mentors, but we prefer older people who have more life experience, because it's helpful when you're working with other parents if you can talk a little bit about your life experience as part of that.
Okay, so and the funding you're trying to raise through the greatgive.org, where you can go right now and give to Connecting Through Literacy Incarcerated Parents, Their Children, Caregivers, otherwise known as CLICK. So Joy, the funding you were trying to raise, will it be for a specific support of the mentors or supplies or books, or general operating or a new initiative in the last?
We're raising money for child mentoring.
Child mentoring.
Books, books for kids, the curriculum. We provide things like paper, crayons, so that kids can draw pictures for their parents if they would like. Also, for once things get going again, there will be travel costs for the program. So, but we're really looking to raise money to support kids.
And how many kids are involved in the program? How many families, I guess, kids and families?
Well, it's sort of hard to say right now because we have some families who are on hold during the pandemic.
Right.
Pre-pandemic, we were meeting with about 80 parents a week. So, and some of those families have dropped out of the program. Some families are on hold now.
Right.
So, but we're looking forward to getting started again.
And how long have you been around? Are you long enough around to know, to have any kind of longitudinal sense of the effect of the program in terms of, staying out of jail, recidivism, kid success? How are you measuring stuff?
We have been working in the prison since late 2014.
Okay.
We don't have recidivism data for the parents at this point. That takes a very, very long time to put together.
Right.
We know anecdotally that our parents do well, but I don't have hard figures to share with you. And we are currently in the middle of an evaluation of the child experience that really looks at how their views about books have changed, if at all, and how do they think about having a parent in prison? How do they feel about their parent, and how those feelings change, if at all, over the course of the program?
Well, I wish we had time for me to ask you for a list of the books, like what's a book a 5 or 6-year-old would read as opposed to a 16 or 17-year-old. But alas, I think we have to say thank you so much for joining us. Listeners zooming in to hear, please go to The Great Give and support what obviously is a very crucial piece of work that Joy and these volunteers are doing. And there is the organization. And also, if you want to volunteer, I think would be embraced. Thank you so much. Great good luck to you.
Thank you so much, Alan, for your time. Take care.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, and here we are. It is time also to think about giving a thumbs up and a few bucks to the Online Journalism Project, WNHH, New Haven Independent, my employer, and the host of our radiothon, I guess the second year of the pandemic. And as we open our virtual door through our wonderful station manager, Harry Droz, to our next guest, who should be the Connecticut Food Bank Food Share.
How you doing, Alan?
All right, Harry, how are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. How's the grandchild?
Well, I'm sitting in a room where we not homeschool him, where we remote school him. So, but he finishes up at 12:45, and then he makes way for me, and he did okay today. He flops on the bed half the time during class, but I don't think he's unique in doing that. You have kids too, are you? You have kids. How are they learning?
Yeah, Alan. I got somebody at my doorbell ringing.
Okay.
So you know what? Our guest is in here. I'm gonna play some music, and we'll be right back.
All right, I'll wait for you.
All right.
Oh.
Hi, this is Babs Balls-Ivy from New Haven, Connecticut, and you're listening to WNHHLP 103.5 FM, streaming live at newhavenindependent.org.
Hi.
How are you?
You're Jacob Jakubowski.
Jason, yeah.
Jason, pardon me. Who were we expecting? Jennie Hirsch?
Just me.
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Same one. Okay. Well, welcome to...
Jennie's my assistant.
There you go. Well, welcome to our radiothon, our Zoomathon during the Great Give. And you are here to tell us about the Connecticut Food Bank and Food Share.
Absolutely. No, be happy to tell you guys about that. And I see that the Great Give has already been very successful thus far. So we appreciate that and all of your efforts. So
can you see at the moment what number are we at?
At the last one I got was let me get it here. The last number that I got was $17,716.
Fabulous.
And that was about 15 minutes ago. So
that's just fabulous. Well, you know, the Connecticut Food Bank and Food Share, the organizations, you've merged.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. These are two 40-year-old organizations, here in Connecticut. And we realized early on during early on in 2020 that, there's a lot of synergy there and a lot of ability for us to work together. We've been working together for years. Why not just create one organization? So as of February 1st of this year, we've been one statewide food bank. We are on day 94 right now. So it's been a wild ride.
Was there a specific trigger? I guess the merge was pre-pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was. I wouldn't say that the merger itself was triggered by the pandemic. I do think that the pandemic reminded all of us about the need to be as efficient and nimble as possible in the work that we do. But our the board of directors of Food Share and the board of directors of Connecticut Food Bank had worked together for many years and had been working and had these discussions. And I think that they realized that, that the timing was right in terms of putting this all together.
Well, here is the wonderful Connecticut Food Bank on the screen, where you can go to thegreatgive.org and make more contributions to this vital organization.
Up to 19,000, fantastic.
And we see the trucks and the vans moving throughout the city. We see I rent office space at St. Paul and St. James Church on Chapel and Olive in New Haven, and I regularly see food being unloaded for the Sunrise Cafe. I think is one of the beneficiaries.
Yep. Absolutely. We have a lot of great. I mean, we have 700 agencies, 700 pantries across the state of Connecticut that we that we service. But I happen to actually just be in New Haven maybe a week or so ago, visiting a couple of our pantries. It was great. I got a chance. I went to the Vertical Church Pantry down in West Haven, and then the Walk of Faith Food Pantry over in the Fairhaven section of New Haven, and then the Desk Food Pantry downtown over on Temple Street. So it was great, and it's a great day. It was a beautiful day, but we also had the opportunity to just, you get to see the fruits of your labor. I mean, it's one thing to sit here in an office and to do budgets and strategic plans and stuff like that, but to actually see, our food being distributed to people, it's heartwarming, and you realize just how important this is for individual families out there in the community.
Yeah. So tell us about the problem of food insecurity and what's I noticed in the material that your organization is also working on long-term solutions. So why the persistence, or how do you see what those long-term solutions might be that you can effectuate. So you sort of want to, in many ways, eliminate your reason for being.
Absolutely. We're one of the few organizations on the planet that would love to put ourselves out of business. The unfortunate reality is that, food insecurity has existed going back to the Old Testament. So this is a problem that has existed for human beings for thousands and thousands of years. Right. In terms of why we are so persistent, I think it's something that strikes everybody, as it strikes a chord with everybody. And I think everybody knows somebody or some family that has been affected by food insecurity at some point in time. That's the amazing thing to me about this whole thing. And I think this pandemic has certainly brought that to light. You never know who's food insecure. You had people who had 5-6 figure a year jobs, and then due to no fault of their own, they lost those jobs during the pandemic, and were trying to figure out where their next paycheck was coming from.
That's right.
It's sad. It's disheartening, especially here in Connecticut, the richest state in the country. We did a food distribution. We've been doing one for the last year at Rentschler Field in East Hartford, where cars were coming through there getting emergency food distributions. We did a survey at the early stages of that. 74% of the cars had said that they had never used one of our services before. That's how many people were new to this idea of hunger and food insecurity. They never imagined in a million years that they'd be in this position. Yet, this is where they are. It's heartbreaking. It really is.
That was that statistic, a pandemic statistic?
There's a pandemic. Yes. We pulled this at the beginning of the pandemic.
No, I know. And, more than one time I've been looking at the news, and the reporter is at a location. And where the cars are lined up, and they pointedly say a lot of these cars are expensive cars, and suddenly they're being used to pick up food that's provided by food banks across the country.
The president, in his speech to Congress last week, the president talked about these food lines. He said never in America did he think that he would see those, that he would see such lines. And he said he even went off script and said, and some of them are very nice cars.
That's right.
You don't know the circumstance that anybody is in, and there's certainly people that had, like I said, 6-figure a year jobs. You lose your job. You got to figure out where your next meal's coming from. I don't care what kind of car you drive.
Right. Well, the people making it possible to provide what people in those lines need the Connecticut Food Bank and Food Share. Go to thegreatgive.org and let's see if we could get that total up to $20,000 while we're talking here.
That would be great.
Yeah. So are these funds that obviously organizations like yours raise funds and all over the place in different strategies? Are you seeking money just for regular ongoing support, or is there a specific initiative? Is there a challenge where some grant that you had disappeared? What's the focus of the concern or issues being addressed through the fundraising?
Well, right now we are still in COVID response mode, and I think sometimes I have to remind our staff of that, our volunteers of that, our board. We have to keep reminding ourselves that we are not out of the woods yet. And while we are starting to see some of the numbers come down from their peak during COVID, we are not back to where we were pre-COVID in terms of food security rate in Connecticut. So we're still up there, and we're still responding to this. We also have to remember that we're not responding to the biological virus itself. We're responding to the economic impact of that virus, and that economic impact is likely to linger for 12 to 18 months after the virus itself is solved. So the good news is we're starting to see some relief and some recovery. The bad news is that that's still where the majority of our funds are going, is to figuring out how we fill that gap between what typically would be donated to us and what we have to make up. So it's still a difficult time. Beyond COVID, we are always thinking a couple steps ahead. We have an Institute for Hunger Research and Solutions. We have a SNAP outreach program that we are now making statewide. We have hunger action teams, and we have mobile sites across the state of Connecticut. So the old way of doing things was always to amass food and to distribute food. Now it is about ending hunger.
So help me clarify that. So what's the distinction there? The distinction now is to look for solutions that are not a truck full of food.
Yeah, look, how we usually put it is the old paradigm, how food banking started. The old way of doing things was you amass pounds of edible product and you distribute pounds of edible product, and that edible product could be Skittles, it could be Twinkies, it could be donuts, it could be whatever. We have definitely gotten much more sophisticated, in which we realized two things. One, edible product isn't good enough. It's got to be nutritious product, because that makes a real difference for people. But two, we've realized that it's not just about amassing and distributing pounds of food. It is also about figuring out how we shorten that line. It's not just feeding the line, it's shortening the line. And how do we work with other organizations to try to help people break that cycle of poverty and not have to rely on our services much in the future? Right. So it really is a two-pronged approach. Our core service is absolutely providing nutritious food to people in need. But we can do that in a way that also brings in many of the other services and other nonprofits that can help these individuals, really find a way to get back up on their feet.
Right. I'm supposed to ask our guests if they've prepared. I always feel silly doing this, if they've prepared a song or a jingle. But you talk about such serious subjects, and you ask for this. But
I got a quote that I usually use. I was when they told me to prepare a song, I keep going back to I grew up in the '80s, so probably a couple choruses of "We Are the World" would be what I'd come up with. But I do have a quote that I use from Dr. King, and it's poignant, and it is, I think it speaks to what we do here every day, and it's that I have the audacity to believe that people everywhere can have 3 meals a day for their bodies, education and culture for their minds, and dignity, equality, and freedom for their spirits. And equating hunger and equating nourishment with education and with equality and freedom, those are the biggest things that this country stands for. And I'm always appreciative to Dr. King for that guidance, because it is something that we hold very, very true here in this particular.
Right, and it also points to the fact that whenever you're talking about one problem, it always is tangent or part of another problem, food and health, safety.
Absolutely,
these issues don't exist. I don't have to tell you that. How long? Now you have been with the organization. Which organization? The Food Share?
Well, I've been the CEO of Food Share since July of 2017. So I've been at Food Share for about 4+ years, and I've been the CEO here at the combined organization since day one back in February.
And you're looking. Now, did I read correctly? You're looking for a new name.
We're definitely, if you have any suggestions, let me know. I mean, I could tell you that we're definitely trying to figure out, we have two such very well-established organizations, and we imagine that what we're going to end up with is some amalgamation of those.
Right, because actually when I looked at your name on our list of guests or presenters, I wasn't sure what this was.
Okay.
But now I know why.
Yeah.
So my last question to you is what keeps you going personally with this kind of work? I mean, what when you wake up at 2 and 3 in the morning with whatever issue?
I do.
I'm sure you do.
I have 5 teenagers. That's what's my 5 teenagers keep me up at 2 and 3 in the morning.
Oh my God. Okay. Well,
but no, what keeps me going? I'm a Connecticut guy. This is my home. This is where I'm raising my family. My wife is from here. We've lived here our whole lives. We both went to UConn. We feel an obligation to make this state a better place, to make our community a better place. And you see people struggling out there every single day. And that's what keeps me going. And I always like to say, even when I'm having a bad day at work, I know that we have done something really, really positive for the community. And again, even in the most difficult days, that's what keeps me.
Well, on that thought, which is inspirational to me, and I'm sure to listeners, do go to thegreatgive.org and make your contribution to the Connecticut Food Bank and Food Share, and maybe also to WNHH, Online Journalism Project. And we thank Jason Jakubowski so much for joining us and for the work of the Food Bank and Food Share. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me on, and thanks for doing this for us. You guys are wonderful. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Right. Take care.
Take care. All right. Harry, who is at the door?
Who do we have next? Let me check.
We have Kayla Edwards from Urban Community Alliance.
Okay. Let me let her in.
All right. I meant who was at your door?
Oh, who's at my door? Somebody delivering.
Shirley Ellis West.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Wow, it's been a long time.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Yes.
Wonderful to see your face.
Yours too. How you doing?
I'm all right. I'm very happy to be alive and be here and see you and be able to talk about the Urban Community Alliance.
Oh yeah, yes.
Hey, Shirley, do you have someone with you?
No, I'm actually by myself.
Okay, good to know.
Why do I need someone with me? No.
Someone else in our waiting room. I just wanted to know if they were with you.
Oh no. You know what? That may be my administrative assistant. So she's listening in. She's not gonna be like on the interview with me, but I think she may be listening.
Okay.
So Shirley Ellis West, you are an old timer in New Haven with the New Haven. I remember you with the. Do I remember you being in the room when we at the New Haven Independent showed up and we were covering the launching of the Street Outreach Workers Project?
Yes, you do remember me being in the room. So just to give you a little backdrop, the Urban Community Alliance is the result of a merger between the New Haven Family Alliance and the VETS mentoring program. So I currently have been tapped to serve as executive director, and really I'm feeling really blessed about that. And so, but I bring to the rebranded organization all the experience and community involvement that I had at the New Haven Family Alliance.
Yes. You do. That was a 360 James Street.
Yeah, long way.
No longer there?
No, we are now located at 446 Blake Street in New Haven.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So Shirley, when did the merger take place, and give us a little background about what was the reasoning behind it?
So the merger actually started around 2019, I believe. It took about a year and a half to complete the merging of the two organizations. And both organizations at the time, were kind of looking for, both organizations had their reasons, but New Haven Family Alliance was a struggling organization at the time. Unfortunately, we've been in the community for many, many years, But as everyone knows and research supports, nonprofits sometimes have a lifespan. So we were challenged at the time to be able to continue to keep our doors open. The Vets Mentoring Program, they were looking for someone to partner with as a nonprofit because they were currently being sustained under a for-profit organization, which didn't make a lot of sense for them. So it was sort of a marriage that it was a relationship and a marriage that seemed to work. You know, and management service organizations were actually at the time being looked at as a process for merging organizations. And so with some support from the Community Foundation and Graustein's Foundation, the two organizations were able to enter into a merger that made sense. And it took about 1.5 years with some serious strategic planning. I happened to be involved in that process from early on. And so in 2020, the merger was completed and we formed Urban Community Alliance. And so we are now a year old. In March 2021, Urban Community Alliance was a year old.
So Shirley, with the new organization, were there new goals and new programs, or were the ones that were ongoing, the mentoring programs and so forth, were they just streamlined, or what's the change on the ground, so to speak?
So the change on the ground simply was bringing the vets mentoring program under the umbrella of the Urban Community Alliance, which, you know, because if you look at any literature, you'll see us say formerly New Haven Family Alliance and Vets Mentoring Program. I'm trying to stop with the formerly now because we're a year old and it's time to stand on our own. Right. So the biggest change was merging with the Vets Mentoring Program, which is a program that is really unique. We hire retired military vets to serve in mentoring relationships for some of our most challenged young people in the community, similar to what Street Outreach Worker Program did. But the vet mentors serve as mentors and not street outreach workers. But same population, with the same focus on these young people. And incorporating training that the Vets Mentoring Program get that also involves urban trauma. So that was the newest kind of on the ground piece. And we were able to sustain our juvenile review board that we had operated for many, many years in both New Haven and Hampden. We were able to sustain our work with our fathers in the community. And we were able to sustain the work that we do with families that are DCF involved. So we didn't lose. The only program that we didn't bring over with us was the Street Outreach Worker Program. And
where does that reside?
So Leonard Jihad is the director of the Connecticut Violent. So you know what? I'm gonna mess the name up, but it's under. But the Connecticut Institute, Violent Institute for Violence, or do you know Leonard Jihad?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so he brought over some form of street outreach worker that modeled what we implemented and what we created at the New Haven Family Alliance.
Okay, so we're talking with Shirley Ellis West with the Urban Community Alliance, a year old, UCA, and you can support this really vital work by going to the greatgive.org. I think it will pop up on the screen. And should pop up on this. But anyway, the work goes on with you know what struck me is that the New Haven Family Alliance, the word family dropped out, and urban
community, urban community.
Yeah, so So does that indicate sort of a shift or a broadening of the work to get beyond focusing on families, or was there an institutional revelation that even if you work with families, if you've got the larger entity of the community not in the right way, you still have a problem?
No, so I think the question is like kind of what incorporate what the name Urban Community Alliance, and what was the thinking around that?
Yeah,
so I understand it.
Still working with families, or are we beyond families with the whole community?
No, so we are still working with families. We are still working with families, and so what the rebranded organization primarily wanted to do was to take, so the New Haven Family Alliance, I always will say, is a legacy. That was the legacy organization that the rebranded organization was built on. All the years and all the work that what happened under the leadership of Barbara Tenney, that's foundational. And so the rebranded organization, with me as the leadership, it was important that I respect that foundation of not just the New Haven Family Alliance, but the foundation of the Vets Mentoring Program as well. So the Vets Mentoring Program was a program already operating statewide. New Haven Family Alliance had historically worked in Greater New Haven. So the rebranded organization now has an opportunity to build capacity outside of New Haven, serving families, serving families, youth violence, restorative justice, fatherhood work. So we now have the opportunity to extend ourselves a little further. And that was the thinking around adopting and choosing the name Urban Community Alliance. And so one of the things that we understood about our work foundationally was that historically on both sides, we served primarily a population of Black and Brown folk. And so there wasn't any getting around that. That's who we served. And that's who we continue to serve. And so, and we do that in urban communities. And so we also wanted to honor that. So it took us a while to choose Urban Community Alliance, but I think that we did a great job at choosing it as our new brand, and supporting the foundational work and efforts and commitment and service that both these organizations brought to the rebranded organization.
Yes, yeah, and I think we're going to show. Here we go, Urban Community Alliance, the new name, merger of New Haven Family Alliance and Vets, and here we are at the great give.org, where support is needed and very worthwhile, and also maybe online journalism project in New Haven Independent.
That's right.
Look at that, $500 on the right side. That's great. Shirley, the two programs that you mentioned briefly, I think maybe people who have not been around New Haven as long as we have. Tell us a little bit about the Juvenile Review Board in particular, which I think is a wonderful organization. A lot of New Haveners, even who have been around, don't know what that does. And just give us a minute or two about that. And then I've got one more question for you. And then I think you have to perform a song or recite a poem. I hope you don't get nervous.
All right. So the Juvenile Review Board is one of the programs that the New Haven Family Alliance had operated prior to the merger for 14 years. So it's currently now in this I think 16th year. So the JRB was formed out of concerns of how concerns of how urban youth were managed around first and second time offenses in the juvenile justice system. And so many youth in suburban communities, you know, when they did something, you know, that supported that, you know, they were taken home, or, you know, but you know, or some other alternative would use, but they were not arrested. So about 16 years ago, you know, the state funded three JRBs in urban communities, New Haven, Bridgeport, and Hartford, and we were all trained to implement a restorative practice models. Each of the city's models look different. New Haven's model is a case management model where we work out of a nonprofit organization. Hartford started out working out of the police, implementing out of the police department. Bridgeport out of the school district. And so what the intent of JRBs is to divert first and second time juvenile offenders out of the judicial system into a less punitive intervention that involves community volunteers, you know, sometimes the victim of those offenses. And so in that community process serves as a process for helping the young person, first of all, understand the harm of the offense versus, you know, so how that offense impacted them, how that offense impacted the community, their families, the victim. So the first goal of a JRB is to, our model anyway, is to help the young person understand the harm. And so in understanding the harm, you now look at the young person from a strength-based place, and understand, you know, what resources might benefit that young person in modifying behavior and improving in areas of whatever they might need. And the other piece of that is to hold that young person accountable for whatever that offense is by completing recommendations that have been agreed upon by the youth, the family, and these recommendations are born out of the process of the community volunteers. So it's a really awesome way to reduce the number of young people we see going into the juvenile justice system. And here in New Haven, we support kids anywhere from, pro-social activities to improving school grades. And so it's work that's very critical and important for the organization. And it's one of our premier programs. And we not only operate a JRB in New Haven, about 10 years ago, we implemented a JRB in Hampden under the same model. And so the organization operates 2 JRBs, one in New Haven, one in Hampden.
And how many kids go through the JRB system?
So in New Haven, the New Haven program, pre-COVID, because we weren't able to meet these numbers during COVID, but in the New Haven program, pre-COVID, we were required to serve up to 200 youth in a year. In the Hampden program, based on funding, we were required to serve 40 youth a year, but we've always exceeded those numbers in Hampden. In New Haven, we would quite often get to that number. I mean, we would exceed that number, or we would get very close to that number. And the referral sources for the JRBs involve juvenile court, schools, community, other nonprofit organizations, and so police departments. And so the referral sources for the JRBs is very broad.
Right. I mean, in the most basic sense, someone once explained to me that restorative justice model that you're talking about is such that if a kid graffitis up some private person's wall, part of the solution or the judgment that's passed down is that the kid clean the wall or something that might be
I mean, that's basically, so, you know, and again, you're right that, you know, so instead of being arrested, I get to have an alternative offered for holding me accountable for you know, but for graffitiing the wall. But more importantly, I get to understand what the impact of that graffiti on that wall was, like who, like how in fact that graffiti on that wall impacted me,
Right.
my community, my family, you know. I mean, so always bringing the youth back to the center of harm, you know, because it's really about impact and harm. Like, you know, I did something dumb, but you know, this is the impact of doing that dumb thing, right?
Which often includes the party's meeting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, and do I have it right that the boards are consist of people who volunteer from various walks of life to sit on the boards and help come to the decisions?
Yeah. So the volunteer panel is very diverse, and it can consist of anyone who's interested in volunteering. This is a shameless plug, but anyone wanting to volunteer for a JRB panel, you simply need to just contact us at Urban Community Alliance. You know, say that you're interested in volunteer. We will send you the information for both New Haven and Hampden. You have to be at least 21 years of age. You have to either live or work in New Haven or Hampden. Or you can maybe go to school here, but and you have to complete an 8-hour training and be able to commit to at least 1 year of supporting a JRB panel. And that commitment for the year could simply be one time a month or several times a month. It's based on kind of like what someone's availability is. So the criteria is really you know, criteria that you know, almost anyone can meet. And so our volunteers are very diverse in nature, from teachers to police officers to Mrs. Jones next door, someone who actually came as a parent or a youth themselves who now want to come back and volunteer.
Well, that's fabulous. I actually have been thinking for a long time about asking for an application, and I just might do it in the months ahead.
Yes, thank you. We would so appreciate that.
Well, Shirley Ellis West, thank you so much for speaking on behalf of the Urban Community Alliance.
Yes.
At thegreatgive.org. And my gosh, it's 2:00. And unless you are desperate to perform, you don't have to now, because we've learned a lot about the Juvenile Review Board. Ted.
No, I mean, so this is quick. This is an excerpt from Maya Angelou.
Okay.
We have lived a painful history. We know the shameful past, but I keep on marching forward, and you keep on coming last. Equality, and I will be free. Equality, and I will be free. So that was one of my favorite excerpts from Maya Angelou, and so I won't sing it, but I did share it. And thank you for the opportunity to share about Urban Community Alliance and Great Give. Look, we got a few hours to go. So look, help us raise that $10,000. Help us raise that $10,000 to support the children, youth, families that we serve, and that need your support for us to continue serving them. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, Shirley, for all your great work over the years.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye.
Ginger Wilk.
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon.
Alan Appel with the New Haven Independent.
Nice to meet you.
So are we family reentry?
Yes, family reentry. Yep. We're based in both Bridgeport and New Haven as well.
So welcome to the Great Give, our radiothon or Zoomathon that we're doing. I guess this is the second year we've been Zooming. And tell us about family. Is family reentry of Bridgeport? Is that the official name?
Yes, Family Reentry. Well, we actually merged with Community Resources for Justice back in August. So they're based in Boston and they have a presence in several states. So now with us joining forces with Family Reentry, they've been able to move into the Connecticut area to continue with reentry initiatives and so forth. So, and Family Reentry has been in existence since 1987. They started with basically just in a halfway house, going in to just encourage some male residents of the halfway house. And it started with that and launched into, all of the initiatives that we do today. So, and I did write a poem. So I don't know when you want me to do that.
Well, since you mentioned it, you seem to be inspired. Why don't you do that? And yeah.
I thought it would be a good way to start. So basically the poem is called Relinquished, and it's in the perspective of a individual who is just recently incarcerated. And I thought that even though I took a stab at it, working with folks that have been incarcerated and transitioning into the community, they all have their own journeys. They have their own stories about what that means. And I don't want to try to just summarize it, but I thought it would be good to kind of give a taste of what it's like, because that's what Family Reentry is all about, is working with these folks who are returning citizens and people that have been incarcerated. So the title of the poem is Relinquished. It sits and expires like soured dairy, that laminated document that entitles me to a joyride and a residence on wheels. It's posted as vacant just until the lined up candidates perform a hostile takeover. That time-clocked position that enables me to provide and to outrun poverty at my heels. It's posed on a dresser and dangles in a dusty closet, that scentless fragrance and outdated outfit, much like my love potential that I left at the stoop. They sit facing an empty chair a few times a day, another serenading them and speaking monologues over them in my stead. The ruddy faces that resemble me and my innocence that I left behind. Relinquished with a paralysis of reversal, images such as these are growing chillier with the spins of the clock, whose rhythm has synced with my heart. Yet one thing that refuses to be laid to rest more than the skin on my back, hope.
Who's the author, Ginger?
I wrote it.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
congratulations to you. There's an awful lot going on in there.
Yeah, it just made me think about, everything that makes us an adult, everything that makes us sort of grown up gets stripped away completely when somebody is incarcerated. It's the nature of what it is and the purpose of what incarceration is. But however, all of that. So I think about, a driver's license, being around, being a parent, having a job and a position, making decisions, having finances. All of those things are what, I know I have college and young adult aged children. And, the hope when we have children is that over time, when they turn 16 and they move through teenage years and young adult years, that they're going to gradually progress to all that defines us as an adult. Well, people who are incarcerated, all of that progression comes to a screeching halt. And coming out into the community means that they have to start all of that all over again, just whatever that might mean. And some of those things are huge steps, just like getting a license restored. I mean, we've had some clients that have come out and they've had to, go back and take, basically go and get the adult education class and get their permit all over again, taking a test like a 15, 16-year-old kid in order to get their license restored, not to mention all of the fees. And so it's a huge journey, and a lot of times, I used to spend a lot of time in the facilities, and when I would walk through, some of the common areas and go to where I would run some groups, I would listen sometimes to the conversations, and it almost sounded like many were sort of like teenagers. Like you would think that the conversations were conversations that kids would have in high school. You know what I mean? And it's not because they're immature. It's just because they're kind of back into that phase again, and that's why reentry is so important, is to bring people back to a place of that maturity and that independence. And that's really the journey of what reentry does.
So if you want to support this very important work, you go to thegreatgive.org, where page should pop up on the screen, I hope, and make a donation to Family Reentry Incorporated,
Yes.
working with families, I guess in the New Haven area and Bridgeport area. Ginger, the phrase you use in your poem is, what did you say? You said
Relinquished.
Yeah, but you said relinquished with the paralysis of reversal. But it's interesting that you say reversal is paralyzed. Doesn't mean the reversal is not impossible.
Correct. Correct.
That's your point, I guess, that
Yes.
with the work of people like yourself and Family Reentry, the reversal of the path you're on is the whole point of the exercise.
Exactly. And I think that's really, it's kind of a real fundamental, point to working with people who are reentering into the community, is understanding that there can be change. I think it's really hard to work in this field without really knowing in your heart of hearts that people can change and transform, not only to believe that, but to be able to bring this across to the clients that we serve, to be able to speak to them that hope. And that's why I said, like, the one thing that never leaves is some level of hope, that there is hope that's there, but sometimes it kind of dies a little bit, and you need people that can begin to kind of bring that out of people that are incarcerated, especially while they're still there in the prison. It all has to happen within their minds. That's where change begins. The way you see yourself, the way you envision your future, the way you start mapping out people, places, and things. Those are the catchphrases that we use all the time. People, places, and things. That's what you have to address. Who are you going to hang out with, and who are you not going to hang out with? Where are you going to go, and where are you not going to go? What things will you do, and what things will you not do? And that takes a lot more preparation than just hitting the pavement and starting the minute that you get your freedom, And so that's a lot of what we do. A lot of our work is pre-release, in starting with being able to talk to the men and women while they're still there, they're settled down, their anxiety level is low, and to start getting them to think about what it's going to be like. Because once they get out, it's really, really hard. It's literally, I think about, I recently went to the Department of Motor Vehicles to just do a simple transfer over of a registration to somebody. And I waited a month and a half for that appointment. And right, got there, and I had the wrong documentation. And I thought about it as I was driving away, very disappointed and stressed out, that that's sort of what it must feel like every day for somebody that is recently released from prison. Everything that they have to do is sort of like a DMV experience, because you think it would take 5 minutes, but it takes days, it takes weeks, it takes different documentation. And so they need a lot of help and a lot of support and a lot of belief.
But now you can't, here in New Haven, we for years we heard this mantra that since the Whaley Avenue facility is a place where prison system often drops off people when they're re-entering, and the mantra we've heard is, why in the world these people are dropped off here, and they often may not even live in New Haven. So the first challenge is to get to wherever they live, but clearly the preparation for release and has not occurred in the case of everybody who's going through reentry. I guess my question is, how do you choose who you're going to work with? Because while I guess the goal might be to work with everybody, you can't possibly do that, or can you?
Well, it depends on the program. We have a lot of different legs. So for instance, we have Dana's House, which is a residential facility in New Haven, and it's for men that are reentering who have pretty serious mental health issues.
Okay.
And so obviously that's a, specific referral that comes in. We have the EPH house right now, that's in Bridgeport. That's a halfway house that is not staffed. It's completely self-run by the clients. We just actually lost funding for that. And that's just basically, people on parole releasing to Bridgeport. We just started a RISE program in Bridgeport. We hope to launch it in New Haven once we get, it going, because it just launched this year. That's for females. And the beauty of that particular program is that that is not any particular state contract. So it's all privately funded. And a program like that is wonderful because you can take everybody, at least everybody that's coming out to the general region where you're working, but we can take people that are at end of sentence that aren't necessarily on parole. We can take people who, may not have done well in the facility. They may have had a lot of tickets. They may not have been able to kind of survive through the process of a halfway house and things like that. So it really all depends on sort of the nature of the program. But the less strings attached to some of the work that we do, the easier it is to be able to open it up to whoever needs it. Even if it's a word of mouth referral, it doesn't have to be so formal.
And so how many people are you able to provide services to during the course of a year, maybe a pre-pandemic year?
So for instance, the RISE program is smaller. So that's 20 clients at a time. So up to, I think it's 50 for a year. The residential obviously is different. Most times it's 15 beds, and that could go on for 6 months. It could go on for a little bit longer. We have also an enormous amount of clients that we work with in the domestic violence programs. Hundreds and hundreds of those that are, basically those are pretrial or sentenced folks, some people that are coming out of prison. So it really all depends on the specific program. We also do a fatherhood program at Family Reentry where we specifically work with fathers and getting them reunited back with their children. And that's another real important factor that we've seen as we've worked with, because when you're working with folks that are incarcerated and reentering, when you look at the statistics in Connecticut, obviously the number for men is much, much higher than for females. Right. And so the males, we noticed that that's a big thing. And as much as they may not be wanting to reunite with, the past romantic relationship that they had, most of the men have a desperate desire to want to be in their children's lives and they just don't know how to. And, so we know that if we offer those services, it's going to help to stabilize the family across the board. If families are stable, then, individuals are going to be stable. So that's what we really strive to do in our program as well. We have a J-Connect program where we work with teenagers who are at risk to go into the criminal justice system. So we're trying to get it from all angles and to just strengthen the families in general.
So I'm just reading some of your material here. It says family reentry addresses the often, that's the phrase, intertwining problems of domestic violence, prisoner reentry, recidivism, the risks to youth by offering evidence-based interventions. So when you were saying that fathers most definitely really want to reconnect with their families, with their kids, is that what I was going to say? Is that one of the evidence-based things that for sure works? That if you could work on that aspect of the complicated problem, that's a leg up on future success of an individual family. Well, what else is really evidence-based that is going to work that you might want to replicate?
Well, I think that the greatest thing that is evidence-based in what we've done, I think, over time has been the mentoring portion that goes along with working with incarcerated or formerly incarcerated or returning citizens. And so I think there's just no denying the statistical proof that mentoring works. So like, for instance, we have a transitions program where young men, teenagers and young adults are placed in groups. They have a program that they're put in where they have wonderful, curriculum and supportive services, and they're matched to a mentor within the facility. And the hope is that that mentoring relationship will continue outside of the facility. The J Connect program that I mentioned with youth, that's also a mentoring program. So no matter what we do, we always try to put some sort of a mentoring component in where we can. We're also looking into the possibility of getting some, we're looking into some grants where we can get some formerly incarcerated individuals who have been able to have enough time to stabilize in their lives and to hire them to do some mentoring with people that are just returning into the communities, because it really works having that one-on-one connection and being able to give back some of that role modeling that the people never really got or got a sort of a faulty dose of in growing up.
And I imagine you want volunteers to be able to help you do that work.
Yes, we definitely, right now the transitions program has sort of been a little bit on hold in terms of the regular work because of the fact that, the facilities are not really letting people inside. So, so definitely at some point there's going to be a pitch for mentors and also for J Connect as well. Yes, mentors are always, highly encouraged. And it's also a lot of benefits, a lot of stats about how it actually helps mentors to do the mentoring and volunteer work. There's a lot of proof of how their lives are helped, their health is improved by being a mentor and a volunteer. So it's good across the board.
Right. Well, when two people are having a heart-to-heart conversation, there's always a kind of angel in the room. I've always thought. Well,
exactly.
Ginger Wilk, thank you very, very much for coming on and telling us about family reentry. You can go to thegreatgive.org and support this critical work. More mentors, more transitional programs, and more God's work in prison and in the community. Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. It's the 2:20 hour during the Great Give. I don't have the leaderboard. I don't know how much money we've raised. Are we getting within striking distance of $3.7 million? Hope so. For all the nonprofits in New Haven and points beyond. All right. Our next guest I expect to be let in through the virtual door is Circle of Care. Oh, here we go. Is that what we have left? 5 hours? I guess so. Go to 8 p.m. Raised. See it. Harry, are we with us?
Yeah.
Hey, so Paul thinks I have to go to the bathroom now. He's not. It's wrong. Giving me elderly bathroom advice.
Well, it's your perfect opportunity to do that because our 220 guest hasn't shown up.
Oh yeah.
So if you want to take a quick break, I could go to music.
Well, why don't you go to music, or I have a urinal here. I could just stay. No,
No, that's okay. We'll go to music.
All right. Just I'll be here. Not a problem. Thank you.
So Alan,
yeah,
how about you give us a pitch for why people should donate to the online journalism project?
Oh man. Well, you know, apart from paying your low salary.
Of course, let me stop you there. If you give me your pitch, you have to also either recite a poem or sing.
Oh well, golly, there's no singing for me. I could let me see. I might be able to recite things. The online journalism project, New Haven Independent. Well, you know, I just think that I'm thinking back over the years that as we talked to these various people like in the previous interviews, like Shirley Ellis West and I were chatting about previous organizations that have come and gone or have merged or have been, you know, repositioned in the array of nonprofits in New Haven, and over the last 15 or so years, and the New Haven Independent sort of is the through line, kind of endured through all of them, and we write about all of them, and you know, we write about the changes, and I think, you know, I think that speaks to the fact that you know, a news site like ours, a newspaper like ours, an outlet like ours is it becomes you know, it becomes more than another organization. It becomes a kind of I don't know how to describe it. I was going to say it becomes kind of part of the soil of the city out of which the organizations grow and change or plant themselves. But it's not quite the soil of the city, getting agricultural here. It's a little bit like one of the irrigators of the soil of the city. How am I doing, Harry? And
well, it sounds like you're selling a farm, but
well, I'm inspired by your background there. Is that make believe, or is that your garden and your pine trees behind you?
That's make believe.
Oh, too bad. But anyway, so but I do think of the paper as one of the, you know, one of the legs that a city stands on. turn it into furniture. And I'm proud to be a part of it. I really did not expect to be spending the last 15 years of my working life, traipsing after people or attending Zoom meetings. Of course, none of us expected to be on the Zoom, but I realize how important it is, and what an anchor it is for other people, and what a kind of record it is of the city. So I think people should go to the greatgive.org and support the online journalism project. I think they should go there right now. I think they should go as far as they can to the side of their screen, where do we have? Yeah, you see, look there, 45 donors, $2,945.
Yep, and we appreciate everything you can give and everything you are giving. But as you see, we actually cover New Haven, the Valley, and of course this radio station. So I think we do a spectacular job, and I remember before I worked for Paul for New Haven Independent / WNHH, how everyone, to have a city with a major paper like the New Haven Register, and have everyone actually go to newhavenindependent.org to get most of their local news. And that's what I experienced working in New Haven, and when I was living in New Haven, people were always talking about, what did Paul write? Oh my God, we don't want to show up on the New Haven Independent. I heard that from people who used to work in City Hall. They don't want to show up on the New Haven Independent because the one thing about the New Haven Independent is that it holds everyone accountable. So, I mean, we're a friendly bunch, but
but look at that, at $2,945. I think that's my point. People look to it, but we get taken for granted. I think that we're sort of always going to be there. We're we're like Chapel Street, which is the only. That Chapel Street is the only street in New Haven. I think Mayor DeStefano said this. Maybe there's one other, but it's the only one that goes from east to west, from end to end. Only one. And I think, the New Haven Independent goes from east to west and from north to south, wouldn't you say? We cover the city. Now, you mentioned the Register. They're spread out, but we're here in New Haven, but we do cover the Valley through the Valley Independent. You're absolutely right. But here in New Haven, what we do is we do the in-depth. We're spread out, but we're not superficial when we spread out.
Yeah, I mean, we're hyper-focused locally, but at the same time, we branch out. And like I said, everybody locally is looking at the Independent for the real story. Not that other news, organizations don't give you news, but people like you, Tom Breen, you guys are special. You guys ask the questions that the common person is looking to have answered. So it's different. It's a different experience, and I think the online journalism project is the perfect place to actually donate your money.
I think it is too. We have in Paul Bass somebody who's a very modest guy, as you well know. Well, that's the way I experience him. And maybe it's different when you work pre-pandemically, cheek to jowl, as you guys do. But he he's unusual in many ways. There are a lot of people who, when they saw the writing on the wall about the demise of traditional metro papers or print news, who launched online sites, many of them have not survived because it takes more than being an excellent reporter, an excellent editor. You have to know how to have to know your community in a different way about how to fundraise in your community. And we're the beneficiaries of Paul's really being very good at that, of being able to convey the value of what you get when you support paper. And I can tell you that he, in the early years, he was a little surprised that we have been able to make it year in and year out. Why do I say this? I say this because it's still stuck at $2,945. There's no guarantee that survival this year will be survival next year, right, Harry?
Yeah, we do need the funding. I mean, we're a non-for-profit, so we do rely on donations and grants and stuff like that. So it is important that you invest in where you're getting your news from. I mean, let's face it, New Haven gets its news from the New Haven Independent.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Register over the years. In covering stories, you get to know Mary O'Leary, though she recently retired. Wonderful reporter who knew where all the bodies were buried at the Register. But I don't know anybody who reads the Register anymore. I mean, I don't know. Do you?
No. I mean, it's crazy, but we have people here in Waterbury who talk about the New Haven Independent, and getting the news. Oh, we saw it on the New Haven Independent, and I'm always surprised when I hear stuff like that we have such reach. But I think where we are, it's a newspaper, but it's an online newspaper, so we're so easily accessible to people in the state that it's just everybody looks for us, for the story that we're going to put out. So we're our reach is great in the state. It's not just New Haven.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, one of the issues that has popped up now and then over the years was whether whether the Independent should think about having a kind of Hartford bureau, because as you know, so much of the life of New Haven or the death of New Haven depends on what happens in Hartford. So it made sense in a certain way to think about having a Hartford bureau, but we never did that. Paul had the good sense to, during budget season, he always sends reporters up to Hartford, and we cover our delegation, doing its Herculean labors to get the pilot to restore it to what it's supposed to be, or to do the right thing by New Haven and Hartford. So we in a sense we also do cover the state, but we do it through a New Haven lens.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, we do send everybody up to the reporters up to the Capitol, and so we get. I don't know if we need a Hartford bureau when we have reporters that do the job regardless of where they're stationed.
Right, that's right, and that was one of the, that's a kind of editorial financial decision. When you hire a reporter, if you wanted to designate a reporter just to be up there all the time and basically be the Hartford bureau, that means the Independent has to raise $60,000 to pay a salary and benefits and gasoline and all that kind of stuff. So, but I think Paul has made the right decisions, and we're hyper local, but when you get hyper, when you write novels, the rule of thumb is that when you get really particular, you write about a particular character, and if you dive deep enough into being a particular character, you'll get to the point where your particular character is universal. So we're hyper local, but in being hyper local, we're beyond local. We're universal at the New Haven Independent.
Yeah.
And that's the end of my pitch.
So, thank you for your pitch, Alan, but you got to sing for your supper here. So do you have anything? Do you have a talent that you want to show us?
Oh my gosh.
And you could grab one of your books, right? You could just grab one of your books.
Yeah, I could grab a book. I could do that, or I could recite. Let me see. What could I recite? I used to memorize stuff. Let me see. But I'm gonna have to fudge it. I could recite. Let's see. What's patriotic? So in the 1830s, Ralph Waldo Emerson was asked to dedicate a bridge in Concord. It was 1830, and there were lots of aging members of the Minutemen, the Revolutionary War soldiers. So he wrote something called the Concord Bridge Hymn. Right, it was a hymn to this bridge where the Minutemen, the early militias, fought the British in the April 1775, the opening skirmishes of the Revolutionary War. And until this moment, if anybody asked me to recite it, I probably could do most of it. But I could try, and then I can fudge the rest. But it's an interesting poem because Emerson was a Christian minister, but there were a lot of people from India passing through with different notions of caste and religion. So he got this little Buddhism, a little Brahmanism in this poem. But I could recite it for you if you like.
Right ahead. I didn't know you go back to the 1800s, but go ahead.
Sorry. All right. So the Concord Bridge Hymn by Ralph Waldo Emerson. By the rude bridge that arched their flood, their flag to April's breeze unfurled, here once the embattled farmer stood and fired a shot heard round the world. That's where that line comes from. The foe long since in silence slept, like the conqueror, silent sleeps, and now downstream the rude bridge has swept, down the dark stream that seaward creeps. By this green bank, by this soft stream, we set today a votive stone, that memory may their deeds redeem, when like our sires, our sons are gone. Spirit, capital S, spirit, that made those heroes dare to die and leave their children free, give thanks, and nature please gently spare the shaft we raise to them, to thee. Yes.
Excellent. You're off the hook now.
All right.
We have our guest waiting, our 240 guests. So we let them.
All right.
It's all yours.
All right. Hi. Patrick Cummins of the Connecticut Audubon Society.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Hi, Alan, how you doing?
Hi, I don't think we've met. It's a pleasure.
Likewise, and thank you for having us on.
Do you know the name Mark Aronson?
Yes. Great birder from New Haven.
He's from New Haven. He's a personal friend of mine, and he actually is. I joke with him. He is the ornithological correspondent for the New Haven Independent.
Oh, nice. That's a good correspondent to have.
Yeah, it is. He's. I'm a super amateur backyard birder, and whenever I want to do something more serious, Mark sometimes gives me a call, and I've accompanied him on what do you call it, the hawk counts, the various birds.
Oh yeah, at Lighthouse Point Park.
Lighthouse Point Park and the winter counts in December also.
Yeah, the Christmas counts.
Christmas counts. And then we did the one of the stories that I most enjoyed doing for the Independent was when one of the buildings in downtown New Haven, I think where Gateway Community College now stands, there was an empty lot for several months pending construction. And it was the season of the year where the gulls decided that seemed like quite a nice beach.
Mm.
And they began to nest in the sand there off
Oh,
of
wow.
Church Street. So I mentioned this to Aronson, and we cooked up an article for the Independent where I interviewed him about whatever it is, the 3 or 4 the species of gulls in New Haven that were nesting.
Cool.
Anyway.
Yeah, they nest on rooftops in New Haven as well. And speaking of rooftops, New Haven hosts just about, I think, the only nesting pair of or population of common nighthawks in the entire state. So, you know, you normally think of endangered species as being out in the wilds of the country, but you know, our cities are also very important for certain of our birds and other wildlife, and particularly, you know, our city parks are very important stopover areas, as you've experienced at Lighthouse Point Park, but also East Rock Park is an amazing migratory stopover, particularly in the spring.
Where are the common nighthawks? Are they around these days? Or when did it happen?
Yeah, I think Mark usually gets them on the summer bird count, and they're the only ones ever recorded in the state is come from New Haven. So we don't know where they're nesting, but they're probably nesting on some gravel rooftop in the city.
Right,
and,
right.
Yeah,
they're gravel rooftop.
Yes, probably.
Why do they like gravel?
That matches what they would normally nest on the ground. They like these sort of very well drained sand plain habitats or gravel pits, gravel deposits, something where there's no vegetation coming up and is well drained so that the eggs don't flood out.
Okay. Well, Patrick Cummins, you're here obviously out of love of birds and love of Connecticut Audubon. And you can support the organization by going to thegreatgive.org. That I think we'll put the page up. And
awesome, thank you.
There we go. And look at all the birds. Can you let me see? Is that a gull on the identify the bird for us?
Yeah, the top is the osprey, the banner, and then on the left, under $10, are a pair of piping plovers, actually doing a courtship display. That's it looks like a subadult male purple martin under the $25. And then there's an American oyster catcher,
right?
And then humans, and then osprey.
Humans. That's. How did that happen like that they put humans?
Well, we're a big part of the equation. It's our ecosystem as well, and we need clean air, clean water, healthy soil, and all that sort of stuff. And in a sense, if we are, we can't conserve birds without people. We need supporters. We need volunteers. We need grassroots advocates who are willing to speak out to their elected officials. So we like to say that we help people conserve birds, or people help us conserve birds. Well, birds and other wildlife. We care about other wildlife as well, but we can't do it alone. It's really a groundswell effort that whenever I say we did this or we did that as Connecticut Audubon Society, I'm talking about our entire membership as a whole, all of our supporters, our volunteers. No matter what your role you're playing a role in making a difference for birds, other wildlife, and their habitats, and in this case, in the greater New Haven area.
Is that message, do you think, getting through? Because when people think about birders, not everybody, but it's that kind of vision that you just described usually doesn't pop into mind. What pops into mind are, eccentric people, maybe with expensive equipment, lurking behind a tree at dawn. But the fact that Connecticut Audubon Society has 20 wildlife sanctuaries and takes care of 3,300 acres of open space, and that tens of thousands of kids get a lot of science education through the society. I mean, you have to kind of read it and list it to counter an image that's kind of much more reduced. So how does that shaping up in your view?
Yeah, birding is really becoming much more diversified, much more, mainstream. Particularly in the COVID era, there wasn't much to do except go outside and go to natural areas. So our preserves were incredibly busy, including our Milford Point sanctuary, which is one of our most visited preserves in the state. And the birding community is very generous. They support us how they can. Many of our, our membership is composed of a lot of birders and just other people who are very interested in the conservation of nature in Connecticut. We have, very close ties with the birding community, including very, very active volunteers, members of our regional boards, members of our state board, they also speak out whenever we do have alerts of, bad legislation up at the Capitol or good legislation up in Hartford or good legislation in DC or bad legislation in DC. Birders in Connecticut and throughout the country really do speak out and make a difference. In fact, last year we had one of the most important federal pieces of legislation passed in decades. That was something called the Great American Outdoors Act. And the birding community really had a groundswell of support for this. And what eventually it means is $900 million in funding nationally for land protection projects, new national wildlife refuges, new state parks, new public access areas, new town parks. And this funding, we're just beginning to see the rewards of this benefit. But me and the other independent Audubons across the country worked with national groups like National Wildlife Federation and TNC and National Audubon Society. And, when needed, we reached out to targeted lawmakers in their particular states. And I think that's one of the values of having this network, this nationwide advocacy network. If an important piece of legislation is going to benefit Connecticut, I can pick up the phone and say Angus King is a target for it. I can pick up the phone and talk to folks in Maine. They can reach out to Angus King, and then we get the legislation that benefits both Maine and Connecticut. So we do focus on things that benefit Connecticut directly. We are a Connecticut-based conservation organization, but a lot of times national legislation directly impacts us in a good or a bad way. So we keep an eye on DC and have this whole network. If in fact there's something coming up where Blumenthal is a target. So the folks from Massachusetts and I have been working together, and I'm the liaison to Blumenthal's office about funding for Land and Water Conservation Fund. So and sometimes we need that backing to say that our membership thinks this is important, and then we have these tools where people can, with one click, get a letter to the exact right elected officials, be it the state legislature or other decision makers or the federal delegation.
And how many engaged and activated members you have? How many people will click in an emergency?
Yeah, it really varies with the issue, but we have a mailing list of around 15,000. Sometimes we get into the high hundreds for just your average issue. Sometimes into 2,000-3,000 interactions where they send letters to the decision makers. And in fact, we're going to be having an alert soon about our Milford Point property. We're trying to renew the lease there with the state, and there's some legislative action that's required. We expect that there's probably going to be a large amount of people weighing in supporting that proposal. But we try to make it really easy, and we also try to make it so that we're not sending out an alert every week. Between now and June, it may get a little bit crazy because of the CGA's schedule, and there are a lot of things we're following. But we do like to keep our powder dry for important issues.
Right. So I wanted to ask you a question. Maybe I'll ask you the question, and then you can think about it while you perform your talent segment, because you were supposed to. Were you told that people who come on the WNHH should perform, recite, or sing a song? You don't have to, but if you didn't prepare something.
I do have some lyrics here that I can read. I'm not sure I can sing. It's a song by Adrian Belew called "Burned by the Fire We Make," which is essentially about climate change.
Okay, so here's the question you can think about unconsciously while you're reading it. Why is the Connecticut Audubon is independent, not connected with National Audubon? Why? And I take it other states are the same. So just give us a little background on that after your performance.
Sure, after the performance. Okay. All right, I'll start reading the lyrics. And when man gained dominion over land and the oceans, he began to harm the planet with his asphalt and his toxins, and to lay the forest bare and to poison even the air. And he killed every beast and taught the seas how to bleed. Burned by the fire we make, what a shame. And then the winds gave in, and the rain knew no season, and the sun came to beat on a land of sand and diseases. And when God looked down on the earth and saw it was broken, then the tears of God fell down through a hole in the ozone. Burned by the fire we make, what a shame. This is the nature of the human race, to kill off anything that gets in our way. Poor Mother Earth, we disfigured her face. Man is the maker of his own disgrace. Burned by the fire we make, what a shame.
That's fairly grim.
It is. But you know, climate change is a fairly grim issue. And you know, that one, you know, I kind of chose that. Well, I really like the song. It's a great song. He was the guitarist for King Crimson, and I'm really into progressive rock. He's one of my favorite musical artists. So that's one of the reasons I chose it. But climate change is really a serious issue. And it is really of our own making, and it is ultimately the species most at risk. Well, salt marsh sparrows are really at risk, but humans are very much a species at risk from climate change. I don't think we should be despair, though, because I really have a lot of confidence in human ingenuity to get out of this crisis. You know, I think that we can figure out a way, and working together, I think that we will find solutions.
Right. So very briefly, why is Connecticut Audubon independent?
Okay, we are actually older than the National Audubon Society. We were formed in 1898, and I think National Audubon was formed in 1905. And actually, our founder was one of the founders of the National Audubon Society, Mabel Osgood Wright. Several of the northeastern states had independent Audubon societies that were actually instrumental in forming National Audubon Society. But when it came to joining together with National, decided to keep their own independence. The most famous is the oldest, Massachusetts Audubon. They're also the largest. But then New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Maine, and Maryland, D.C. area, a few other states had independent Audubon societies that just decided to remain independent. In most cases, National stayed out of those states and didn't have much presence there. But in Connecticut, we're lucky enough to have a strong presence from National Audubon Society and also a strong and independent statewide Audubon. And it really benefits us because National has the contacts in DC and other states, and we have the ability to make decisions quickly, and we can be nimble and really weigh in on an issue without having to go up the chain. We can be broader in our interests. National Audubon primarily focuses on birds, whereas we focus on birds, other wildlife, and their habitats. So things like spotted turtles and wood turtles. It gives us more flexibility, to have our own mission here in the state, but yet have this really trusted partner that we can work together with. And we do work very well together with the National Audubon Society.
That's good. That's good. That's a good explanation. If you want to support this important work, you've got to go to thegreatgive.org right now and make a donation on the page. I would recommend the amount under humans or is it an osprey at the far right?
The osprey, yes.
Under the osprey.
Yes, thank you.
So in the concluding moments, Patrick, tell us about the You've got an Osprey event and you've got a Madness Birdathon, Migration Madness
Yes.
Birdathon.
Migration Madness. Yes, we have Osprey. We have an Osprey camera, and just laid their egg yesterday. The Osprey camera is located at our flagship center, one of our flagship centers at Milford Point, the Milford Point Coastal Center, which is the closest facility we have to New Haven, and the primary beneficiary of the Great Give funding is going to be our shorebird work, our osprey work, and our coastal center. We also have Migration Madness coming up, which is the weekend after Mother's Day, and really it's a birdathon, so it's like a bike-a-thon or a walk-a-thon, and you don't have to be an expert to compete. You can go to one of our bird walks at one of our centers around the state, which we have all corners of the state covered there. Lots of activities going on. You can find out more at ctaudubon.org, and then you reach out to your friends or you post on social media. You know, I'm counting birds to conserve birds here in Connecticut, and you know, please pledge X for for how many bird species I find. And it's not just for experts. You know, you could just find 5 bird species and raise $5 or $10, and that could be incredibly beneficial because it could be coming from somebody who's never heard of our work before, and then you know they're going to get updates on how their money is making a difference for birds, other wildlife, and their habitat. And you know, who knows, they may become volunteers or board members or donors or you know, advocates in the future. So part of the goal is to get more people out birding at the peak of migration and to really see how spectacular Connecticut can be in the middle of May.
Is that happening? Is there a kind of growing interest in birding and conservation related things, or do you find that's struggle?
No, absolutely. You know, the environmental issues are really, particularly in this part of the country, are really, you know, close to the heart of people here. We understand the need for clean water, for drinking water, for protecting our aquifers and watersheds. And recently with the pandemic, I think more people are getting out in nature. And the thing about nature is that the closer you look, the more time you spend in nature, the more likely something spectacular, you're going to see something spectacular, like a peregrine falcon, you know, chasing a flock of shorebirds, or an amazing butterfly, or a really cool beetle. There's just amazing stuff out there. And I think that the more people that get out there and explore nature, the more people are going to care about nature, and the more advocates and supporters and volunteers we're going to have. And really, there's enough work for all of us to do.
Well, Patrick Comans, thank you so much for giving such an eloquent representation to Connecticut Audubon Society here on, speaking of birdathons, on the Great Give-a-thon.
Yes.
Thanks so much, and go to thegreatgive.org to support Connecticut Audubon. And while you're there, you could move over to WNHH 103.5 Online Journalism Project. Thank you, Patrick. Great. Good luck to you.
Thank you, and you're welcome, Alan. Have a great day.
Cool.
Bye.
All right. Good. It is 3:01.
So, Alan, are you ready for overtime? Your relief hasn't shown up again.
Oh, man. You know.
Don't look so enthused.
Can't do it. Can't. What? What's with Norma?
Oh no, but by the way, you're listening to The Great Give 2021 on WNHH LP 103.5 FM, your home for community radio.
Well,
ready? I'll go track her down while you take this next interview.
Is that Arts for Learning? Is that what it is?
Yep.
Okay, but like yesterday, that's it. I'll do it. All right.
All right. Thanks, Alan.
All right. John Michael Parker.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Alan Appel with The Independent.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
All right. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. I know it sounds like you've had quite a stretch here.
Yes, yeah, I have. You were scheduled to be interviewed by by Norma Rodriguez, the publisher of Lavos. We Independent shares office space with her, and we're tracking her down. But you'll have to talk with me.
Perfect. Happy to do it.
So you Arts for Learning Connecticut. I was reading a little bit about the organization, and have you been around? You're relatively new, are you not?
So I personally am new to Arts for Learning, but Arts for Learning has been around for about 40 years, actually, in Connecticut.
Right.
Yeah.
In Hamden?
Yes, based in Hamden for a lot of that time, at least for the last 20 or 25 years in Hamden.
Really?
Yeah.
And if you want to support Arts for Learning, you go to thegreatgive.org. I hope our station manager will put up the page, but if not, it's thegreatgive.org, and then you do Arts for Learning Connecticut and support this organization, which sends performing artists, writing artists, all kinds of artists into the school system.
Exactly. Yep.
And what's I had a question about what's unique about I think people might ask, well, if my kid is in, oh, there we go, $1,000.
Go ahead.
Will support a lot of artists in Connecticut, and not just Hamden, correct? Because the organization sends their artists statewide.
Exactly. So in a normal year, we usually serve in over 60% of the towns across the state, and we can reach as much as 200,000 Connecticut students, which is a huge proportion of students across the state with hundreds and hundreds of engagements that we do. And I think to your question about what's unique about our organization, it's really the strength and the diversity and the talent of our teaching artist roster. So we have about 75 different groups that we work with. Some of them are individuals, some of them are ensembles. And as you mentioned before, it could be everywhere from writers, spoken word poets and writers, to dancers, jazz music groups, to theater artists, visual artists. And so we have a really wide range of folks that are excellent at connecting the arts to school learning and to youth development. And so we're unique in the way that we can really serve in a variety of contexts, K through 12 schools, community centers, libraries, museums, really any place there are young people, we're able to find an artist that's a good fit.
So how does it work? Do you and is it mostly schools? Like what percentage of the 200,000 people you reach are in schools? And are they public schools?
Yeah, so about 90% of the students we serve are through schools. The vast majority of them are public schools, but we are really open to any schools. And the other institutions that we tend to work with, like I said, are community centers. We do a lot of after school work. We do a lot of summer work. I'll ground this in saying that our mission is to inspire young people and expand their learning through the arts. And so that's a pretty broad mission. And there's sort of two big ways that we do that. On one hand, we offer services to schools that want to contract with us, or to other institutions that, their PTO has raised some money, or the school Title IV or Title IX funds have some opportunity for arts learning enrichment. The other part of the work that we do is which is supported by today is direct fundraising, grant writing, trying to bring in revenue so that we can bring our programs to schools and communities that might not otherwise be able to afford this work. Because as you and probably many folks listening have at least heard about, or if not sensed directly, the opportunity for schools to have the funds to do these sort of enrichment programs is more challenging every day. And so we work really hard to raise those funds so that we can provide many of our artists and our programs to schools with no cost to them or to them.
Oh, well, that's great. And so they typically are in touch with you. They go on the site and they find the range of things that you offer. Do they pick an artist? Do they pick? I guess one of my questions is, let me see, because I'm an old school teacher myself.
Okay.
And I actually used to work before that, for an organization that Arts and Learning reminds me of. It's a group in New York called Teachers and Writers Collaborative.
Oh, awesome.
So, but that's another question. But I guess most schools still have something of a music program and something of an arts program. The teachers are usually very beleaguered, as you probably know. But I guess one of the questions is, the art that kids learn in the art class and the music that kids learn in the music class, how are those experiences for the young people? Well, here's Norma. How are they different from what people will experience through your artists?
Sure. And hi, Norma. Nice to see you. And that's such an important question, Alan. You know, we have a ton of respect for the certified art teachers that are in classrooms, in schools, and the folks in the administration and the fine arts folks that do so much work to make sure that there is creativity and the arts and humanities in school buildings. But I think there's an important distinction to offer here, which is as an organization that provides what we call arts in education, sometimes thought of as just arts learning. The idea is that we see the arts as a vehicle to really deepen student engagement and to extend other sort of more student-centered learning outcomes. So the arts are not the end in of themselves in the way that you know, maybe a school-based art program that's really focused on those national core art standards is doing. You know, we're not. Our primary intention isn't to teach students how to become a great musician or a great theater, you know, artist. There are so many groups, many others who are here in the Great Give that do a lot of these very direct arts and performance programs, which we really admire. What we try to do is to tailor those programs into the overall school experience so that we can reach a variety of other student outcomes. That could be everything from cultural enrichment and exposure to professional development for teachers. So there's a form of what we do called arts integration, which is about bringing the arts and non-arts classrooms and teachers and curricula together for shared outcomes. And that's a very specific form of teaching. And we actually provide professional development to schools and teachers that are interested in that strategy of learning. And then there's sort of a variety of work in between there that happens. So for us, it's deepening their learning through the arts. The arts are really the mechanism into the overall student-centered outcomes. And for folks that are in this space, you know, thinking about social emotional learning, 21st century skills, there are things about student communication and resilience and engagement that are really what are the ultimate outcomes for us.
All right, wonderful. Well, Norma, hi. Are you there, Norma?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Let me introduce you to John Michael Parker for Arts for Learning. He's telling me about this wonderful Hamden-based but statewide arts organization. We can ask him to perform because as an arts organization, there's other groups can be exempt, but not him. And after he performs, I'm gonna pass the baton on to you to ask him some more questions.
Alan, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Okay, I'm listening.
Thank you, Alan. And you know, I appreciate the chance to get to perform a little. I knew this was part of the interview. Before I came to Arts for Learning, I spent some time working as an artist myself. Two caveats here. First of all, this morning I got my second COVID-19 shot. First of all, shout out to the vaccination program. So the wooziness might hit me at any second. And the old piano hasn't been tuned in a little while, but I'm here in my home at the piano. I'm going to play a song, one that I think everyone will know. When I think about what Arts for Learning can offer, it's about the opportunity to spark imagination students. So I'm going to play Imagine by a little bit. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us.
That was beautiful.
Thank you,
Beautiful.
Norma.
So romantic, I can just, and they don't make those kind of songs anymore. I can just imagine, in a ballroom floor
Wow.
dancing to that tune.
I wish we had more time for Arts for Learning to actually have a whole bunch of our artists here in the room with me, or maybe that regulations would have allowed. But that was I just work for the organization. I'm not the one that goes into the schools. We have great people that get to do that. So anyways, thank you for letting me share that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Is there anything else that you'd like to share with us about your organization, or maybe like a story of a defining moment that you said, you know what, this is why I do what I do?
Yeah, I appreciate you asking that. There's sort of two other things that I would love to share in the last couple of minutes here. The first one is I just want to highlight the work that our artists, but also educators across the state did during this last year. So the enormous challenges that we lived through in the pandemic and what that did to students and to schools with remote learning, social distancing when you're in schools, engagement for students, access to computers, all of the seemingly insurmountable challenges that our heroic teachers worked through. On the outside, that was just inspiring to see. And then to be able to have the artists that work for Arts for Learning get to go into schools and partner with those teachers and be in classrooms and provide cultural, creative arts learning programs to further sort of bring to life what this last difficult year has been. That's just been a real privilege to get to see. We did it by being able to transition to virtual work. So while usually we do all of our work in person, this last year, the 75 artists on our roster all learned a new skill set to be able to do this. And what they've been able to do engaging students is just extraordinary. So first of all, a big shout out to the educators and the folks that are making life work for the people across Connecticut. And the second thing that I just want to leave with is some exciting news at Arts for Learning. So in this last year, we've been working closely with folks at the Connecticut Office of the Arts to redevelop and relaunch a program that they have been running and designed over the last 20 years. And it's called Higher Order Thinking Schools. It stands for HOT Schools. And this is a program that people that have been around schools and specifically sort of in this arts world might recognize. HOT Schools brings it's a whole school, deep impact teaching and learning intervention that brings a whole bunch of teaching artists and arts learning strategies into schools for year-long partnerships. So it's hundreds of hours of programming. It's dozens of artists that show up to the school. And this year we led Hot Schools in 3 schools across the state. Most close to home here is in Church Street and Hamden. And next year we're really hoping to raise the funds to be able to extend our programming to a few new sites. One specifically, we're really hoping that we could get in and work with Roberto Clemente in New Haven next year. So putting it out there that's a dream of ours. And we thank everyone who's listening today and considering supporting our organization, because the Hot Schools program is one that's intended to serve students that are low income, students that are primarily Black, Indigenous, people of color. And so it's at no cost to the school, and it's all fundraised by us. And we would be thankful for anyone's support in helping us get there.
There's something I'd like to share with you in terms of the arts. My brother Herman, he graduated from Richard C. Lee High School, and they had a band there, and he was a very good trumpet player that he got accepted into Berklee School of Music. So he went on to Berklee School of Music, graduated from Berklee School of Music, and now was looking for a job. And I remember being the realistic woman that I am. I said, Herman, you need to find yourself a real profession in which you're going to be able to support a wife, because you're not going to be able to support a wife on your trumpet. So he went to work for this for a company, made plenty of money, but was miserable. So he went and auditioned in the Army band. And 20 years later, he reminds me that he supported his wife and his children on his trumpet. So don't listen to people that want to destroy your dreams. Follow your dreams for those that are in the arts.
I appreciate you saying that. And I know many incredible folks that support their families and support students and teachers in schools on their trumpets and their writing and their paintbrushes and their cameras. So, the work that teaching artists can do in our state is really inspiring and incredible. And appreciate you sharing that, because it does help bring it to life.
Thank you. Is there one last pitch you want to make?
Just happy to thank folks for taking a look at our work. This is really our mission to inspire young people and expand their learning through the arts, bringing the arts into over hundreds of thousands of students across the state. And we really thank you for your consideration. And you can learn more at aflct.org, or of course by the site that showed up on the screen right now. So thank you so much for having me, Norma. It was nice to speak with you.
I really appreciate you and all the work that all your people do, and especially for a community that most needs it, because it just gives them a lot of hope. And, you know, that's what we need, because if you have hope, everything else falls into place.
Yes, ma'am. We believe that.
Thank you.
It's nice seeing you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're waiting for Shelley to come in. She's with Arts and Ideas.
Okay, great. So how you doing, Ross? Everything okay?
I'm sorry.
How
Yeah,
you
everything's
doing?
good. Everything's good.
Good. Who do we have after Arts and Ideas?
Shelley.
Hey, after that?
Shelley's here. I'm here. I'm with Arts and Ideas. Thanks for having me.
Shelley, well, thank you so much for being with us on The Great Give, which we try to do every single year.
Yes.
And usually we used to have it in our studio. Everyone would come into the studio. We would interview them. They would perform, and one would leave, and the next one would be coming in. So this is a new way of doing things, right?
And are you Norma Rodriguez?
I had an opportunity to watch you at a Mari Carmen's show on Saturday.
Yes. Oh,
it was.
It's so good to meet you. You were on my list of people to call today, actually. So now here we are.
Yes, Mari Carmen called me up last night and reminded me to give you a holler.
Oh, yes, she's wonderful. I had a blast. I can't wait to keep working with her and with Levels. And with you. So here we are. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so tell us about the Arts and Ideas.
Well, you know, this is my first Great Give. I'm new to Connecticut. I've been here for 9 months, and community gives are so much fun. So, you know, part of what's important, I think, about today is that we're part of a community. So it's about the festival, and it's also about everybody, right? And that's really what's exciting about today. The festival this year is going to be hybrid. So we're planning to have some in-person events happening on the green the last couple of weeks of June, and a lot of them are happening in partnership with other organizations, nonprofits actually, that exist in Connecticut as well as outside of Connecticut. So like including Long Wharf Theater has some pieces that we'll be sharing. We're partnering with the New Haven Pride Center. We have the group, I'm trying to remember their name, and I can't, it's a Bomba group that's in Connecticut that I just met, and they're going to be performing. Kika Matos is in the group. So we're excited about that one. So that's all happening live, and we're streaming that event online. So you can experience the whole festival without being in person if that's how you prefer to engage. You can also come down, and we're going to have COVID safe material or COVID safe practices in place. So that's what's happening with the festival. We're also starting virtual programming in just a week and a half. So you can tune into an ideas program or a food event. And again, all of that's in partnership. But we're really thrilled to be able to invite new supporters in today, and also welcome back some of our regular supporters who give all year long.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about the history of the Arts and Ideas, and when did it start, and just the vision of what Arts and Ideas is all about.
Absolutely. So the festival started, International Festival of Arts and Ideas started 25 years ago. Last year was the 25th anniversary. And so this will be our 26th year. And it was started to realize the vision of bringing different neighborhoods from New Haven together, as well as celebrating the diversity and the brilliance that exists in New Haven, and connecting that with a global audience, as well as connecting global thinkers and global performers with New Haven. So really being both a convener as well as a connector. And that has been the vision that has driven the festival for the last 25 years. You know, some years I'm sure it has done a better job at that than others, and there are always things for us to improve on. What we're looking forward to as we move forward is really centering anti-racism work in the way that we conceive and implement the festival's vision. So for those communities that we need to center, that haven't been centered, that have maybe been not as activated inside of the vision, or haven't been invited to vision with us and to dream how they want to see that vision come to life, because it should and is a vision for everyone. So that's what the festival was created to do, how we're continuing to build on it. And I'm so thrilled with the rich cultural heritage and artistry that exists here. We don't have to go out and look for it. It's already right down the street.
Will we be bringing any big names that people kind of know, or will most of these be local, or startups?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's going to be, so this year's a little different than a typical year because we're still kind of rounding the corner with COVID. We are planning on having pre-reserved free seating on the green for between 600 and 1,000 people every day. So it's not going to be, there's not an attempt to draw giant throngs of people down or big groups of people down. So some of the folks, we do have Jazz at Lincoln Center Orchestra coming on opening night, and that's a name that a lot of folks know. Some of the other groups I think people will be familiar with, but might not be the big names that draw tens of thousands, because that's not the experience we want to have this year. We want it to be, a little bit more intimate and able to be appreciated safely. So I'm trying to think of some that you might know. We have Grace Kelly, who's a saxophonist, will be coming to play. There's going to be a high fashion hair show that's happening early in the run with a platform hair artist that has national recognition, and then Connecticut stylists that also add to that. And so we'll see hair as art with live music. We're closing out with a drag show that's being produced with the Pride Center. Los Planeros de la 21 are going to be here from New York. And Movimiento Cultural is the group I was trying to think of before, that they're part of our community. They will be on the stage. We'll have a gospel brunch with some local celebrities. We have a great gospel scene actually here in New Haven. So we're going to highlight that. Tabisa, who I know is a favorite locally, she'll be performing on the stage as well. So it'll be a nice mix of different things that people can experience.
Now you could go through the whole list if you want, give people a reason to donate, but I wanted to ask you, how do you say your last name? Because I stood away from your last name intentionally because I didn't know, and now you're speaking Spanish.
Hablo español, sí.
Okay.
Kiala, se dice Kiala.
Kiala.
My ex,
okay.
So I'm a gringa from the Milwaukee area, but I was married to someone from Cuba for many years, and I have his last name. And I have a Cuban American son, and I stay in touch with his family. And yes, I learned Spanish before I met him, but mi español es cubano, porque yo pasé tantos años en Cuba con él, con su familia, que ahora yo hablo como cubana.
Yeah. I was being a little nosy. Now I'll go away again.
No, I like it. Thank you.
No, I know that in Cuba they have a big Latin jazz.
Yes.
Because I know my sister, her sons, the Curtis brothers, they play Latin jazz, and they were invited to Cuba to play during that Latin festival. And the youngest one, Sakai, he's the bass player for Tito Puente. So he travels all over the world with Tito Puente.
Yes.
So I have a very musically inclined family. I have a niece that graduated from University of the Arts, and she has performed in various theaters. And I travel. I visit all over. I went to San Diego to see her in the mariachis. With the women, when it was considered a no to be a mariachi, because that's considered a man's world.
I love that.
Play in San Diego I went. So I travel. I follow her everywhere she performs, and the arts. My family loved the arts so much. it's good for the soul.
It is. It's in you too. Like it's part of your community. You walk out the door and there's music. You get together and there's music and there's dancing. And that's something that connected so deeply with me when the first time I went to Cuba. I was like, it's not separate. You know, there's some places where you go, especially in the US, I've experienced this, where it's separated in a theater or it's separated in in another space. And not that theaters aren't great. But one of the, the reason that something like the festival is attractive to me is that I love that sense of it's just part of your life. You walk out the door and there it is. You get up in the morning and it's part of you. And I think that's so powerful. That's so cool. I love that you have Tito Puente. We'll have to get him here.
Yeah.
Well,
he's been here.
He's
Tito
been
Puente
here. Okay.
has been here. La India has been here.
Oh, La India is wonderful.
She's been here. Like the Gran Combo has been here. And so, every time we thought about the arts, cultural of the arts, it was to see one of those big performers, because that is what would attract us from all over the state to come here. And I think it does a lot for New Haven when you have these kinds of groups that people kind of know, so that they can all come together. And then that does a lot of promoting for our cities, especially
Absolutely.
New Haven, which is considered a cultural city, a small, a pequeño New York, small New York.
It feels like that, and a big part of that, and you know this better than a lot of people do, is getting the word out in the right way to the right folks, right? Excuse me. So that's a really important part of how we do the work.
One time, because previously my entire world was mainstream or Puerto Rican, okay? Because the immigrant wave had not reached here as much as it did. And I remember like in 2000, it had to be, or 2005 or 2010. I don't remember what year it was, but I was working at La Voz, and the Shubert Theater called me up to ask me if I wanted to co-host the pre-reception for Carlos Vives.
What?
Okay. But you know what? I didn't know who the hell Carlos Vives was. So I said, can you hold on a minute? So I go into my graphic design department, and they're all from Peru, from Colombia, from Dominican Republic. And I say, the Shubert Theater wants us to co-host the pre-reception with Carlos Vives. And so my Colombian graphic designer says, you don't know who Carlos Vives is? I said, no, I don't know who Carlos Vives is. And so, you know what? I never knew that we had so many Colombians in Connecticut until when we did say we would host, and then we promoted it in La Voz, and we gave free tickets out, and all these people had to sign. At that time, they had to fill out an application. They had to call to make reservations. We had over 1,000 reservations, And
I love that story.
It's also promoting,
Yes.
because we can't assume that because somebody is Hispanic, like me. I came here when I was 5 years old, so I don't know a lot of the top Puerto Rican artists. And people kind of say, how can you be Puerto Rican and not know about that? That's why this whole cultural thing that's starting, that the state of Connecticut, there's a law that they have to teach cultural, diversity.
Yes.
Because they didn't teach us anything about Puerto Rico, let alone about any other country. So I think it's really good that we're getting, in the arts, that's when you learn about other nationalities and their culture.
It's been cut. The root has been cut, or tried to be cut, and we have to reconnect that. That's really, really well said. And I think, just because maybe Arts and Ideas says, hey, we're going to have this artist, doesn't necessarily mean everyone feels comfortable coming, right? Like we have to invite and make sure people
and
know
educate, invite and educate. Yeah. It's like the Irish dancers. Remember, they had a group of I don't know, the rain something. The Irish dancers. I mean, I used to, that show was unbelievable, and I think they came from Ireland to perform and stuff. So, you get educated, Black Peru, Yale brought in Peru Negro, Yeah. And a lot of times we don't realize that these Latin American folks also have Africans like we, the Puerto Ricans, have.
That's right.
You assume that because you see somebody that's from that specific culture, well, that's all of them. We don't realize that. No, they come in very, very light skin, blue eyes, then
Right.
the Indians, and then the Africans, you know? So it's a
yes.
great mixture in the arts, and the art really does educate our people in terms of being more, I'm not the one being interviewed here, so you do it.
You're doing great though, Norma. I love what you're saying. I like 100%. I'm down. It's all real. Yes, they do. They educate, they connect, they enrich. You know, and we just, I think through partnership too, that's so critical. Like the opportunity to speak on Saturday, you know, in La Voz en Español. And I got email messages from, or, you know, messages on Facebook from people I never would have met otherwise. And that opportunity to say yes and connect through the arts was, it was amazing. So I hope that's what the festival tries to do. I know we're not the only ones doing it. We're doing it in community. And I think that's what's cool about the Great Give, that the Great Give's doing the same thing. It's about enhancing giving for the community as a whole and enhancing philanthropy. So that's why we participate, and we're grateful for it.
Okay, so do your spiel and ask for your money.
I like it, Norma. So again, my name is Shelly Kiala. I'm the executive director of the International Festival of Arts and Ideas. We are located in New Haven, Connecticut, one of the cultural epicenters of Connecticut. We have been around for 25 years, and we are continuing to stay committed to our mission of connecting community, connecting people, connecting the global world that is New Haven, that is Connecticut, and that is our world as a whole through the arts in a way that culminates in a multi-week festival every year in May and June. So please support the work that we're doing. We're going to give back tenfold, and thank you so much.
Okay. And on the website where they can find out all of the information about what's going on with the arts and ideas and what's scheduled for when?
Absolutely. So if you go to artidea.org, ARTIDEA.org, ARTIDAE.org, voy a decirlo en español. Go there, and the full schedule's there. We're actually working on translating some pages into Spanish right now. So, you know, if you need that information, we have COVID information up, we have full schedules, and you can engage from your computer or in person if you want to in June.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So did you get to do your talent yet? Did they tell you have to read a poem or sing?
Oh, I gotta sing?
Yes.
What should I can sing.
Oh,
Okay.
good. Finally, we're going to get somebody that can sing. Yeah. Yeah, bueno.
But it's got to be a duet. It's got to be a duet.
Go ahead. You start and we'll continue.
Oh, what song do we know? Si quieras, si se va, donde quiera que estés, mi canto escucharás y te extrañarás. Si te vas, sin amor vivirás, pues no es fácil encontrar y que no ocupa mi lugar. That's Mark Anthony.
Okay, now say what it means in English so that way those folks.
If you go, I don't know if I can translate in real time. If you go, I'll live without love. It's a love song. If you go, I will be without love. And so, you know, stay with me. That's basically the message.
I love the song, and Mark Anthony, actually, even if you don't know Spanish, you could go listen to him. It's spectacular. But how long have you been with the Arts and Ideas?
Since August. This is like I'm 9 months in. I'm a baby.
You're brand spanking new.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Okay. And you know, now that you sang that song, when we were growing up, okay, and this is what the young generation just can't relate to. And, you know, we grew up writing love letters. We grew up singing or being serenaded. Poems being written for us, you know. Who does that nowadays? How do they enamorarte? How do they woo you nowadays? You know, go on the website and find out if you meet my qualifications.
We gotta get back to the love song, right?
Yeah, we gotta get back to the arts. You know, we're love writing poems or a letter or, you know. all those love songs about letters, you know.
Yes. I'm a sucker for a love song. I am. I love a good love song. That's probably why I like Latin music so much. So much of it is, written with emotion and longing and love, and it's wonderful.
Yeah, we used to call them. I had a girlfriend. We used to hang out. Amigo Felix. She would love to put on los cortavenas, which you slice your wrist. Those kind of love songs, because they're so tear jerking. And I said, how do you put that stuff on? I don't want to be crying. I want to be happy. And it's all
there's something for everyone, Norma, right? Everyone's got their thing, their art. But yes, so it's a pleasure to be here. And I'm so thrilled I got to meet you. I had no idea that you'd be the person I'd be talking to right now. This is great.
So listen, the perception is that Arts and Ideas is a 2-week thing. Tell us, what do you guys do for the rest of the year?
Yeah, great question. Yeah. So, we are engaged in, we actually did some public facing programming this last year around the holidays. We did a food event. We had a concert with Chris Big Dog Davis. It was virtual. We did some ideas programming and some performances around the election because of our democracy series. So we're starting to pop up in public facing programming at other times, and you look for more of that. But what we have been doing for years is actually arts training. And through a program called the Fellows Program, the Arts and Ideas Fellows Program, in partnership with Gateway Community College. And it's a class that starts in January. It's open, it's free for students that are in New Haven public schools. And I think we actually opened it to some surrounding suburbs as well this year. And it's designed for students who are interested in exploring what does a career in arts and cultural management look like. And they get a multi-month course through the Gateway program. They get college credit, and it's seminar-based. And then they get a chance to learn from people that work at Arts and Ideas.
Thank you.
Interface
Thank
with
you
the festival.
so much.
It's awesome. Yeah.
Thank you for all the work that you have done already for 9 months. Okay. And I look forward to a continued relationship. And, we got our next guest on already. So I say goodbye to us. Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Okay, the next guest is Emily Green from Save the Sound.
Emily Green.
Hi, hello.
Hi, Emily. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am great, thank you. Your last name kind of matches perfectly with what you Emily Green from Save the Sound, right?
I know, it's married for the last name.
Okay, so tell us about Save the Sound.
We are an environmental organization. We lead environmental action in the Long Island Sound region, and we fight climate change, save endangered lands, protect the Sound and its rivers, and we work with nature to restore the ecosystem. And we're unique in the way that, among other regional nonprofits, is that the breadth of our toolkits and results, we work in so many different ways. We do legislative advocacy and legal action. We have engineering and environmental monitoring, hands-on volunteer efforts, nature-based restoration efforts. And together we restore and protect all that impacts the Long Island Sound region's environments, from the rivers and shorelines to wetlands, forests, the air we breathe, the waters of the Sound itself, everything. And we've been doing it for over 40 years.
How long have you been with the organization?
I've been with the organization for about a year now. I'm fairly new.
Okay. What did you do prior to that?
Prior to Save the Sound, I was fundraising for the Connecticut Audubon Society that's headquartered in Fairfield, Connecticut.
Wow, that's great. And so is there any special reason why you went into this field? And is there a defining moment that says, this is all world work, this is why I do what I do?
Sure. Yeah, I grew up in the suburbs, so I was always out in nature. You know, I had a park right down the street from where I grew up, so I would always walk there and wander around and pull honeysuckle off and taste the sweetness of the honeysuckles and climb trees and get sap all over myself and drive my mom crazy. But I mean, as I grew up, I think my turning point was when I was in undergraduate school. I took an environmental politics, and that really opened my eyes to everything that was going on in not just the country, but the world, and what I could do to make a difference. So after that, I started my journey to work for a better environment, and I hadn't quite landed on nonprofits as that being my avenue. So I went to grad school in New York City and experienced the urban parks, and then got a different perspective from my suburban upbringing to see how green spaces are really so important in a really built urban environment. So I have both of these perspectives, and I feel like I really wanted to bring as much greenery and as much healthy environment to as many people as possible, which is what brought me into the environmental nonprofit world, so that I could raise money and make those dreams happen.
Okay. Now, is your organization hands-on with other children, or is it all legislative?
No, we do hands-on work. We have a lot of scientific hands-on work. We're part of the Unified Water Study, where we have teams, volunteers, and staff members go out and test the health of different areas of the Long Island Sound. They test for bacteria to make sure that we have safe beaches, safe swimming areas and safe fishing areas. We also have our ecological restoration team that does nature-based restoration throughout the region, and have a lot of volunteers that work with that as well. And we also, one of our biggest volunteer, engagement with the community activities is our coastal cleanup program. That's part of, actually part of an international coastal cleanup that Ocean Conservancy runs. We're the Connecticut representatives. So within the state of Connecticut, we have, last year we had over 40 locations and thousands of volunteers, even during the pandemic, come out and clean up beaches and clean up inland waterways and really make a difference in keeping their communities healthy.
I think last week they did the City Point area there.
Yeah, sure. we have year-round cleanups that go on as well with different.
So tell us some do's and don'ts, like so what we should be doing to preserve the sound. What are some of the things that we should be doing that you would recommend the people that maybe we do that we're not supposed to be doing? So how do we preserve? How can we as individuals be helpful in preserving the sound and the waterways and the bosques? How do you say the bosques? The forestry.
That's a great question. Well, I would say a really easy one, like I just mentioned, is cleanups. It's so simple to walk out your front door and see. People don't realize that cigarette butts are plastic. So when you throw a cigarette butt out of your car window, that's not going to biodegrade. That is going to last. So picking those up, making sure they make it in the trash out of our waterways, because fish will eat them. And I'm sure you've seen these dramatic photos of fish and birds with their, stomachs full of plastic and tiny little pieces. It's things like that we don't realize. It's all well and good to see the large stuff come out of the waters and out of our environments, really small microplastics and little trash items that make a huge difference in cleaning up. Some other ways is our soundkeeper, Bill Lucy, is always out on the water, and he checks the sewer outfalls for the entirety of the sound. He's all along the coast of Long Island, in Westchester, and in Connecticut. And basically what he's doing is monitoring, are these still working correctly? And we rely on, community watchdoggers to also alert us when there is a pollution spill, and to make sure that we can hold polluters accountable. We need the support of the community to let us know when they see a problem. And we actually just had one of those last year in New Haven. There was a collapsed sewer main that leaked 2.1 million gallons of raw sewage into the Mill River. We were alerted of it and we took immediate action, and now we're taking legal action to make sure it doesn't happen again. There's other small things you can do as well in your own backyard. One of the things that we do in New Haven, that we did in New Haven, and I believe we'll be doing again, is rain gardens. Planted rain gardens in communities where the rain, when there's heavy downfall, you don't realize that water will then sweep a lot of stuff with it into the sewers, and then all of that trash and bacteria and waste and fertilizer and pesticide and herbicide, all of that ends up in the sound, and that causes algae blooms that kill the oxygen, add too much nitrogen to the sound. It just doesn't make a healthy environment. So rain gardens actually absorb that water and prevent it from making it to the sound. So we've been planting those in certain new neighborhoods in Haven, and that's a thing that people can go online and just look up, rain gardens, and do that in your own backyard and plant a rain garden. They're really beautiful. I have one in my yard, with coneflowers and beautiful native grasses. Make sure you're planting native plants as well, so that the pollinators can thrive. Those are just a few ways that you can do things in your own neighborhood.
I like that rain garden one. No, okay. So pretty soon you want to make your pitch, and we're gonna need your talent.
Oh yes, I have a poem.
Okay.
Which would you like me to start with?
The poem is good.
The poem? Okay. So I found this wonderful poem that I think actually really encapsulates what Save the Sound is all about. It is called Warned. It is by Sylvia Stultz, and it is in this subgenre of eco-poetry. Okay. The sands of time have rendered fear, blue skies on high no longer clear. Stars were bright whence they came, now dimmed, obscured, pollution's haze. Crystal clear our waters gleamed, fish abundant, rivers streamed, ocean floors sandy white, now littered brown, pollution's plight. Trees towered high above, trunks bearing professed love, birds chirping from sights unseen, gone, paper joined pollution's team. One can't blame pollution alone. As they say, you reap what you've sown. So let us plant a better seed, tear out old roots, cultivate, weed, protect what has been given for free, our waters, skies, wildlife, and trees. For once they're gone, don't you say, consider yourself warned of that fateful day.
That was a great message. Okay, Emily, now your spiel.
So Save the Sound is really only able to do all of the amazing work that we can because of our supporters and our members. You make it possible for us to keep fighting the crucial environmental battles that we need to in our region. And if you would like to help us keep fighting for your backyard in the year ahead, we'd really appreciate your support to make that happen today during the Great Give. We have several options for giving, and you can also choose your own amount. And a little bit of description of what your support can make happen: preventing plastic pollution in our waterways, rain gardens, removing dams, and building fishways. So many great things that are happening right in your own backyard that your dollars make possible.
Thank you. That was really great. Is there anything else that you would like to share with us?
No, just thank you for the opportunity to talk about Save the Sound and the Great Give today.
And thank you for the work, the great work that you do, the much needed work that you do, and the education part. And I like the rain garden. I'm going to definitely look it up and see if I can do a rain garden. When I was growing up in the hill section in New Haven, everybody had a pear tree. They had a cherry tree. They had a grapevine. I remember my father competing with the Italians next door as to who had the biggest tomatoes, or who had the biggest eggplants, or the corn, or the peppers. Everybody used to have all that stuff in their backyard. And that is much needed nowadays. You know?
Yeah. Edible gardens are definitely making a comeback in urban environments right now. And I really support building a rain garden. I love mine. And I know that the people that Save the Sound has done rain gardens for in the past few years, love the returning blooms and how it's growing and everything. It's just really filling out nicely.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming and being on the show on The Great Give. And we look forward to seeing you again next year. And I wish you the best.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Norma, we're done.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Did you put together that last piece? That's cute.
A video?
Qué lindo. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you. And I want to thank everybody for participating in the 2021 Great Give. And keep on giving. You can still keep giving up to 8 o'clock in the evening. I'm sure you could give after that too. So just keep giving.
All right, honey. Thank you so much.
All
You
right.
take care, Harry. Bye-bye.
Bye.
This is Harry Grove, and you're listening to WMHHLP 103.5 FM New Haven.